Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A red light flashed. Xia Fan released Ho-Oh. He said to Ho-Oh angrily, "Ho-Ah, you come and tell it. You and its mother are of the same generation. It should tell you the truth. How can it be so greedy at such a young age?" Ho-Oh nodded. However, within 10 seconds Ho-Oh said helplessly, "It said it didn't know me. So why should I talk to it as an elder? Hey, I have a bad temper." Xia Fan raised his sleeves and waved, "Xia Huan, come on. Give it a good beating and it will confess everything." "Master, it's still a child," Ho-Oh comforted. "I am also a child," Xia Fan said confidently. "I am 17 years old, a year away from adulthood. And I am not married yet. In our human world I am just a child. So is there anything wrong with children fighting each other?" "Ho-Oh, there's really nothing wrong with this reason. But are you embarrassed?" 1 minute later, Mew beat up young Luja. Young Luja cried and confessed, "Boo-woo-woo tilde. What's the meaning?" It said it really didn't know how long it would take for its mother to come back, because she never told it. It also didn't know how long she had been gone, because it had been staying in the temple the whole time and couldn't feel the passage of time. Real, it should be real. The expression doesn't look fake. Why didn't it just say so earlier? Why did it have to act so annoying? Xia Fan rolled his eyes. The same answer, but different contexts and attitudes will lead to completely different results. This beating was totally unnecessary. "Master, what should we do now?" "Wait here," Ho-Oh said. "This is the only way." Xia Fan shrugged helplessly. "Boo-woo tilde Luja was anxious. What's the meaning? It said this is its home and asked us to leave quickly." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, snorted coldly, told Mew and Ho-Oh not to pay attention to it, and then returned to the shore. After just a short while on the shore, Xia Fan looked at the young Luja, and suddenly there was a flash of white light, and he turned into Jengar. "Master, what are you going to do?" Mew looked at Xia Fan puzzledly. "I want to fight that young Luja myself," Xia Fan said. "Anyway, I'm just sitting here doing nothing. So I might as well use baby Luja to gain some combat experience. Otherwise, how will I catch Mutwo in the future?" "Master, are you sure you want to fight it yourself?" and Ho-Oh interjected, sounding very worried, but was interrupted by Xia Fan before he could finish his words. "What's with that expression on your face? Do you think that I, a man with divine power, can do nothing but command you with my mouse?" Xia Fan rolled his eyes and then floated towards the center of the lake. The ghost-type Jengar fights against the psychic-type little Luja. Their attributes restrain each other, and neither of them has an advantage. At most, he is bigger than it. Coming to the top of young Luja again, Xia Fan said directly, "Little Guido, you want to fight? As long as you beat me, I will go to the human city to buy you a lot of food." Little Luja looked at the Jengar above his head in surprise. He just saw that it was transformed from a human. "Boo-woo tilde, really? If you lie to me, I will be struck by thunder." 1 minute later, Xia Fan was beaten back to human form, and young Luja personally escorted him to the shore. "Master, are you okay?" Mew took Xia Fan with confusion. His expression full of sympathy. Xia Fan did not reply, but just looked at little Luja with a sad and angry face. "Damn, miscalculated. Forgot that Luja is a group of people with thick skin and strong flesh. Even though there is a situation where the attributes of the two of them restrain each other. That was when I was spanked it hurt the most. But for this little brat, being spanked felt like being tickled." "Boo-woo tilde." Young Luja excitedly called out to Xia Fan. "What does it say?" Xia Fan said dissatisfiedly. At this time, his body was being treated by Mew with psychic. "It told you to go buy food quickly. You should keep your word." After you buy the food, come and fight it again. Xia Fan looked at the young Luja in silence, the sound of grinding teeth coming one after another. Ho-Oh saw Xia Fan's expression and sighed. It had long wanted to remind its master that the scales covering the bodies of the Luja clan would make them ignore the restraint of the attribute. Don't think you can win by bullying the weak. But the owner insisted on interrupting it. And there was nothing he could do if he didn't listen to it. A minute later, Xia Fan's injury recovered. With a wave of his hand, he told Mu Ho-Oh and Inte Reiku to follow him. A man of his word should keep his word. He will wait until he buys some food before coming back to have a big fight with this little b*******d to hone his combat experience. About an hour later, Xia Fan arrived at Cyanwood City, a city south of Whirl Islands. Like bandits entering a village, they cleared out all the delicious food, big and small. In Cyanwood City, then when Xia Fan was about to leave, the voice of Ho-Oh rang in his mind. Master, why don't you laser focus here first before going to Whirl Islands to fight little Luja? If you want to laser focus your own combat experience, you have to do it step by step. You can't just pick the most difficult rival to fight right from the start. In my opinions, the reason why you lost the previous battle with little Luja was that besides being more durable than you, it also reacted faster than you and released skills faster than you. While you only had one advantage, which was that you theoretically knew what skills to use to hit it. But you just couldn't hit it. Ho-Oh's words made Xia Fan pause. Although it sounds a bit uncomfortable, it is very reasonable, and the truth is there, after all. He was just a human being and had never fought in person. Little Luja had grown up under the training of the godlike Luja. If he challenged it directly, it would be no different from challenging the difficulty of hell. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan finally decided to listen to Ho-Oh and stay in Cyanwood City for a while. Anyway, it is very close to Whirl Islands. And if Big Luja comes back, I should be able to sense it. After hiring a few people to help him look after the purchased items, Xia Fan sneaked into a grove alone, released Mew. Let it transform into a human form and take him to fight. But I don't speak human language, Mew said. This is easy. Don't worry, just pretend to be dumb. Xia Fan picked up a pen and some papers from her bag. I will clearly express on these papers what you want to see them for. You just need to show them what is written on the papers one by one. Anyone who is not illiterate or blind can understand it. Mew nodded and then watched Xia Fan write on the paper. When he saw Xia Fan write the amount of the bounty battle, he was surprised and said, Master, shouldn't you write the total amount of the bet? Why did you only write 3,000? Xia Fan frowned and looked back at Mew. If he hadn't seen the innocent expression on its face, he would have really doubted whether the little guy was deliberately making fun of him. He is not the good fortune boy. So how could he bet his entire fortune on such a challenge? If he loses, it would be like going back to the time before liberation overnight. And he would cry himself to death a few minutes later. Mew turned into Xia Fan. And Xia Fan turned into Pikachu and walked out of the woods. Pika Pika Zio Huan. Looking for those two people to fight for the bounty. After leaving the grove and strolling along the streets of Cyanwood City for 10 minutes, Xia Fan saw a beautiful couple in swimsuits having a Pokémon bounty battle and shouted. Upon hearing this, Mew took Xia Fan and walked towards the couple. At this moment, the battle between the swimsuit man and woman is just coming to an end. The girl's Poliwrath defeated the boy's Machoke with a dynamic punch. While they were transferring the money, Mew walked up to the two of them and was about to take out the paper Xia Fan had written for him to show them when the girl let out a cry of surprise. Wow, it's Pikachu! She suddenly picked up Xia Fan, who was standing at Mew's feet with an excited look on her face. Hug her tightly in his arms and then make out face to face. Just like Pikachu's fanatic party. And what about Xia Fan? I was suddenly hugged by this girl and was completely confused. But then a silky and smooth milky aroma made it unable to help but be tempted by something different. He suddenly felt the joy of being a Pokémon. But the fun didn't last for a few seconds before Mew snatched him from the girl's arms. He looked as if he was afraid that he would be suffocated to death. Xia Fan could only smack his lips speechlessly. Am I someone who can be suffocated to death so easily in your eyes? Is this Pikachu yours? The swimsuit girl was frightened by Mew's reaction and said awkwardly, I'm sorry I like Pikachu too much. But I have never seen a wild one. I just saw yours so I suddenly. The girl didn't finish her words because she was choked by a piece of paper that Xia Fan took out. The paper said, my name is Xia Fan, I'm a mutai, want to have a 3-0 yuan bounty battle with you, is that okay? Are you dumb? The girl covered her mouth and said in disbelief. Mew remained expressionless and continued to flash the paper. The girl then looked at Mew for a few times. And finally nodded slowly, I accept your bounty battle. Your Pokémon is this Pikachu, right, Pika? Xia Fan took the initiative to jump to the opposite side of Poliwrath, replacing Mew's answer with action. I should be able to beat the Poliwrath that is a water fighting and fighting type. Xia Fan thought to himself as he looked at the Poliwrath on the opposite side, who was looking at him coldly. However, the next second, the Poliwrath standing opposite it was taken back by the girl, and a ground-type Sandslash was released instead. This rotation completely confused Xia Fan. He looked at the girl in shock. Damn it, weren't you very fond of me just now? How come you sent out a Sandslash as soon as the bounty battle started? Is this something a normal Pikachu fan would do? Kuga Tilda, the one on the other side, prepare to die. When Sandslash came out, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. But when he saw it was a Pikachu, retracted his claws, showing a look of contempt. Kuga Tilda, I thought you were going to hit someone. But it turns out you were the yellow-skinned rat. It's really not a challenge. Pika Tilda, then I'll blow your head off and you'll know whether it's a challenge or not. Xia Fan responded directly. The girl behind Sandslash suddenly shouted to him with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry. Little Pikachu, although I love you very much. A battle is a battle and we cannot show favoritism. Xia Fan rolled his eyes, haha woman. If you don't want to lose money, just say it. Seeing Xia Fan rolling his eyes in a very human way, the girl immediately felt embarrassed. He shouted to Mew, I have attribute restraint here. So I won't take advantage of you, you order the attack first. After she finished speaking, the girl suddenly remembered that the person opposite her was mute. So she covered her mouth and apologized again and again. Pika. But she was halfway through her apology when the sound of a pickup truck interrupted her. The Pikachu in the field suddenly jumped up, turned 360 degrees in the air, and used an iron tail to slam Sandslash, who was waiting for his owner's instructions, into the ground with his tail, Sandslash. The girl screamed in horror. Fortunately, Sandslash had thick skin and tough muscles, and he staggered up from the ground 2 seconds later. It looked at Xia Fan and cried out in disbelief. Kuja Tilda, you sneak attacked me, Pika. It was your master who asked me to attack first. I just did what he said. It's your own fault for your slow reaction. Xia Fan reached out and hit yawn. His Pikachu look is so adorable. And this yawn caused a lot of girls who were standing by to scream. Sandslash Crush Claw. The girl interrupted the screams of the onlookers and finally started her first attack order. The next second, Sandslash showed its 2 sharp claws and launched a violent claw attack towards Xia Fan's face. Xia Fan's face changed, and he naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly used agility to flash behind Sandslash, and then used the skill dig to drill into the ground. The girl was stunned for a moment, then smiled the next second. Wouldn't it be courting death to fight with her Sandslash underground? Everyone knows that the most powerful Sandslash is dig. Sure enough, Pokémon without human command will just use their skills randomly. Sandslash follow it in. If it wants to fight you underground, then fight, Kuja Tilda. Sandslash followed Xia Fan into the ground. But what it didn't expect was that the person underground had changed drastically. Because as soon as Xia Fan went underground, a white light flashed and he turned into Mew. Lie down underground and wait for Sandslash to come down. Attribute restraint rights. Immune to electricity rights. I will use psychic right now to let you feel the charm of the psychic system. As 1 minute later, Pikachu emerged from the ground unharmed at the same time. He used his tail to bring out Sandslash, who was unable to fight. Sandslash. The girl was shocked and looked at Xia Fan in disbelief, not understanding why she was the one who lost the Sandslash underground. Pika Pika Zio Huan, you can collect the money now. Xia Fan ignored the girl and jumped onto Mew's shoulder in 3 steps. Mew then walked forward expressionless and took out his cell phone and another piece of paper like a tool. There were 2 words written on the paper: transfer. After the girl transferred the money to Mew, Xia Fan heard Ho-Oh's voice in her mind, Master. Did you just transform into another Pokémon underground? Xia Fan looked down at the Pokéball in Mew's hand and said with a smug look on his face, Pika, that's right, I turned into Zio Huan. Ho-Oh sighed and said earnestly in Xia Fan's mind, Master. You can't do this, the training effect is not great. You need to accept and fight with Pokémon that restrain you. Or at least start with Pokémon that don't restrain each other. If you keep using Mew's power, the meaning of training will be greatly reduced. Besides, it's okay to get beaten more. Combat experience is always gained from getting beaten. Xia Fan's smug expression froze. A minute later, Mew took the paper and found a new rival for Xia Fan. A Bayleaf. Since electric types deal half the damage to grass types, Ho-Oh doesn't recommend using the transform skill. Xia Fan was successfully beaten into a fool by Bayleaf's vines. He was hiding there onto a 3-for-twat with 3-for. Xia Fan's miserable experience didn't end until the last body slam, because he fell to the ground with foam coming out of his mouth and his legs and feet twitching. Pika tilde no, I'm going to die, let me have a good rest. After Xia Fan was picked up by Mew, he immediately called out to the Pokéball that Ho-Oh was carrying. Ho-Oh said, it's okay, Master. This little injury can be healed in no time. Mew. Go take the Master to a secluded corner. Then change back to your original form and heal him. Once he's healed, you can continue fighting. Another 10 minutes passed. Xia Fan, who looked like he was about to die just now, was carried out of the woods by Mew and continued to look for Pokémon to fight. Under Ho-Oh's arrangement, Mew found a scissor for Xia Fan to do rival. 3 minutes later, without the restraint of attribute, Xia Fan was still beaten into a fool. The reason is simple. It's still slow reaction, and there are serious problems with the timing of skill release. In other words, Xia Fan could clearly find Scissor's weakness, but just couldn't hit it. After reading it, Ho-Oh left only 1 sentence. The number of beatings is still too little. We need to keep up the good work, Mew. After the transfer, pick up the Master from the ground and take him to the grove for treatment. After the treatment, continue fighting. In this way, Xia Fan fought nearly 20 Pokémon in 1 day. Except for the first match against Sandslash, which he won. He was knocked to the ground in all the others, lying like a corpse unable to move night. Xia Fan turned back into human form, and Mew turned into Pokémon form. Ho-Oh, on the other hand, stayed at the Pokéball and tirelessly told Xia Fan what went wrong and what went well in today's battle. Xia Fan sat on the beach with a numb look on her face, chewing bread and making humming sounds. There was only one thought in his mind right now, which was that being a Pokémon was really tiring. After one night, the next morning, Xia Fan and Mew's appearance changed again. Ho-Oh has taken over Xia Fan's training, so he told Mew not to take Xia Fan to fight Pokémon trainers today, but to find wild Pokémon instead. This way you can get treated right after the battle without having to hide. There is a cave to the west of Cyanwood City, which contains a lot of wild Pokémon. So Mew took Xia Fan there. Xia Fan went through another day of training where he was beaten. If we talk about whether there was any victory, there was. That was bullying a newly born Nidoran male sign. Then after the bullying, he was beaten up by Nidoqueen. We trained here for half a month, basically. We rescued the seriously injured one every time, and then got beaten and then rescued again. However, Xia Fan's strength has been greatly improved as a result. From few wins at the beginning to few losses on the 15th day. The reaction speed is totally different from before. Entei and Reiku also contributed to this. Because on the second day here, Ho-Oh asked Mew to release Entei and Reiku. Let them also serve as Xia Fan's sparring partners. But they will just hold back when fighting Xia Fan, and then forcibly correct some of Xia Fan's bad habits in battle, such as the habit of immediately retorting if any wild Pokémon talks back at him. In addition, Xia Fan had another unexpected gain, that is, during the training period, as he became more and more familiar with the life of Pokémon, the system in his body gave him an achievement reward, sharing the spiritual world as the name suggests. This reward means that from now on, Xia Fan and his Pokémon can enter a shared spiritual world and communicate no matter where they are or whether they are together or not. Even Suicune from the far Kanto region can come in. When Suicune came in, he asked in confusion where this place was. Masters, you can now go and battle with a Pokémon trainer. As Xia Fan had no rivals in the cave, Ho-Oh's training for Xia Fan entered the second stage. Xia Fan agreed with great enthusiasm. Now he even feels that he would dare to fight with Mewtwo if he were here. He just didn't think much about how he would die in the end. Left the cave, Xia Fan was taken by Mew back to the city center of Cyanwood City. Holding the note, Mew looked for someone to fight just like he did half a month ago. The only difference is that this time the piece of paper with the bounty battle amount in Mew's hand was modified by Xia Fan. The amount increased from 3,000 to 10,000. If you lose, he will give you 10,000. Are you kidding? Xia has been beaten for half a month, and he will make a comeback as a king starting today. He beat all the Pokémon that had beaten him to death half a month ago into idiots, not sparing a single one. As the prize money increased, and the impression that Mew was a mute was established, someone immediately accepted the challenge. Release your own Pokémon to battle against Xia Fan. That person's Pokémon was a Chavarin. After a fierce battle with Xia Fan won the final victory with a Thunder. After that, the man released a ground-type Nidoking with poison. After a fight, Xia Fan still won. He didn't use any electric skills, but used the psychic skill Extrasensory he got from Entei, as well as substitute from Articuno and agility from Moltres. Use the three skills alternately and use guerrilla warfare to sneak around Nidoking. You chase me and I run, you retreat and I hit you anyway. As long as you can't hit me, I will use Extrasensory to consume your life, until you lose your fighting ability. Just like that, Xia Fan spent another day in Cyanwood City. He played 30 games in Cyanwood City and only lost 2. He was killed by a Steelix and Metagross, a dead tank. After watching Xia Fan's battle today, Ho-Oh agreed that he would not have to fight with the reverse attribute starting tomorrow, and asked him to transform into a Pokémon that was not mutually exclusive with Steelix Metagross. If he won, he would return to Whirl Islands to fight Little Lugia. On the second day, Xia Fan transformed into Venusaur and Blastoise respectively, and fought again with Steelix and Metagross from yesterday. The final result was victory, and Xia Fan was able to fight Little Lugia, Palace of God. Boohoo tilde Xia Odian. Do you think that human will come back? Didn't he say he would buy me food? But why hasn't he come back in such a long time? Young Lugia plays with water and communicates with his friend Lantern. Ha 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 tilde, that human must have been scared by you. So he doesn't dare to come back, Lantern responded. Boo tilde, well, if that's the case, then I should have hit him more gently before. Young Lugia sighed. Then I didn't think about it anymore and just played with my friends. About 20 minutes later, the two of them were outside the cave. Xia Fan walked in with a bag of potato chips like a leisurely old man. Following behind him was Mew and dozens of large boxes. When leaving Cyanwood City, Xia Fan asked Mew to use confusion to bring a box full of snacks. Zio Huan put it down. Xia Fan snapped his fingers. Then there was a bang, and the sound of dozens of large boxes falling to the ground echoed in the cave. Young Lugia was startled and looked back. When he saw it was Xia Fan, he was stunned at first, then, when he saw the snacks in Xia Fan's hand, he immediately rushed over excitedly, boo tilde. He jumped out of the water and snatched the potato chips from Xia Fan's hand in one bite. What did it say? Xia Fan turned and asked Mew. It said I wanted to die and then nothing happened. Want to die? It's trying to say that it wants me to die, ha 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 ha. Okay at this time. Little Luja spat out the plastic bag of potato chips from his mouth. Boo-woo tilde Mew suddenly understood after hearing this. Oh, that's not it, it means I missed the food you brought. What are those boxes at the back, are they food too? Take them out, I want to eat, what a foodie. Xia Fan smacked his lips speechlessly. Then he waved his hand and asked Mew to use confusion to open a box. Soon, a box of snacks appeared in front of young Luja. When it was about to rush over excitedly, it was stopped by Xia Fan. Xia Fan said with a smile, don't worry, fight me first. I brought dozens of boxes of snacks here. If you beat me once, I will give you a box of snacks. But if you lose to me, the whole box of snacks will be eaten by them. As he said that, he took out the Pokéball again and released Ho-Oh and Tay. Reiku Articanoned Molters. They stood in front of the big box of snacks and stared at the young Luja. Boo-woo tilde young Luja shouted angrily. Xia Fan looked at the translator Mew. Mew's expression was a little awkward. It said, is there something wrong with you, human? Why do you like being beaten so much? Xia Fan's eyes turned cold when he heard that. He raised his sleeves and with a flash of white light, he turned into Jengar. Then countless fists swung out in front of him. Ghost skill shadow punch. Xia Fan and young Luja started fighting in the cave. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan lost, narrowly defeated by an ice beam, fulfilling his promise. He let young Luja eat the box of snacks. While young Luja was eating snacks, Mew treated Xia Fan's injuries and Ho-Oh gave Xia Fan some pointers. After young Luja finished the box of snacks, the battle continued. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan lost again. This time he could have won by a narrow margin. But his reaction went wrong in the end. Mew continued to treat Xia Fan's injuries, with Ho-Oh giving him instructions. Wait for baby Luja to finish the second box of snacks. The third challenge begins 15 minutes later. Xia Fan finally defeated young Luja. A dark pulse followed by a shadow punch after winning. Xia Fan started to annoy young Luja with his 5 Pokémon. While eating snacks kept saying, oh my god. How can it be so delicious, it's really the best in the world. Constantly tempting young Luja's appetite. After eating, Xia Fan continued to fight with young Luja. If you win the first time, there will be a second time. About 10 minutes later, Xia Fan defeated young Luja for the second time, leading all the Pokémon to continue to disgust little Luja. It was so mad that it almost cried. Damn, this is too much of a bully for the beast. As for Xia Fan, seeing little Luja was so angry, felt very happy. Finally, I got my revenge in this way. Xia Fan and little Luja started to win the battle all the way. And little Luja could no longer win after winning 2 games. I could only watch Xia Fan and the 5 Pokémon eat snacks in frustration. The more they ate, the tastier they became. I didn't even think about whether I should leave some for them. Gradually, little Luja couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst into tears, he cried his heart out. Master, why don't you give it some food? It looks so pitiful. Ho-Oh felt a little reluctant. Pitiful? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second, he pointed behind little Luja with an excited look on his face and shouted, your mom is here. Wow, in an instant. Little Luja showed Ho-Oh what it means to change his face. Ewing wiped away her tears and looked back with a smile on her face. As if the crying face just now had never existed. Ho-Oh. Mew ente o Reiku. Molters Articuno, Mr. Luja's children are quite playful. Little Luja turned around and saw nothing behind him, and immediately realized that he had been cheated. He burst into tears again and even louder than before. About 5 minutes later, Xia Fan, who was eating melon seeds and admiring little Luja's crying face, suddenly froze and looked up, because his divine beast perception sensed that a legendary Pokémon was approaching here. Ho-Oh and Mew also felt something and looked up like Xia Fan. After a Willia big Luja, which was several times larger than the little Luja, appeared above the little Luja's head. It frowned and looked at its child who was crying bitterly below. Xia Fan said hesitantly, "Hey, your mother is really here." Little Luja snorted coldly when he heard that, and continued to cry loudly as if to say, "If you don't give me food I will cry to death here." Xia Fan then looked at Ho-Oh and the others and decided to shut up. "Let's see how long it can cry." Bang. After little Luja cried for another minute, Big Luja finally couldn't bear it anymore. With one wing, little Luja was blown directly into the water. Boo tilde which be asterisk 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 d hit me. Little Luja, who was fanned into the water, rushed out of the water with a rage. But when he saw that it was his old mother, his rage immediately turned into a kind expression. Boo tilde it's mommy, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you that a real man should shed blood and sweat but not tears? Compared to little Luja, who can't use telepathy, Big Luja's voice can be heard in everyone's mind. Boo. Little Luja lowered his head and didn't dare to answer. Luja snorted coldly and turned his gaze to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh, why are you in my temples? I will capture you and make you my Pokémon. Together we will change the world. Xia Fan took over the conversation and took out Silver Wing to show it. Luja was stunned and began to look at Xia Fan and asked in surprise, "Ho-Oh has become your Pokémon?" Obviously, Xia Fan shrugged with a smile. "Not only that, Muente Reiku and your former subordinate Moltres Articuno are all under my command." Luja's eyes began to turn shocked. Xia Fan patted Entei on the shoulder and asked the honest man to introduce himself to him and explain why Moltres and Articuno were here, but Zapdos was not. A few minutes later, after listening to Entei's explanation, Luja decided to let Xia Fan take Ho-Oh Mew out to fight it. As long as it could be defeated, it would choose to surrender. Xia Fan agreed and asked Entei Reiku Moltres Articuno to stay here, while he took Mew and Ho-Oh and followed Big Luja out of the Palace of God. Before long, they arrived above the blue sea and blue sky. Xia Fan and Mew watched. Ho-Oh and Luja started to fight with all their might, as two first-level gods spanning the Kanto region and the Chengdu region. Their battle was unpredictable from the very beginning. Countless Pokémon and humans looked at soaring in the sky tremblingly, not knowing what was happening. Why Ho-Oh and Luja fought each other. The battle between the two lasted for a day and a night, and finally Ho-Oh won by a narrow margin. Xia Fan threw a Pokéball at Luja Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Luja. Please select one from the skills as your skill in his mind. A system prompt sounded, and at the same time, a series of system panels that only he could see popped up in front of him. Legendary Pokémon of Psychic type and Flying type, Luja. Gender female. Ability pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition. 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hidden ability multiple scales when health is full. Damage received will be reduced by 50%. Even in substitute contest condition. As long as contest condition is full, ability can still be activated. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows: Sky Attack, after charging. Attack rival with unimaginable speed and destructive power. Dragon Rush releases terrifying murderous aura. Intimidating rival while tackle rival, with a chance of causing the enemy to fall into a fearful contest condition. Extrasensory emits invisible mysterious force to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. Calm your mind and focus your attention to improve your special attack and special defense. Psyshock confusion attacks rival in a materialized form, causing physical damage to rival. Recover allow cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. I choose Luja's Recover. After seeing Luja's many skills, Xia Fan decisively chose the Recover skill. This is the life-saving skill that he lacks most at the moment. The next second, Xia Fan felt as if his body was pierced by a void object, followed by an immense pain and tearing in his body, as if he was being transformed. The intense pain made him pass out after 3 seconds. When he woke up, he had returned to the Palace of God. The skill bar in my mind now has a new skill option called Recover after Agility. Are you okay, Master? Why did you suddenly faint just now? Mew's voice suddenly sounded in Xia Fan's mind. He looked back and found that Mew and Ho-Oh were looking at him with great concern. "It's all right," Xia Fan smiled, stood up with a relaxed expression, and turned to look at Reiku. "Reiku, give me a thunderbolt. The kind that shows no mercy." Is he trying to show off again? Entei Reiku, who have followed Xia Fan for a long time, immediately started to wonder when they heard this. They thought of the time when Xia Fan pointed to the sky with one hand and used the skill Protect to resist the lightning when he captured Suikyun. Reiku turned his head to look at Lord Luja and his son, and found that their eyes were indeed bigger than copper bells when they heard Xia Fan's words. Alas, it seems that he really has to install it again. Reiku followed Xia Fan's instructions and attacked with a thunderbolt, not only showing no mercy but also using all his strength. The next second, the tremendous electricity instantly illuminated the entire cave, and Xia Fan fell to the ground in an instant under the thunder shock, his whole body twitching. My goodness. Not only Luja and her son were startled, but even Reiku, Mew, and the others were also startled. I originally thought Xia Fan was going to use his Protect skill to withstand the electric shock, but I didn't expect that he was actually going to withstand it with his body. Reiku quickly removed the thunderbolt, and then looked at Xia Fan, who had been electrocuted by it, and felt as if he was on the edge of an abyss, especially after Entei Mew Ho-Oh glared at it angrily. It felt even more desperate. Could it be that he liked to provoke Xia Fan from time to time and made him angry? So he deliberately used his own life to punch it, making it the first Pokémon ever to electrocute its owner. "Brother, I was wrong, please don't scare me." Reiku was extremely anxious and afraid that he would electrocute Xia Fan to death. However, at this moment, the guy who was electrocuted suddenly stretched out his hand and asked Ho-Oh to stop, saving him in a tone as if he was about to die at any time. Then, in full view of everyone, Xia Fan began her skin-shedding journey, with her entire electro-scorched body repairing itself at a visible speed. 5 minutes later, a naked boy with skin as smooth as snow appeared in front of the Pokémon, whose expressions were petrified. He stood up and said with a proud look, "So am I awesome?" The Pokémon were stunned, with only one thought echoing in their minds. "Damn it," he pretended to be. Luja smacked her lips. "I can't believe that my master is so good at playing." "It's awesome, but master, can you put on your clothes?" Luja's voice echoed in Xia Fan's mind at this moment. Xia Fan was still feeling proud of himself for having relied on Recover to come back to life from the brink of death. But after hearing Luja's voice, he suddenly realized that he was naked. Her face turned slightly red, and a feeling of social death suddenly enveloped her heart. "Close your eyes, everyone." He quickly covered his genitals and shouted, then hurriedly picked up the backpack on the ground and ran to the corner to find clothes to put on. Of course, this behavior immediately caused Ho-Oh and Mew to burst into laughter. The original feeling of anger at being deceived disappeared, and what was left was only the pleasure of seeing his master embarrassed. "I told you to pretend, now you know you're wrong." Luja couldn't hold back when she saw their reactions, especially when she saw Ho-Oh laughing like that. She couldn't keep a serious expression in front of the children anymore. A minute later, Xia Fan came out wearing a short-sleeved shirt. With a serious expression and sharp words, he told Ho-Oh Mew not to laugh and to forget what had just happened. Ho-Oh, they nodded with a look of suppressed laughter. Anyway, they have no say in whether or not they forget what just happened. The brain has to remember it, and there is nothing they can do about it. Xia Fan looked at them like this and knew that it was useless to say anything. So he could only sit cross-legged, pick up a bag of potato chips, and start eating with a depressed look on his face. After a while, Luja's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Master, can you tame my child as well?" When Xia Fan was unconscious, Entei talked to Luja about Xia Fan's abilities, which made Luja, an old mother who was worried about her child's future, very excited. "There is no way. This child is too naughty and doesn't like to practice. If we don't find a way to make it grow up, I don't know how troublesome it will be to inherit the throne of God in the future." Of course, Xia Fan nodded. But just as he took out the Pokéball, He suddenly realized something, that is, the Pokémon that stays around him now seemed to have exceeded the limit. Muho and Te Reiku Articuno Molters. And if Lugia is brought along for the trip, that will make 7. Xia Fan's eyes began to move back and forth in front of the Pokémon. He felt that it was time to release a few to support the members of the Pantheon, and then recruit more members, owner. When Lugia saw Xia Fan take out the Pokéball, he was suddenly stunned. He thought that his child was angry about what he had done before, so he didn't want to accept it now. When Xia Fan was unconscious, Entei told her about how little Lugia had beaten Xia Fan up and how she was greedy. With a snap, Lugia flapped her wings at her son again, asking it to come over and apologize to Xia Fan. Boo-hoo. Little Lugia's tearful apology brought Xia Fan back to his senses. Puzzled, what are you doing? I didn't say I wouldn't take it. I was just thinking about something as he spoke. Xia Fan put little Lugia into the ball and released it after a few seconds. Seeing that it was crying so miserably, he gave it his potato chips after little Lugia left. Xia Fan discussed with Lugia, can you accept being separated from your child? Don't think too much about this question. I'm not forcing you to follow me, I'm just asking you. If you don't want to, that's fine, Lugia shook her head. Xia Fan nodded. In that case, there was no need to rush to send anyone out. However, the next second Lugia said, Master, you misunderstood. It's not that I can't be separated from my child, but I am different from the lone Ho-Oh. I need to manage my tribe and inspect the sea area from time to time. These responsibilities are on me and I can't leave. But I hope that Master can bring my child to you. It needs laser focus if it doesn't grow up. I'm afraid it won't be able to inherit my throne in the future. Little Lugiaho was still eating snacks and Ho, who was trying not to laugh, were stunned and looked at Lugia at the same time. One was excited that he could finally travel freely outside, while the other was resentful that Lugia's words seemed to imply that he was a hands-off boss who never cared about his own responsibilities. After hearing what Lugia said, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at little Lugia. After thinking for a while, he finally nodded slowly. But if that's the case, then it might as well release Articuno and Molters to the Pantheon as mascots. Thinking of this, Xia Fan took out his cell phone and started contacting Jessie and the Blue and White Society members he had convinced before. After asking about their recent recruitment situation, he told them that he was going to lend them Molters Articuno as a mascot. These people were naturally very happy and waited happily for Xia Fan to send Molters and Articuno to them. After arranging these matters, Xia Fan called Articuno and Molters and told them about this matter. After arranging these, Xia Fan began to designate the next destination. After hearing Ho-Oh say that it knew where the 3 pillars were, he decisively chose his next destination, Hone Region. Hone Region, Lilikove City. Hone Region is located in the southwest of Chengdu Region. After leaving Whirl Islands, Ho-Oh and Xia Fan took 4 hours to get here. After arriving in the Hone Region, Xia Fan did not rush to capture the 3 pillars, but waited in Lilikove City for the former Team Rocket and the former Blue and White Society members to arrive here. The reason was not anything else, but that he needed some subordinates in the Hone region to help him collect intelligence on the mythical beasts and do things. The captain of these guys had just received Molters and Articuno, who he had sent over. If they didn't serve him, he would take the 2 big birds back. In addition, he fabricated a new identity in the Pantheon. Pantheon Ginger Walk. This was something he had planned long ago, from now on. In Kanto and Chengdu regions would be Xia Xingxing. In Fengyuan region he would be Jiang Xingxing. And in Sinnoh and Unova he would be other Xingxing, this way. If he did any bad things in the future, it would not all be blamed on his identity. Sir, this is your new ID card. It has been loaded into your phones. On the beach of Lilikove City, a young man respectfully took out a card and a new mobile phone and gave them to Xia Fan. The name on the card was Jiang Yi, since it takes some time to get from Chengdu region to Hone region. Xia Fan started wandering around soon after landing in Lilikove City. However, Pokémon trainers need to register their identity every time they go to a new region. In short, to put it simply, you need to pay a toll, therefore. People like Xia Fan who fly in from other places are considered illegal immigrants. As long as they go to some high-end consumption places that require identity authentication. Once they are found out, they will need to pay extra money to verify their identity information. However, the Guangdong region is very close to the Chengdu region, so it is not necessary while wandering around. Xia Fan saw the high-tech city of Larus, which was across the sea from Lilikove City. She wanted to go there to have some fun, but she was sent back because she was an illegal resident. I had no choice but to pay for an identity verification, and at the same time spent a little more money to have the person help me get a second identity information. Okay, thank you for your help. Xia Fan took the ID card and new phone and thanked him casually. This is the advantage of having money. After Xia Fan handed the money to the young man who helped him with the identity authentication, he waited calmly for the man to hand it back to him respectfully after he had completed the process. But then Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and a bleeding sound came from somewhere, and the young man fell to the ground after a while. Xia Fan felt a little heavier on his shoulders, as if something was sitting on theme end at the same time. Mew's voice sounded in his mind. Master, the memory was deleted successfully. Xia Fan nodded, stood up from the chair on the beach, and walked towards the city of Laris across the sea. 2 days later, Xia Fan, who had a great time, returned to Lilikove City from Laris City. The former members of Team Rocket and Blue and White Society who were going to help him will come here today. These guys flew from Chengdu region to Rustboro City, and then took another flight to Lilikove City. Xia Fan sat in a cafe waiting. After waiting for about half an hour, 18 people walked into the cafe one after another. They looked around as if looking for someone. Xia Fan snapped his fingers, here. The 18 people turned their heads and looked at the strange boy in front of them with frowned brows. The 2 leaders among them did not dare to confirm it, so they took out their mobile phones as if they wanted to call to confirm. But the next second they paused, because the boy took out a Poké ball and threw it. There was a flash of red light, and a Lugia actually emerged from it. All the guests who were drinking coffee in the store spat out their coffee at once. He was completely shocked, and the way he looked at Xia Fan was no different from looking at a god. Who would have thought that you could see the legendary Pokémon while drinking coffee? The 18 people who had just approached looked at Xia Fan and swallowed. No more doubts in my heart, because before they came, Lord Jesse had told them that this time they were here to obey another lord walking besides Xia walking in the Temple of the Gods. Every adult in the Pantheon has at least one sacred beast, and the sacred beast of this walking adult is Lugia. Come with me under the gaze of everyone. Xia Fan walked into a box with his hands behind his back, and little Lugia followed behind happily. The 18 people followed immediately. You all know what you are here for, right? After entering the box, Xia Fan found a sofa and leaned against it. I know, sir. A silver-haired boy standing behind the 2 leaders answered quickly. His voice was a little sharp and not very pleasant to listen to. Xia Fan looked over when he heard the voice, and the next second his eyebrows slightly raised, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, not for any other reason, but because this silver-haired boy looked very familiar to him. Isn't this the rich man Long Zio who cut 2 batches of leeks for him? Long Zio Judai Bao's quick answer caused dissatisfaction among the 2 leaders, and they turned around and gave him a cold look. But Long Zio had a calm expression, without any fear in his eyes instead. He was proud of himself for attracting Xia Fan's attention. Since you all know, I will just briefly explain it. I will give you 5 million as action funds. You can recruit people here to develop your power, and at the same time help me find information about the legendary Pokémon. Remember, the main task is to find information about the legendary Pokémon, and recruiting people is secondary for the time being. Xia Fan said, yes, Master Walker. 18 people responded in unison. Xia Fan nodded, then waved to the two leading executives to come over and collect the money. After they received the money and Xia Fan was about to say goodbye to them, Long Xiao suddenly stopped him again. He said sincerely, "Master Walker, do you need a follower?" Everyone looked at Xia Fan with sharp eyes. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Long Xiao in surprise. Could it be that this guy has recovered his memory and is recalling his painful experience and coming to retaliate? But the next second, Xia Fan rejected this speculation. Because his appearance and identity have changed now, it is impossible for this guy to come to me for that reason. The most likely possibility is that he wants to curry favor with me and expects to gain benefits from him. After all, if he is willing to sell his sister for fame and fortune, then it is normal for him to do such a thing. Boo tilde. Little Lu Jiaho was standing next to Xia Fan. Suddenly shouted, "It said it was hungry and asked you to take it to eat something delicious." The voice of translator Mu then rang in his mind. Xia Fan looked at little Luja after hearing this. He raised his eyebrows and then glanced at Long Xiao, who had a flattering look on his face. This little Luja is a foodie and a naughty boy. When I went to Lara City these 2 days, it often ran out of the piquet ball, causing a sensation among the people around me. If he hadn't explained that it was a young Luja, not the sea god worshipped by everyone, I don't know how much trouble it would have caused. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan thought that he could find someone to be a follower and part-time nanny for little Luja. So he smiled and said, "You want to be my follower?" Long Xiao nodded repeatedly with excitement. Jesse from Team Rocket was able to gain command of Molters by becoming the top subordinate of Chengdu Region's Xia Xingzu. If he can gain the favor of this Hone Region's Xingzu, he might be able to gain command of a legendary Pokémon in the future. I wanted to. At this time, others also responded quickly. We don't need so many people, 2 will be enough. Xia Fan took a look and finally, after choosing Long Xiao, he chose the most beautiful girl among the remaining 17. Even though Long Xiao was hired as a laborer, he has become a eunuch after all. It is easy to have psychological problems if you listen to his ambiguous voice for a long time. So it would be better to choose a real girl to mediate. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan led Long Xiao and a beautiful girl named Qi Ziking out of the coffee shop. "Where are we going, Master Walker?" as soon as he came out. Long Xiao followed Xia Fan around with a fawning look on his face. Xia Fan said calmly, "Go and capture the 3 legendary Pokémon pillars." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Ryuan's expression. Long Xiao and Qi Ziking looked at him in shock. He looked as if he had never expected that he could catch legendary Pokémon just after arriving in the Hone region for a short time. "Really?" Qi Ziking said in horror, covering her mouth. "What do you think?" Xia Fan chuckled. "But since you are my followers now, I will give you a task before you go." Xia Fan pointed at little Luja and said, "You Long Xiao, take it to eat and come find me after you've taken care of it. You Qi Ziking, go prepare some delicious dry food and snacks. Remember to buy more." The 2 were stunned for a moment. And Long Xiao said with a flattered look on his face, "Master Walking, will you let me take a divine beast to eat?" Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. "It has no divine status and cannot be considered a divine beast. That is a title only given to its mother. So you don't have to worry about anything." Long Xiao was even more flattered, thinking that this was Xia Fan's appreciation of him. And then he took little Luja away excitedly in his eyes. Whether it had divine power or not, little Luja was a divine beast even if it was not now. It would be in the future. Qi Ziking, with a regretful expression on her face, went to buy food as Xia Fan had instructed. To be honest, she envied Long Xiao's task of taking little Luja to eat. "It's so comfortable, Master. Where are we going?" After Long Xiao and Qi Ziking left, Mu's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan waved his hand and said with a look of relief, "Of course. While the little guy is away, let's go have a big meal." Thinking back on what little Luja had done in the past 2 days, Xia Fan looked upset. This naughty kid is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins when he leaves his mother. He completely disobeys any command. If there wasn't a skill of sharing the spiritual world, which allowed Xia Fan to report to Luja at any time and scold little Luja through the spiritual world sharing, he wouldn't know how to bring up this little guy. 5 hours later, with a look of despair, Long Xiao brought little Luja to the place designated by Xia Fan and waited for the meeting. Looking back on the past 5 hours, his understanding of the mythical beasts really completely collapsed. This is not a divine beast at all. It is an existence that is even more difficult to serve than our ancestors. He only eats high-end human food and won't touch any Pokémon food unless the price is over 10,000. Then he is willing to try a bite. If it doesn't suit his taste, he will just spit it out and, oh my god, it's basically a waste of money after that. If it takes a fancy to something delicious, if you don't buy it, it will either stay there and refuse to live, or take a bite of swallow, directly forcing you to pay. Even if he sees someone having delicious food in his hands, this guy will rob him in the street, and then stand there and wait for him to come over and pay. This is not a divine beast at all, it's just a bandit. But the one who robbed was not someone else, it was him. In just 5 hours, the 100 yuan savings that I had worked so hard to save was gone. If I hadn't proved to little Luja that I really had no money, I don't know how much money I would have wasted. Long Xiao waited for a while and Qi Ziking came over. She came over with a feraligator and a big bag of snacks and food. Looking at Long Xiao's desperate expression, I couldn't help but ask. After learning about his experience, Qi Ziking's mouth twitched slightly, and she began to be glad that it was not her who took little Luja out to play. Otherwise, the balance on her mobile phone would definitely not be safe. Boo Tilda, however, while she was thinking this, little Luja had already reached into the snacks she bought. Another 2 hours passed, it was getting late, and Xia Fan returned to the meeting place looking refreshed. As soon as he arrived at the location, he saw Long Xiao and Qi Ziking with desperate expressions, looking blankly at little Luja, who was taking photos with others. What are you doing? Hearing this familiar voice, Long Xiao and Qi Ziking suddenly looked back. The next second he choked up. His eyes became blurry with tears, and endless grievances surged in his heart. This is a lifesaver. Don't cry, just talk nicely. Xia Fan hurried to comfort her a few minutes later. After Xia Fan listened to the two guys' complaints, she expressed her sympathy and approval. If he wasn't so difficult to please, he wouldn't have agreed to let Long Xiao become his follower. After complaining to Xia Fan, Long Xiao and Qi Ziking felt much better. Then the two of them looked at each other, and after playing rock, paper, scissors with their backs to each other, Qi Ziking stuttered, "Master, can this be reimbursed?" There was no way out. In just 2 hours, her 50,000 savings were gone, of course. Give me your phone and I'll transfer 200,000 to each of you. Xia Fan Heidke said, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass. You can't let these two dedicated followers run away. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately burst into excitement and smiled. After putting little Luja back into the piquet ball, Xia Fan took the two of them to the hotel where he was staying, booked 2 rooms for them. The next morning, the 3 of them left Lilikove City. Xia Fan sat on little Luja's back and followed Ho-Oh's instructions to find the 3 sacred pillars. Long Xiao and Qi Ziking followed Xia Fan, one sitting on the back of their Dragonite and the other sitting on the back of Flygon. About an hour later, following Ho-Oh's instructions, they arrived at a small town built on the sea. Pacific Log Town, according to Ho-Oh. It once sensed the breath of the 3 pillars in the sea not far from here, so it guessed that the 3 pillars were sleeping here. A red light flashed and after flying over Pacific Log Town, Xia Fan released Mew, Mew. Long Xiao and Qi Ziking screamed, "You can collect your Pokémon now. The 3 pillars may be sleeping in the sea, although we are not sure where exactly they are, but..." Xia Fan said calmly, "But Mew will use confusion to take us into the sea." As soon as he finished speaking, Mew glanced at everyone, And the next second, 3 pink bubbles came out of Mew's mouth. It grew slowly and then wrapped up the 3 people. Long Zio and Qi Ziking collected their Pokémon, walk. Mew rushed into the water with the 3 of them. And little Lugia followed behind. This little troublemaker didn't like to go into the ball. So Xia Fan just left it outside. Ho-Oh, can you still feel the aura of the 3 pillars now? After entering the sea, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball that Ho-Oh was staying in and whispered softly. I can still sense it, Master. Do you see that group of Carvanha follow their direction? Ho-Oh's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. He looked around and soon saw a group of Carvanha passing by in the distance. Follow that group of Carvanha. Xia Fan gave instructions to Mew. Mew nodded. A few minutes later, Ho-Oh pointed Xia Fan in a new direction. After going around in circles and constantly correcting their direction, they finally saw a huge underwater cave from a distance. The cave was as big as the Palace of God where Lugia lived. Or even bigger, it felt like a submerged continent. Master, move forward, the energy is getting closer. Ho-Oh said. Xia Fan hummed, looked at Mew, and asked it to speed up. A minute later, they came to a corner of the cave and saw a cave entrance. Just as he was about to go up, Xia Fan saw a dive boat parked there. Has someone already gone in? Xia Fan murmured in surprise. Then he quickly asked Mew to send them in. After a while, they entered a Cal's cave. This place is very similar to the Palace of God in Lugia. A mysterious force separates the sea water from the cave entrance. After passing through the cave, what they saw were huge rocks full of traces of time standing in the distance. Long Zio and Qi Ziking couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After seeing those rocks, Xia Fan's eyes gradually narrowed from a distance. He seemed to see some pictures engraved on the rocks. He quickly asked Mew to use confusion to quickly send them over. In less than 3 seconds, they arrived under the huge rocks. Only then did Xia Fan see clearly what was carved on these rocks. A character that he couldn't understand at all. Ho-Oh, do you understand? Xia Fan asked Mew to send himself into the air and then pick up Ho-Oh's Pokeball. After a while, the sound of Ho-Oh rang in its mind. I can understand it, it's a very ancient text, however. The text has been severely weathered and many parts are unclear. I can only vaguely make out one sentence of the ancient text on this rock. What? Xia Fan asked quickly. Legend has it that Regigiga's immense power is enough to move continents, and that he can communicate with the outside world through telepathy. Regigiga's? Xia Fan was stunned and then overjoyed. Could this not be the residence of the 3 divine pillars, but the residence of the Holy Pillar King who created them? Can you still barely understand what other people are saying? It's hard to see clearly on this rock. You can go to other rocks to have a look. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan immediately asked Mew to send him to the second rock. Ho-Oh looked for a while, but could only make out one sentence. Regigigas is the god of the earth. He trusts human construction, and therefore he always goes all out to protect people. This is a meaningless sentence. After hearing it, Xia Fan complained in his heart and quickly asked Mew to send him to the third rock. A minute later, Ho-Oh finished reading the third piece of ancient rock text and continued. Regigigas is said to use special iceberg rock magma energy to create Pokémon that are similar to itself. These Pokémon are Regirock, Regice, Registeel. The fourth rock, Regigigas, is a large white stone giant Pokémon with a huge white torso and no obvious head. There is a yellow strip structure from back to front in the middle of the torso, with 7 round holes on it, arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. The arms are very long, with yellow disc structures on the shoulders and wrists, and 3 white fingers at the end, his legs. There are 3 pairs of eyes on both sides of the center of the torso. The colors are red, blue, and gray from top to bottom, which may represent Regirock, Regice, and Registeel. Regigigas. This piece of rock is relatively well preserved, but the introduction is also not very informative, except for the last sentence that is interpreted. After hearing this, Xia Fan fell into deep thought. But in addition to thinking about these words, He was also thinking about the dive boat that had just stopped outside the cave entrance. Logically speaking, if they were parked outside, it meant that the people inside were still in the cave, but so far had not seen any outsiders. In addition, he saw traces of people other than him cleaning dust with their fingers on these huge rocks. Master Walker, there is a smaller piece behind this rock. At this moment, Long Xiaoho was wandering around in the cave. Interrupted his thoughts. Xia Fan quickly asked Mew to take him over. As Long Xiao said, he saw a small stone tablet behind rock. There are also ancient words on it, as well as traces of being tampered with. Xia Fan picked up the Pokeball where Ho-Oh resided. After a while, the voice of Ho-Oh sounded in my mind. Master, it looks like a trap. The first sentence tells you to take 2 steps back. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan decisively gave up his position, letting Long Xiao stand right in front of the stone tablet and step back 2 steps. Xia Fan asked, then how do we go? Ho-Oh said. Then take 3 steps to the left and 5 steps up. Xia Fan repeated it to Long Xiao. And Long Xiao did as he was told. Ho-Oh continued. Then 6 steps to the right and 4 steps down. Xia Fan continued to repeat. After going back and forth like this for nearly 50 steps, Long Xiao suddenly got stuck. What's wrong? There are still 2 steps left. But the second to last step has been severely worn away by time. All you can see is the word towards. But you can't tell which direction you should go or how many steps you should take. When Xia Fan heard this, he immediately cursed the person who designed this thing in his heart, saying that he was a moron. Can't you just leave a mark directly? Can't you just let people who can read ancient characters find the approximate range? Why make it so complicated, however? Just as Xia Fan was speaking out of his heart, an accident happened. Little Luja was running around in the cave and suddenly fell down because of something he stepped on. Awesome, my little baby. This operation completely confused Xia Fan. Can the mechanism be triggered like this? Following little Luja, Xia Fan walked to the place where it had just fallen and tentatively stretched out a foot to explore. I found that my feet could pass through it easily. Obviously, this rock floor is an image. Xia Fan then asked Mew to jump with them. After jumping off the stone plate, you will immediately fall down like a normal fall from a high altitude. Fortunately, Mew used confusion to bring them to the ground smoothly. The caves on this level are very similar to the previous level. And there is also a huge rock standing, Boo Tilda. As soon as little Luja came down, he shouted excitedly to Xia Fan. What did it say? Xia Fan looked at Mew. Mew said it said that when it fell just now, it saw a group of people entering through a hole in the air. Where is the cave entrance? Xia Fan's pupils shrank slightly, and he immediately thought of the submarine he had seen outside the cave entrance before. Little Luja led Xia Fan to a huge stone gate full of the sense of time. Should we blast this stone door in? Xia Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself as he saw the stone door. But he was immediately stopped by Ho-Oh. There were many mechanisms in ancient times, so this method of blasting doors must never be used. It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Xia Fan stuck out his tongue, then asked Mew to use confusion to send himself to the boulder on this floor. There is only one huge stone on this level, and there are 2 small stone tablets on both sides of the huge stone. To enter the next level, you need Wailord and Relicants. Ho-Oh said after reading the stone tablet. Wailord and Relicants. Xia Fan frowned slightly and asked Mew to take him to the 2 small stone tablets. After a while, Xia Fan smiled. You can tell at a glance that these 2 stone tablets are meant for you to do a puzzle, because there are many small plates with patterns on them, and it is obvious that you are required to move these small plates to form a shape. According to what Ho-Oh said just now, Xia Fan thought that he needed to spell out the 2 Pokémon on the stone tablet himself. Xiao Huan, transform into Relicanth and let's see. Xia Fan looked at Mew. Mew did as he was told, and with a flash of white light, he transformed into the prehistoric Pokémon Relicanth. Xia Fan passed through Mew's appearance, found the plate in the form of Relicanth's fishtail next to the stone tablet on the left, and began his puzzle journey. However, after an hour, Xia Fan still hadn't figured it out. He was sweating all over and his eyes were red. He really can't do a jigsaw puzzle, it's too difficult. The people watching on both sides were also anxious. Especially Xia, who couldn't help but whispered after seeing that Xia Fan hadn't been able to piece together a picture for such a long time. Master Walker, can you let me do it? I'm good at this kind of puzzle. It's very similar to the digital Huarong Road, really. Upon hearing this, the lazy Xia Fan decisively took his hands off the stone tablet and gave the puzzle piece to Xia. A strong person should give his subordinates the opportunity to show themselves like he does. Xia took over Xia Fan's position. And in less than 3 minutes, Relicanth's puzzle was completed. Seeing this, little Luja and Mew, who were watching nearby, couldn't help but look at their master with suspicion. How can the gap between people be so big? One took more than an hour to complete it, while the other took less than 3 minutes, however. Xia said, if Master Xingzu hadn't studied for an hour and let me learn from him, I wouldn't have been able to learn so quickly. As soon as these words came out, Xia Fan, who was feeling a little ashamed by the looks from little Luja and Mew, was stunned and looked at Xia in surprise. This girl has a high EQ and is an ultimate good employee. Xia Fan immediately took advantage of the situation and shamelessly accepted the credit. Then urged Mew to transform into Whalmer. 5 minutes later, the second piece of the puzzle is complete. When Yoshikeze was about to flatter him for the second time, there was a sudden loud shaking sound not far away. I saw the huge stone door slowly opening. Let's go in quickly, Xia Fan said hurriedly. He ran away after saying this. And Xia flattery that had just been conceived came to an abrupt end after just one word. Flatterer. Long Xiao couldn't help but retort as he passed by Xia. In order to become the most loyal subordinate of the Walking Lord, he didn't want Xia to surpass him. As you walk through the stone gate, a hazy mist that seems to come from ancient times immediately hits you in the face, giving you an inexplicable and strong sense of oppression. And because of the presence of fog, as soon as everyone walked in, they immediately encountered pitch-dark contest conditions. Little Luja, you go and clear the way. Use your skill gust to blow away the mist while flying. Xia Fan gave little Luja an order. Little Luja cried out, then flapped its wings and flew into the air. A storm blew away the hazy mist from its swing. Mew used confusion to lead Xia Fan and the other two to follow behind. The cave behind the stone gate was huge, beyond Xia Fan's imagination. They flew for half an hour and still hadn't reached the end. About 20 minutes later, the sound of a door opening was suddenly heard in the cave. The sound was distant, as if it came from a very far place. Xia Fan frowned, as he felt that the sound of the door opening didn't come from this cave. When he was frowning in confusion, there was a second sound of a door opening. The sound was also very distant, as if it came from an even farther place. 3 seconds later, the third sound of the door opening was heard. Like the previous two, it seemed to come from a very far distance. But as the sound ended, the entire cave fell silent. Xia Fan anxiously asked Mew and little Luja to hurry up. About 10 minutes later, a newt and a Tropius appeared in front of them. The first thing Xia Fan said when he saw them was, "Hit me." 2 minutes later, Xia Fan stood in front of several people in red uniforms. These people included both men and women, the oldest of whom was a man wearing glasses who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This old man was the only one who was not wearing a red uniform but a white coat. At this moment, these people were looking at Mew and little Luja besides Xia Fan with fear. At the same time, the shock in his eyes was beyond words. Tell me the purpose of your coming here and what you have gained so far. Xia Fan said coldly. These people did not respond, and looked as if they were determined to remain stubborn to the end. Xia Fan saw a dagger being taken out from his backpack. The dagger he got from Long Xiao had fallen off, and this was a new one he bought from Lilikove City. 10 minutes later, Under the Xia Fan dagger warning and nightmare warning. Those people spoke. Long Xiaoho witnessed all this, looked at the miserable condition of these people, and for some reason he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. We came here to open the 3 gates that seal the 3 sacred pillars. There are no others. Under Xia Fan's intimidation, a teenager spoke out. Open the gates of the 3 divine pillars. Aren't you here to capture the Holy Pillar King? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. All those rocks outside indicated that the Holy Pillar King was staying here. The young man said, the Holy Pillar King is not here. This is just a palace built for it by ancient humans. It has long left here. Are you serious? Xia Fan showed his dagger. Really, if you don't believe me, you can follow us back the same way and see for yourself. The boy is about to cry. Half an hour later, Xia Fan followed the boy to a huge throne. It was covered with dust. Xia Fan was sent up by Mew to take a look. There were clear ancient characters engraved on the throne. The young man was afraid that Xia Fan would not understand. So he quickly said, the old man in the white coat is a scholar who studies ancient texts. He has studied this ancient text and it says, I no longer need to guard this place I have left. I now leave 3 guardian gods when the crisis comes. You can press the mechanism of the stone tablet and go to their sleeping place to wake them up. Is he right? Xia Fan whispered while holding the piquet ball. That's right, the sound of Ho-Oh rang in my mind. Where is the stone tablet? Xia Fan looked at the boy. It's there, the boy pointed Xia Fan in a direction. Following the young man's pointing, Xia Fan came to the stone tablet. There is a stone button on the top of the steel that can be pressed down. Xia Fan stretched out his hand. Don't want. The boy screamed. Xia Fan looked at it unhappily. If we press it again, it might close the stone door where the 3 pillars are sleeping. The young man swallowed and said in panic, and we don't know if we can open it again after closing it. Xia Fan took his hand back. You should know where the 3 pillars are sleeping. Otherwise you wouldn't come here. The boy looked around and finally nodded hesitantly. Our Divine Beast team has already figured out where the 3 pillars are sleeping. We can capture them as long as we open the stone gate. Divine Beast Group, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Master Walkerth's is an organization in the Hone region. Long Xiaoho was following behind him. Hurriedly explained. It's an organization similar to the Blue and White Society's Mutwo team. The player organization, Xia Fan smiled. He would love to have a bounty battle with the players. He continued to ask the young man, what are the differences? The young man looked at the few people who were being watched by little Luja not far away. Finally, he took out his cell phone and opened a map with 3 coordinates marked on it. They are Desert Area No. 111 near Moville City in the Hone region, where the rock pillar Rijirok rests. Route 120 near Yuyan City, where the steel pillar Registeel Ristan Sea Area No 105, which is currently the closest to it, where the ice pillar Regice rests. Xia Fan took a photo with his cell phone and continued to ask the boy questions. We learned that their main force was currently guarding Sea Area 105, preparing to capture the ice god pillar Regice. After receiving this information, he decisively robbed these people, and then let Mew take him and Long Zio keys ziking away from here. An hour later they left the caves. An hour and a half later, we arrived at the location marked on the map, a small island. There were many helicopters parked there, and some people in red uniforms guarding a cave entrance. These people were very surprised that Xia Fan suddenly appeared, especially after seeing little Luja and Mew. I couldn't stop smiling in less than a minute. These people's Pokémon were defeated by Mew. Xia Fan left Long Zio and Key Ziking outside to rob, and rushed in alone with Mew and little Luja. After entering the caves, Xia Fan felt like he had come to a closed cave. It's not big inside, only about 200 square meters. Xia Fan has reached the end. I saw a huge stone slab with ancient characters, Master. It says here that if you want to enter the next level, you need to walk clockwise along the wall of the cave. Ho-Oh said after reading the stone tablet. Xia Fan did as he was told 2 minutes later. When Xia Fan went around and returned to the original place, for some unknown reason stone slab suddenly made a sound, as if a normal stone door had opened. A cold breath blew over me. Then came the sound of Pokémon fighting. Xia Fan walked in and came to a huge cave from a distance. I saw a Pokémon whose entire body was crystal clear, as if it was made of crystal fighting with 20 Pokémon. At this moment, they are fighting in a stalemate contest condition. There was no awareness of Xia Fan's arrival. Give them an aura sphere, Xia Fan said lightly. Mew opened and closed his hands and threw an aura sphere. Bang! A Swampert who was about to release a destructive death ray to the ice god Pillar Regice was instantly killed. Everyone turned around immediately to look, Mew Lugia. They screamed, and were immediately drawn to the two Pokémon above Xia Fan's head. He didn't notice at all that there was a human being below him. Quick, abandon Regice and capture Mew and Lugia. The leader among them shouted at the same time. He commanded his own salamander to release flamethrower at Mew. Brainless idiot, Xia Fan sneered. He stretched out his right hand, raised it above his head and shook it, meow tilde boo tilde. Mew and little Lugia rushed over 3 minutes later. All of these legendary Pokémon fell to the ground. They looked at Xia Fan approaching them in panic. And then they realized that Mew and Lugia already had owners. Xia Fan glanced at them, snorted arrogantly, and then walked towards the ice god Pillar Regice, who was controlled in place by Mew using confusion. He took out a Pokeball and threw it over. A red light flashed and Regice was taken in. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Regice. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in my mind. After looking at Regice's many skills, Xia Fan thought for a while and finally decided to use this ground-type trick. The next second, Xia Fan felt that his body was transformed again. 2 seconds later, the skill bar in my mind added the skill option Earthquake after Recover. He glanced around, and under the horrified gaze of the Divine Beast group, he took a step forward with a swish. The ground instantly split apart under Xia Fan's feet. Then the island was shaken by an earthquake. It's like I'm about to fall. Xia Fan was so scared that he quickly lifted his feet and asked Mew to help wipe his butt. He didn't expect this earthquake to be so powerful. Mew looked at Xia Fan speechlessly, then floated in the air, with a sense of confusion spreading from its body to the surroundings. 10 seconds later, the shaking of the island stopped and the cracked ground began to close up gradually. Master, could you please remind me next time we play? After wiping his butt, Mew sent a telepathic message to Xia Fan. The voice was quite helpless and speechless. No, no, no. Xia Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. He hadn't boasted for a long time and couldn't help but wanted to do so. However, he didn't expect that he would go a little too far. Are you human at this time? A girl from the Divine Beast group not far from Xia Fan asked in a creepy voice. Xia Fan was almost scared to death by the scene where the earth and sky shook when she stepped into the ground cave just now. Guess, Xia Fan asked jokingly after that. He took out his cell phone and shouted to everyone, everyone. I have a habit. Anyone who has fought with my Pokémon is equivalent to having a bounty battle with me. The amount of the bet is all our property. Now you have lost, so everyone. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, as if to suggest that if anyone knew the value of the item, they should transfer the money immediately. Half an hour later, Xia Fan took the phone with more than 60 million in assets and left the cave with Mew and little Lugia in a refreshed mood. Only more than 20 people from the Divine Beast organization were left sleeping in it. Their memories have now been erased by Mew. Master Walking, have you conquered him so quickly? When Xia Fan walked out of the cave, Long Zio walked up to him and asked in surprise. Only half an hour had passed, when the island suddenly shook just now. He thought the fight was very intense. In response to Long Zio's question, Xia Fan calmly took out the Pokeball and threw it out. There was a flash of red light and Regice appeared. Queen Tilda. As soon as it appeared, it floated woodenly behind Xia Fan. Pokémon like this one is the kind that doesn't need fans to spend a lot of time to fool them. Once it is captured by a Pokéball, it will be obedient to its owner. Congratulations, Master Walker, for capturing a legendary Pokémon. Long Xiao immediately flattered Fan. As expected of you, Master Walker. You can capture legendary Pokémon so easily. Xia followed closely behind. Xia Fan was overjoyed after hearing this. Yes, he likes to hear people flatter him, however. Compared to Long Xiao's overly sloppy flattery, he liked Xia's flattery better. It's nothing, it just sounds more comfortable. How about this, I'll lend you this Regice. Xia Fan generously placed Regice's Pokéball in Xia's hands. Happiness came so suddenly that Xia was stunned immediately. He stared at the Pokéball in his hand in disbelief. The ice god pillar Regice lent it to me. She must be dreaming. Xia glanced at Long Xia, who was so jealous that his eyes were about to burst into flames. Draw epsilon hash ///. With a slap, Xia slapped him without any warning. The slap was so loud and crisp that Long Xiao was stunned immediately. Does it hurt? Xia asked softly. Long Xiao looked at her and gradually came back to his senses from his confusion. His eyes were full of disbelief. A few seconds later, he covered his face and roared, "You are sickerant, you." Seeing Long Xiao's big reaction, Xia nodded with satisfaction. Willing to believe that this was not a dream, Xia Fan, who was watching from the side, twitched his lips slightly and couldn't help but look at Xia with a lofty look. This style of doing things is a bit like his. If he were to put himself in Xia's shoes, he would definitely slap Long Xiao in the face to prove that he was not dreaming. Master Walking, you're not joking, right? At this time, Xia hesitated and confirmed with Xia Fan again. After all, this happiness came so suddenly that it was hard to believe. Xia Fan chuckled. Do you think that as a walker of the Pantheon, I am someone who sends legendary Pokémon? No, Xia, who knew how to flatter, shook his head decisively. That's it then, just keep this legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan patted Xia on the shoulder and walked straight towards the helicopters parked there. He no longer captured Pokémon to help him fight like he did in the beginning, but simply because he wanted their skills. If this were not the case, it would not bother running back and forth between regions. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a respected father in Chengdu region? We already have Mew, Ho-Oh, and Lugia anyway. By the way, you should take all the money from these people. Halfway through the walk, Xia Fan thought of something and turned back to ask. I have received it. I have received 10 million. Sir, I will transfer it to you now. Long Xiao responded hurriedly, seeing Xia's reward. He secretly swore in his heart that he must be the biggest bootlicker of the Walking Master. Only in this way can the legendary Pokémon get closer and closer to him. No need, I'll leave this 10 million to you. Xia Fan waved his hand and asked them to stay outside to collect the money, which was actually an alternative reward he gave them. Which of you two can fly a helicopter? Next we are going to the desert above Mobile City to subdue the rock god pillar Regirock. Long Xiao paused. He didn't know how to fly a helicopter. However, Xia said, I can walk, sir. My family taught me when I was a child. As he spoke, Long Xiao saw Xia trotting into the helicopter under Xia Fan's admiring gaze. He started the helicopter with skillful techniques. At this time, there are desert ruins next to Route 111 in Mobile City. A Pokémon made entirely of rock walked out of the ruins. Regirock, the rock pillar. It was chasing a group of terrified men and women just now. As the entrance to the ruins was opened, a team of Divine Beast group members guarding outside took the opportunity to go in and make the capture. However, their strength is still somewhat behind Regirock. Therefore, after being defeated, they could only flee for their lives. Regirock was enraged because he was attacked for no reason. His eyes were fixed on the members of the Divine Beast group. Following their footsteps, Regirock eventually walked out of the desert. We arrived at a road not far from Mobile City, facing many Pokémon trainers passing by. It stretched out its arms made of rock. and one zap cannon after another shot out from between its arms. One after another. Huge rocks summoned by ancient power smashed towards them. No one can resist the angry Pokémon Regirock, after all. Its almost maxed out defense can render everyone helpless. Following the members of the Divine Beast group, Regirock finally arrived in Mobile City at this time. Nearly 100 Pokémon trainers have gathered here, all of them coming with the idea of capturing Regirock. However, these people only held out for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the defensive line was broken by a destructive death ray from Regirock. Regirock began to radiate his anger wantonly, attacking the surrounding buildings. It wasn't until the arrival of the Dragon Elite Drake, known as the Hone Region Elite Four, that Regirock's progress began to slow down. Drake commanded his own Salamander Flygon and Altaria to fight Regirock evenly. The battle lasted for an hour, and just as their battle was about to come to an end, a helicopter appeared in the Mobile City sky, and then an unsportsmanlike guy fell from the sky. At the same time, he took out a Pokéball and threw it at Regirock, who was in battle. A red light flashed under the gazes of countless people. Regirock was subdued by him's ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Regirock. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Rock-type legendary Pokémon, Regirock. Gender, none. Ability, eternally pure body, will not be reduced by rivals' moves or abilities. Hidden ability, sturdy even if attacked by rivals' moves. It will not be knocked down by one hit. One-hit kill moves will not be effective. Carrying things, none skills are as follows. Bulldoze, stomp ground with force and attack all Pokémon around you. Reduce the opponent's speed. Sunny day after using this move. The weather will change to sunny day in sunny day. The power of fire-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of water-type moves will decrease by 50%. In sunny day, Solar Beam and Solar Blade will be activated directly without charging. Synthesis Explosion, trigger an explosion, attacking all Pokémon around you. You will die after using it. Stone Edge, use the sharp rock to pierce rival to attack. It is easy to hit the vital points. Zap Cannon fires a cannon-like electric current to attack. Puts rival into a paralyzed contest condition. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Regirock's skills are mostly the same as Regis's, except for the special attribute skills. I choose Explosion. Xia Fan murmured softly after reading these skills. Although I don't really want to use this skill in the future, I still have to learn it, just treat it as my last trump card. If I meet Mewtwo in the future and I can't beat it, I will just hug it tightly and use this move. After Xia Fan made the decision in his heart, his body was transformed again, and an energy source like a nuclear weapon began to reside in his body. The view returns to the outside of Xia Fan at this moment. Everyone outside was already in a state of panic. It's not for anything else. It's because they have been fighting and defending for so long. And Regirock has finally started to be in a weak position. But how come this B** D suddenly pops up and takes advantage of the situation to subdue Regirock? This is what they want to do. Even Drake, the person involved, was stunned. How could someone be so shameless as to subdue Regirock without any warning or saying a word? Oh my gods. A strong man couldn't hold it in any longer and picked up a stone and threw it at Xia Fan, who fell to the ground. But Xia Fan caught the stone easily. He glanced at the burly man calmly. He threw the stone lightly and the next second, the stone was about to fall to the ground. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the blue sky, instantly splitting the stone into powder. The scene was silent for a moment. Only the sound of swallowing saliva kept echoing in everyone's mind. Come out, Zio Hyun, take me upstairs. It's time to go to the next location to subdue the Steel God Pillar. Xia Fan clapped his hands the next second. Under everyone's gaze, Mew's teleport appeared on Xia Fan's shoulder. Use confusion to take him to the helicopter, I'm not blind. That person actually called out a mew, am I dreaming? Someone actually tamed Mew, everyone exclaimed. Suddenly, everyone took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this scene. And congratulations, Master Walker, for capturing another legendary Pokémon. As soon as he got back on the plane, the flatterer no. One Long Zio immediately came up to him. Xia Fan smiled and threw Regirock's Pokeball to Long Zio. I'll lend it to you after saying that. He didn't listen to Long Zio's further flattery and directly took out his mobile phone to start checking the map. Kiziking said, Master Walker, our next step is to go to Yuyan City to capture the Steel God Pillar Registeel. Right, Xia Fan nodded. Kiziking said, when you went down to capture Pokémon just now, I checked my phone. There are already news reports about Registeel's awakening. Like Regirock, he is now in a rage and fighting with Pokémon trainers. But don't worry, he has not been captured yet. I contacted our people in the Pantheon, and 3 of them are there now. They will take the opportunity to help us hinder those trainers. Very good, then let's go quickly. Xia Fan's impression of Kiziking was further improved after hearing this. Outside Route 120, Yuyan City, a Pokémon made entirely of Orberg is battling dozens of Pokémon trainers. This is Registeel, one of the 3 legendary Pokémon pillars. The Steel Pillar compared with the other 2 pillars. The Steel Pillar Registeel has the most balanced defense. Most Pokémon's skill damage will be halved when it hits it. Until Xia Fan arrived, no one had forced him into adversity. The Divine Beast team here is really useless. They are nothing compared to Team Mutuo and the Blue and White Society. When rushing to the outskirts of Yuyan City from Movil City, Xia Fan looked at the unharmed Registeel and couldn't help but complain about the player organization in the Hone region. If it was Team Mutuo and the Blue and White Society, they might have conquered it long ago. There would be no time for him to rush from Sea Area 105 to Movil City and Yuyan City. Master Walking, are you not going to subdue him now? Kiziking was puzzled when she saw Xia Fan didn't go down after arriving. No rush, let's wait and see, Xia Fan joked. He really liked watching players being ravaged by mythical beasts. It's different now than in Movil City. If he didn't take action, the rock god Pillar Regirock would be conquered by someone else first. But now, at least he has to beat them all up before he can make a heroic appearance. The protagonist is always the last to appear. Xia Fan stayed above the trainers' heads for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the helicopter suddenly received a call request for unknown reasons. Kiziking glanced at Xia Fan, asking with his eyes whether she wanted to accept it. And Xia Fan naturally agreed after the call was connected. A middle-aged man's voice came. The content requires the helicopter to attack Registeel in midair, lure him away and then return to rescue him. Upon hearing the news, Xia Fan stuck his head out of the helicopter window and looked down. Soon he saw a middle-aged man shivering and hugging a tree, waving at the plane below him. Registeel was standing there fighting with other Pokémon. Countless skills swept past his head and body. If he was not careful, he might die on the spot. Master, what should we do? After temporarily blocking the call, Kiziking asked Xia Fan, how? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and gradually smiled evilly. He doesn't think he is a good person. His goal is to capture all the legendary Pokémon. And those who are also greedy for legendary Pokémon are his rivals. When I saw Rival in such a miserable situation, I naturally wanted to add insult to injury and make him suffer as much as possible. So just knock down that tree, Xia Fan said directly. Yes, Master Walker, Kiziking pressed the attack button. The helicopter's chassis opened its hatch after a while. A beam of light shot out from the helicopter and headed towards the big tree that the middle-aged man was hugging. With a crack, the big tree slowly broke. The middle-aged man fell from the tree with a look of disbelief on his face. It hit Registeel directly on the back. Registeel turned around and glared at each other. Brother, do you believe me if I tell you this was an accident? The middle-aged man said with an expression uglier than crying. Forcing a smile, Registeel, get out. Registeel grabbed the middle-aged man and threw him out. Then continued to fight the Pokémon that beat up it. The battle continued like this for more than an hour. Registeel is still the last Pokémon standing. Xia Fan felt the time was right and jumped out of the helicopter. First let Mew control it with Psychic, and then throw a Pokéball. With a flash of red light, Registeel was easily subdued. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Registeel. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Steel-type legendary Pokémon, Registeel gender, none. Ability, eternally pure body, will not be reduced by rivals' moves or abilities. Hidden ability, light metal, its own weight will be halved. Carrying things, none skills are as follows. Bulldoze, stomp ground with force and attack all Pokémon around you. Reduce the opponent's speed. Sunny day after using this move. The weather will change to sunny day in sunny day. The power of fire-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of water-type moves will decrease by 50%. In sunny day, Solar Beam and Solar Blade will be activated directly without charging. Synthesis. Superpower, burst out amazing power from your entire body to attack rival. Your own attack and defense will be temporarily reduced afterwards. Iron defense, make your skin as hard as iron, thus greatly improving your defense. Zap Cannon fires a cannon-like electric current to attack. Puts rival into a paralyzed contest condition. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Psych Up, cast Psych Up on yourself, changing the contest condition of the ability to the same as rival, the target's attack. Defense special, attack special, defense speed hit. Evasion and other abilities will be copied. And this move will definitely hit the target unless the target is not on the field. This move is not affected by Protect Detect and Spiky Shield. Registeel's skills are mostly the same as Regirock and Bolt Strike Ace. But only one skill caught Xia Fan's attention. He read it from top to bottom, and finally murmured in his heart, I choose Psych Up by Registeel. The next second, his mind began to be transformed. After a while, the skill bar in Xia Fan's mind added the skill Psych Up after explosion. He took out his cell phone, sent a message to Xiaking, asking him to drive to a secluded place and wait for him, and then left with Mew 20 minutes later. Xia Fan arrived at a deserted, dense forest. He released the Registeel, looked at it, and began to mutter something like chanting a mantra. I am Registeel, I am Registeel, I am Regis. After reciting it about 7 or 8 times, Xia Fan felt changes in his body, although he still looked like a mortal. But after he hammered the big tree next to him, the big tree broke with a snap, but he himself was fine. Xia Fan laughed immediately. Yes, this skill is good. Xia Fan released Entei and Reiku. Let them try to tackle themselves. After a while, Xia Fan flew out backwards, but he himself did not feel much pain. Xia Fan then cast Psych Up on Entei. Let it spray sacred fire against you. 2 seconds later, the sacred fires of both sides were deadlocked in midair, with neither side's flame larger than the other. Very good. Xia Fan clenched his fists in excitement after getting this result. He felt like he had found the skills to fight Mutwo again. As long as he has this skill, he can have the strong physique of Pokémon without transforming into Pokémon. After testing the Psych Up skill, Xia Fan put all the Pokémon back into the Pokéball. Then he took out his phone and met with Xiaking and Long Zio. Master Walking, where are we going next? After picking up Xia Fan, Xiaking asked while driving the helicopter. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know where to go now. The 3 sacred pillars had been captured. So how would he know where the other sacred beasts in the Hone region were? Thinking of this, Xia Fan couldn't help but take out the Pokéball and whispered to himself, Ho-Oh, do you know where there are legendary Pokémon? I don't know, Ho-Oh's telepathy sounded from his heart. Okay then, Xia Fan shrugged, then looked at Xiaking. Let's find a place to rest. Oh, let's go, let's go. Never mind. I'll use my phone to check what good places to eat and play are there in the Hone region. After saying that, Xia Fan took out his cell phone and started searching. But as he was searching, he suddenly thought of something. When I met Xiao Huan on the first day, it seemed to say that it saw Mr. Rayquaza at the Sky Pillar in the Hone region. Xia Fan quickly took out Mew's Pokeball again. Xiao Huan, do you remember what you told me before? About your encounter with Rayquaza in Sky Pillar. Remember I once went there and said hello to it. But it ignored me. Mew said that was correct. After getting this confirmation, Xia Fan hurriedly asked Xiking to go to Sky Pillar according to Mew's instructions. 3 hours later they arrived at the Sky Pillar, a towering pillar that connects the sea to the sky. Just wait here, Xia Fan said, looking at the Sky Pillar. It would be a burden to bring the two of them to this place. Master, you must also pay attention to safety. Long Xiao and Xiking said in unison. Xia Fan waved his hand and jumped off the helicopter, then, with the help of Mew confusion, it took 20 minutes to reach the top of the tower. But it was empty inside. There was no sign of Rayquaza. Xia Fan smacked his lips in disappointment. It seems that this was a futile effort and Rayquaza may have left. It was all in vain. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan returned to the helicopter. Long Xiaoho had been waiting to flatter him for a long time. Came up and said quickly, as expected of you, Mr. Walking. You have successfully captured the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza. Xia Fan, is this guy mentally ill? Or is his eyes unable to discern what his current expression is? Does this look like he caught Rayquaza? Get out of the way. Xia Fan pushed the man away. Then lay down on the recliner in the helicopter with his arms folded across his chest and his eyes closed to rest. Xiking on the side sneered in his heart and glanced at Long Xiao, who was flattering the horse. Contact the Pantheon members wandering outside. If you find any legendary Pokémon, come to me immediately. After a while, Xia Fan said with his eyes closed, if not, then let's just play in the Hone region, okay? Xiking responded quickly, took out his cell phone and started contacting the members, asking them to find the traces of the legendary Pokémon as soon as possible. But it is said that Pokémon traces are not so easy to find. For someone like Xia Fan, who has captured 11 Pokémon in less than a year, it can be said that he was blessed by God and had great luck, as he encountered two tool organizations, the Blue and White Society and the Mutuo team, which provided him with the opportunity to capture several legendary Pokémon. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take. In this way, Xia Fan stayed in the Hone region for 3 months, during which time he did not obtain any information about any legendary Pokémon. Until the end of the 3rd month, exactly 1 year after coming into this world, he suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. A somewhat surprising news, Tiantian technology, which had disappeared for a long time, suddenly launched a trial for each player through their mobile phones. Invite all players to participate in the tournaments they host. The final winner will get a Latios and a Master Ball, as well as the coordinates of the wild Latios. Interesting. In the coffee shop, Xia Fan drank coffee in one hand and held his mobile phone in the other, looking at the messages in it, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose. He really didn't expect that Tiantian technology would actually show up. But now that it has been exposed, he must participate and find out what the truth of this world is. 10 minutes later, Long Xiao and Xiking returned to the coffee shop. Followed by little Luja, they said to Xia Fan hesitantly, Master Walker, can we leave for a while? We have something to ask. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and immediately guessed that these two people wanted to participate in the trial held by Tiantian technology. In their minds, both of them still considered him a native of this world, because their memories had been modified and deleted by him from the very beginning. Just like when he first met Long Xiao, he deleted Long Xiao's memory after asking him questions. So in their memories, they came from a very ancient pantheon and had nothing to do with the players. Okay, Xia Fan agreed with a smile. Long Xiao and Xiking looked at each other, thanked Xia Fan, and left quickly. Xia Fan looked at their departing backs with a slight smile on his face. He took out the Pokeball, put away little Lugia, and followed them out of the cafe. And when passing a corner, a white light flashed, and another young man's face appeared. The trial location of the god technology is marked as being in the Sea of the Hone region. It took Xia Fan an hour to finally get there from a distance. He saw a giant pillar as tall as the sky pillar. But this giant pillar has a very strong sense of technology. The column is silver-white in color, with 7 branch pipes at its waist extending to all parts of the world. And at the bottom are countless elevators parallel to the sea surface. After seeing it, Xia Fan couldn't help but ask Lugia through the spiritual world, sharing whether this thing suddenly appeared in the sea area of the Chengdu region. It didn't take long to get the reply. The answer was yes. In the sea area of Chengdu region, a giant pillar suddenly appeared, as if it appeared out of thin air, and many Pokémon trainers were rushing towards it. Xia Fan thought for a while after hearing this, and finally stepped onto an elevator and entered the giant pillar. However, after entering the giant pillar, his brows immediately furrowed because the lobby, which should have been full of people, was empty except for him. Those people who had just entered the elevator with him seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and were not standing with him. It's not like they entered a different dimension and separated everyone and threw them in. Xia Fan's mind was full of ideas, and he murmured in his heart thinking of this. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and released Mew, letting it throw an aura sphere at the wall. Bang! Aura sphere smashed against the wall, but the wall was completely undamaged, just like the copper wall iron defense. Xia Fan frowned and walked over, reached out and touched it. And it felt just like an ordinary wall. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Xia Fan muttered and turned to walk towards the door to see if it could be opened. But the door was locked. He was trapped here to death. This made Xia Fan's expression start to panic. Just as I was about to take out the Pokeball and release all the Pokémon, a pleasant sound came from above my head. Welcome all players to participate in the trial. You have entered the game for a whole year now. In order to test your growth during this year, Tiantian Technology have arranged a trial for you. Xia Fan looked up and saw a 3D projection of a woman in a suit appeared above her head. I'm sure you've all learned the final reward for the trial from your phone. Yes, it's the Dragon type and Psychic type legendary Pokémon Latios, plus a Master Ball and the capture coordinates of another legendary Pokémon Latios. If you become the final winner, they will be yours. The trial will begin soon. Please enter the gate ahead. As her voice fell, a door suddenly appeared in the closed wall in front of Xia Fan. Xia Fan walked in, arrived at a circular battle area. He saw a middle-aged man standing across from the battlefield, looking somewhat bewildered. Before the battle begins, please select your respective battle requirements. The girl's voice came from above my head again. Xia Fan looked around him when he heard this. I saw a tablet on a platform next to me. Xia Fan clicked it and saw 2 options. The first option is whether to turn on closed mode and hide your identity. There is also a prompt next to this option, which says that once it is turned on, all your battle screens and god technology will be hidden and not disclosed to the outside world. And it will be given a pseudonym X. Xia Fan took a look and decisively clicked to open it. The next second, the stage under his feet began to change. Boards suddenly extended out from the ring under his feet. 5 seconds later, the boards were built into a small house, and Xia Fan stood in front of a one-way glass. The other side can no longer see what he looks like, but he can see what the other side looks like. After selecting this option, Xia Fan turned his attention to the second option. It says whether you need to enable bounty mode. The prompt says that this option does not require rivals' consent. Once it is turned on, it will be a bet with Tiantian Technology. If you win, Tiantian Technology will give a bounty to the challenger. If you lose, the player must give a bounty to Tiantian Technology. If the player does not pay or does not have enough money, Tiantian Technology will randomly kill one of the player's Pokémon as a punishment. The challenge bounty cap is 1 million. If you can win consecutive games until the final winner, Tiantian technology will give the player the capture information of another legendary Pokémon besides Laisha's. After reading the prompt, Xia Fan decisively chose to turn it on and directly adjusted the bounty cap to 1 million. He loves to get free stuff, especially from Tiantian technology. I don't know how great it would be. After turning on both options, a countdown sound can be heard above your head. The battle will begin in 60 seconds. The match was a doubles match, and Xia Fan directly released Entei and Reiku. Perhaps Xia Fan's actions scared the other party. When he released Entei and Reiku, the opponent had just released Torterra, the final evolution of Turtwig, one of the Sinnoh region's 3 great pets. Afterwards, Xia Fan saw that the Piquet ball that the opponent was about to throw out with his right hand was suspended in midair. Expressions of astonishment and shock flashed across his face. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, Xia Fan saw the middle-aged man opposite him roaring at him. "You already have 2 divine beasts, and you're still participating in this stupid trial. Can you give us, who haven't even seen the hair of a divine beast, a chance to survive?" Hearing this, Xia Fan couldn't help but touch his nose. Not knowing how to respond, the middle-aged man opposite released his second Pokémon after yelling. A Luxray obviously despite the scolding. This person still wants his Pokémon to fight against Entei and Reiku. But the result was naturally defeat in less than 5 seconds. Before Reiku could even move, Entei spit out the 2 with a sacred fire, making them lose their ability to fight. Player X wins and receives a bounty of 1 million. Please collect the bounty on the tablet and choose whether to continue the challenge. A voice came from above his head, and the screen on the tablet in Xia Fan's hand turned into a QR code for payment. He picked up his phone and scanned it the next second. A notification of the arrival of the money came from the phone. At the same time, the screen on the tablet changed again, allowing Xia Fan to choose whether to continue the challenge. If he continued, he would go back to the room to rest for an hour and then continue the challenge after an hour. Xia Fan clicked on the option to continue the challenge. Then he looked up and saw that the middle-aged man had left at some point, and the Torterra and Luxray in the venue had also been taken back. About 10 seconds later, the door behind the opposite arena opened and a handsome young man walked out. He looked at Xia Fan with a somewhat surprised expression, as if he didn't understand why there was a small house. Then he saw Entei and Reiku on the battlefield. The whole person was so shocked that he was speechless. It wasn't until a voice came from above, asking it to select the battle requirements and release the fighting Pokémon, that it came to its senses. The boy swallowed and released Infernape, the final evolution of Chimchar, the 3 great pets of the Sinnoh region and Rampardos. As a result, he was eliminated by Xia Fan in less than 10 seconds. Xia Fan received another 1 million bounty and chose to continue the challenge. Before leaving, the boy on the other side shouted to Xia Fan, "Brother, please give me your name and address. I will join you and follow you when I return." Xia Fan ignored him after the boy left. He put Reiku into the ball and released Mew and Ho-Oh. Since you don't have to worry about being exposed, just have fun, use it however you want. His next rival is a young man. As the young man came in, he was blinded by the dazzling colorful light of hope. And then he saw a jaw-dropping Pokémon floating in the air. The young man was so speechless that he didn't know what to say. What's the point of fighting a Ho-Oh and a Mew, and you ask him to fight with his head? Is this a rivalry that a player who has only been here for a year, can challenge? If someone could beat him, he would immediately kneel down and call him daddy. Calling dad without blinking, I give up. The young man shouted after coming in. Soon after, the young man admitted defeat. Xia Fan continued to challenge for another 6 rounds. After seeing Mew and Ho-Oh, the rivals in these 6 rounds were either eliminated within 10 seconds or were so scared that they gave up directly. Just when Xia Fan was about to start the 10th round of challenge, the tablet received a prompt. Since the challenges were too fast, there was no rival in Xia Fan advancing to the same round. So Xia Fan was forced to enter a rest period and continue the challenge after a corresponding rival was found. The door behind him opened again. Xia Fan looked back but did not go in instead. He looked at the three-dimensional projection above his head again, and suddenly couldn't help but shouting, "Hey, can we have a chat, young lady?" The stereo projection did not respond. "Aren't you at Tiantian Technology curious about why I have so many legendary Pokémon?" "It only took me 1 year," Xia Fan said again. There was still no response from the stereoscopic projection. After Xia Fan's rival left, there was no other sound in the entire room. Faced with this reaction, Xia Fan's brows were furrowed into a shape of a Chinese letter, cross. After thinking for a while, he released the Ho-Oh that he had put back into the ball. "Ho-Oh, tear this down." A phoenix cry sounded and Ho-Oh spit out sacred fire. The scorching flames ignited the challenge venue. The temperature rose suddenly, but Xia Fan still didn't receive a reply. The posture and expression of the three-dimensional projection remained the same, without any movements, even when the flames burned the challenge venue beyond recognition. She did not show any movement. Is this a real person? Xia Fan frowned and began to suspect that the projection above his head was a robot. Otherwise, why is there no reaction to his behavior? Sacred fire eventually burned the challenge site completely, exposing layers of iron sheets. Xia Fan then released all the Pokémon. Let them chisel through the iron sheet. However, the next scene made Xia Fan a little stunned. That was that Mew, Raikou, and Tei's skills only needed to break a hole in the iron sheet, and the iron sheet would be immediately stitched together the next moment. There is no chance for people to look outside at all. Zio Huan teleport. Xia Fan bit her lips for a while, and finally thought of a way to try it out. That is to let Mew rush in the moment the hole opens, anyway. He must find out today what Tiantian Technology is doing. If they refuse to tell him, he will investigate it himself and find out something. But 3 seconds later, a loud bang shattered Xia Fan's fantasy. Entei and Raikou used Sacred Fire and Thunderbolt respectively. And at the moment when they created the loophole, Mew's teleport hit the wall. "I can't get through it." "That's right, I can't get through it, Master. There is something wrong with the space in this place. Just when I was about to pass through, another spatial force pushed me back." Mew's cute little head also frowned. This was the first time it had encountered such a thing, and it was extremely confused. Another spatial force. Xia Fan became even more confused. Is this a game world? Is this the code designed by Tiantian Technology? The code is designed so that you can't leave this place. But there are always loopholes in the code, at once. Countless questions flashed through Xia Fan's mind. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't understand it at all. So he put the Pokémon back into the ball and walked back to the room. The scene in the room has changed a little from when I first came in. It's filled with delicious food and energy cubes for Pokémon to eat, as well as a Pokémon healing box. According to the instructions next to it, you only need to put the Pokéball of the injured Pokémon inside, and the Pokémon will come out intact after 5 minutes. Xia Fan then let Raikou be a guinea pig and let it in. 5 minutes later, the treatment box popped open automatically, and Raikou was released from the ball. "How is it?" Xia Fan asked, "Is there anything strange?" Raikou shook his head and said, "I didn't feel anything strange, but I felt quite comfortable staying there. Can you put me in the encore? Maybe I can feel something unusual this time." Xia Fan. Then he collected Raikou in the ball and put it back in. A few minutes later, Raikou was released again. His expression was one of comfort. "Do you feel anything unusual, Xia Fan?" Raikou scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Can we still have an encore? I was so comfortable that I forgot to check if there was anything wrong. Did I let you go in and enjoy yourself?" Xia Fan was speechless. After a while, Xia Fan put both Raikou and Tei and Mew in. But the result was the same. "I didn't feel anything unusual. It's like these guys are addicted. Saying this thing is very comfortable to use." Xia Fan didn't know what to say. so he could only let those guys play with the thing. I stayed in the room like this for almost an hour. The stereographic projection also reappeared. A new round of challenges will begin soon. Please enter the ring as soon as he finished speaking. The door in front opened again, and the challenge venue that was originally destroyed by Xia Fan was restored to its original state. There is no visible damage. Is this a replacement or a repair? Xia Fan murmured in his heart. This time he was still standing on the closed mode ring. And there was a girl standing opposite him. She has already released her Pokémon, a Superior. The final evolution of the Unova region's starter Pokémon Snivy. And a Haxorus before the battle begins. Please select your respective battle requirements. The projection above his head repeated the previous words. The countdown is 60 seconds and the battle begins. If you don't release the Pokémon after 60 seconds, you will be considered to have surrendered. Xia Fan threw the Pokéball without haste after hearing that. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the three-dimensional figure. He was thinking whether he should be bolder and perform transform directly in front of this god of technology. If there is still no response, he has every reason to believe that Tiantian technology is actually a bully taking advantage of the power of another. Because his very existence is a bug. As the manager of the games, people like himself should be eliminated. When the countdown reached 5 seconds, Xia Fan made a decision. He decided to give it a try. Compared to living in confusion, he would rather die with understanding. So with a flash of white light, he turned into a Charizard and entered the battle arena with Mew. Then he stood there quietly, looking up at the three-dimensional projection. Expect to see a few other changes from that face, but 10 seconds later, the three-dimensional projection looked down with indifference from beginning to end. It seems that Xia Fan has no feeling at all about being able to transform into Pokémon. Instead, the girl on the opposite side screamed when she saw Mew. Is there really no one supervising it? Is everything done according to the procedures they set? Looking at the three-dimensional projection that still had no response, Xia Fan made a positive decision in his heart. He turned his head to look at the girl on the stage. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he began to plan an unethical idea in his mind. Since you have no one to supervise you, don't blame me. Thinking of this, he flapped his wings and rushed directly towards the girl. This scared the girl. There is no such thing as directly attacking the enemy trainer in a battle. Haxorus Dragon Pulse, the girl exclaimed. Haxorus roared, and a huge shock wave came out of his mouth and attacked Xia Fan. If you interrupt, you will rush towards the girl's Xia Fan. Xia Fan retreated with agility, avoiding the Dragon Pulse, and then condensed a flame mixed with mysterious power. Sacred fire from his mouth. The sacred fire spit out and collided with the Dragon Pulse, and the brilliant flames spread in all directions. Master, what are you going to do? Do you need help? Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Roar. No, let me fight them by myself, Xia Fan roar sounded. And he showed a ferocious smile in his Charizard form. He was no longer the master who could only give orders with his mouth, but could not fight himself. The next second, Xia Fan flapped his wings and stepped hard into the ground with his feet. Big Earthquake, Haxorus, and Superior, who could not fly, were immediately hampered in their movements and suffered heavy damage in the earthquake. Xia Fan's sacred fire shot out again. The flames went straight to the grass-type Superior. Superior Leaf Storm, the girl gave the order in panic, hoping that Leaf Storm could block Xia Fan's flames. However, Xia Fan's fire is not flamethrower but sacred fire, a skill unique to the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and Entei. Therefore, countless pointed fallen leaves appeared behind Superior, blocking the front with gust. The scorching sacred fire penetrated directly through the storm, and its power became even greater as the storm intensified. A burst of fire knocked Superior to the ground. Xia Fan then took advantage of the situation and, while Haxorus was still waiting for his master's order, he fired an extrasensory shot at it, causing it to hold its head and shake. Then agility rushed over at the same time. The whole body is wrapped in burning flames, Flare Blitz. One of Charizard's ultimate fire moves. Haxorus outrage, but the girls are not fools. The trainers who can reach this round can be said to have extraordinary strength. After receiving the order, Haxorus's red eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Anyone who touches the dragon's outrage will die. Haxorus fell into a frenzy contest condition, facing Xia Fan, who was rushing towards it with his body covered in flames. It also rushed forward fearlessly. With a bang, the two guys collided with each other. Then it slammed heavily into the wall. Smoke was everywhere. There was a roar from inside, growl. I can't tell whether it's from Xia Fan or Haxorus. When the smoke cleared, Xia Fan was wrapped in flames and hugged Haxorus. But it's not that he doesn't want to separate, instead. Haxorus held Xia Fan tightly like a madman, and was unwilling to let go even if he was burned by flames, and also took a bite of Xia Fan's wings. Master, how about I come? Seeing Xia Fan in such a miserable state, Mew couldn't help but ask again via telepathy. But Xia Fan was already furious and was not willing to let Mew take over at this time. Wouldn't that make him look like a waste? Therefore, he had to fight against Haxorus anyway. He has recovered, so he will wear down this crazy Haxorus. 1 minute later, as Xia Fan wished, Haxorus was exhausted to death by him. Keep using recover to wear out Haxorus. Come back, Haxorus. The girl took out the Pokeball and put Haxorus away, then prepared to go back to her room to rest before leaving. She looked back at the glass window opposite, thinking Xia Fan was still there, so she cursed. Shame on you, you already have Mew. But you still ordered your Pokémon to attack the other trainer. After saying this, the girl prepared to leave. But a roar of growl was heard from behind, and the girl didn't expect that the Charizard just now would rush towards her after winning. The girl closed her eyes and screamed, I thought this was going to kill me, what the hell? A sarcastic voice sounded beside her ear. The girl opened her eyes and saw that Charizard was gone, and a handsome boy appeared beside her. You. The girl widened her eyes, looked back in disbelief, and then looked at the boy again. I didn't understand how the boy came to my side from the opposite side in just 1 second. What are you going to do? Then the girl thought of something and crossed her arms in fear. Xia Fan rolled her eyes, don't worry. With your small breasts and small butt, no one will argue. After saying that, Xia Fan pulled the girl behind him, took out the Pokeball and put Mew in it, then pulled the girl towards her room. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZY4 NZCY OJ equals. The result was that I successfully walked in. There are no obstacles. This result made Xia Fan's eyes light up immediately. Very good. The first step towards being unethical has been taken. After Xia Fan entered the girl's room, the door behind him closed immediately. Tiantian technology didn't seem to notice that a player had sneaked into another player's room. What are you up to? The girl was a little panicked that Xia Fan was able to enter her room and tried to break free from Xia Fan's hand. But Xia Fan's body has been transformed many times by the system, and her strength is beyond the reach of a mortal like her. Xia Fan glanced at the girl, chuckled, and let go of her hand. Soleison found a place to sit down, picked up an apple on the table, took a bite, and said with a smile, Do you want to make some money from Tiantian technology? The girl frowned slightly. What do you mean? I'll help you in your next fight, and you can rest assured that the challenge bounty will be raised to 1 million. Can you help me fight? Can you? You'll know if you try it. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss. The girl looked at Xia Fan and fell silent. Master, what are you going to do? The voices of Ho-Oh and Entei rang in Xia Fan's mind at the same time. He glanced at the girl, who was lost in thought, then took out the Pokeball and said calmly, I want to try to see if the trial can still be held normally when most of the contestants are intercepted by me. Is this okay? Ho-Oh asked. You'll know after you try it. If the hard way doesn't work, then try the soft way. Xia Fan took a bite of the apple and looked up at the 3D projection that always had only one expression. For unsolved problems, there must always be a brave guy to take the lead and try it. After saying this, he raised his left hand and pointed it at the three-dimensional projection in the shape of a gun. Bangs an hour later. The girl's rest was over and the next rival began. Xia Fan, are you sure you want to do this? If the god technology punishment comes down, I will tell you the truth. The door opened. And before entering the battlefield, Wang Lan called Xia Fan during the 1-hour break. They both knew each other's names. And Xia Fan also confessed his purpose, whatever you want. Xia Fan waved his hand and walked into the battlefield. However, the next second after he stepped in, he thought of something that had not been confirmed. So he quickly called Wang Lan, wait, don't come in yet. Wang Lan looked at Xia Fan in confusion as she walked back to the room from the ring. What are you going to do? Xia Fan did not answer but let Wang Lan walk in front. His eyes fixed on the gates on both sides. Wang Lan followed instructions and slowly walked out of the door. And in Xia Fan's eyes, the moment Wang Lan walked out of the doors, the door began to slowly close. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. And he quickly pulled Wang Lan's, who had just walked out of the gate back. The door that was slowly closing opened again. Seeing this scene, Fan's eyes brightened. Just now when he walked out of the gate, the gate did not respond and would not close, however. When Wang Lan moved in and out, the gate opened and closed accordingly. Doesn't this mean that in this trial, he has already escaped and successfully become a bug that is not affected by the trial of the god's technology? They can't sense him at all, are you sick? Wang Lan asked angrily, letting someone walk out and then forcibly pulling them back the next second. What else could this be? Xia Fan ignored him and walked into the battlefield happily. Before the battle begins, please select your respective battle requirements. The stereoscopic projection once again made the same opening statement. Adjust the bounty to 1 million. Xia Fan picked up the tablet on the platform and threw it to Wang Lan. Wang Lan took the tablet and did as she was told. With a Mew helping her fight, she had nothing to be afraid of. Unless the opponent had the guts to take out a legendary Pokémon. Hey, Sahara for a young lady. Can two people take this trial together? Wang Lan's rival is a young man with a shamet hairstyle. When he saw there were two people on the opposite ring, he was stunned. After he came to his senses, he shouted at the 3D projection. The three-dimensional projection did not answer, but began a 60-second countdown for the battle. The Shamet youth had no choice but to release their Pokémon. A Charizard and a Lapras. The time is almost up, why don't you release the Pokémon? Seeing that the opponent had released Pokémon and Xia Fan had not yet taken out his Mew, Wang Lan became a little anxious and urged him. Xia Fan took a glance and let Mew out, however. He did not let Mew fight, but let Mew take him over via teleport in the blink of an eye. Xia Fan and Mew suddenly appeared next to the Shamet youth. The young man was shocked. He pointed at Mew with a trembling fingerful of disbelief. Xia Fan ignored him, picked up the tablet on the table, and directly clicked surrender. Then he looked up at the stereoscopic projection. Contestant Wang Lan won and received a bounty of 1 million. Please collect the bounty on the tablet and choose whether to continue the challenge. Just as Xia Fan expected, Wang Lan successfully won the victory with his operation. Wang Lan also shouted excitedly on the other side. A bounty of 1 million, it's like a dream. You. Do you have any shame? You already have Mew and you still do this, the young man, who was inexplicably defeated, heard the voice coming from above his head and pointed a trembling finger at Xia Fan. He couldn't understand why a Pokémon trainer who owned Mew would use such a despicable method to win. Looking at the Shamet youth who looked frustrated after losing, Xia Fan shrugged and said, would you like to earn 1 million yuan in bounty this way? In an instant, the young man's frustrated expression disappeared. And he said seriously, really? Xia Fan nodded slightly. The young man was excited, and immediately had an expression that showed he was following Fan's lead, how to do it. Xia Fan turned to look at Wang Lan, you got the money right. If you want to continue making money like this, then come over here, a red light flashed. and Wang Lan decisively released Haxorus, letting him carry her to the opposite ring to meet Xia Fan. You go in first. Xia Fan pointed at the open door and said to Wang Lan. Wang Lan did as she was told. Set the rest time to 5 minutes. Xia Fan said to the young man again. The young man did the same. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction. Walked into the room and let the young man follow behind. What's your name after entering the room? Xia Fan started chatting with the young man. My name is Sushama, said the young man, Zushama. Xia Fan looked at the young man's hair and found that he really lived up to his name. He then told him his own name and Wang Lan's name. Sushama asked, how did you manage to be together with 2 people? Or does the rule allow 2 people to be together? The rules don't allow 2 people, I just found a loophole. Xia Fan confessed. As long as she and I enter your room before you, the 2 of us can be free from the rules and no longer be restricted by the trial of the gods' technology. So if you also want to do what we did just now, after defeating Rival, go into his room before Rival and work with him. Sushama nodded in confusion, not knowing whether he understood or not. Xia Fan shook his head, too lazy to explain further. These 2 tools should understand it after watching him operate it a few times. 5 minutes later, Sushama's rest ended and a new round of battle began. Xia Fan let Sushama enter last, and let himself and Wang Lan enter the battlefield before him. Sushama's rival is a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw 3 people opposite him, his reaction was the same as Sushama's before. He immediately reported to the stereoscopic projection what was going on and why there were 3 people opposite him. But the result was naturally no response. Xia Fan asked Sushama to raise the bounty to 1 million, and then asked Wang Lan to join in. They asked the 2 of them to release their Pokémon together and try a 4 versus 2 battle to see if there was still no response. Why don't you just go over and press his surrender button? Sushama frowned just now. Xia Fan brought Mew Teleport to him and forced him to admit defeat. Don't worry, you can't lose. If you 2 both show signs of defeat in a 2-on-1 situation, I will go over and force him to admit defeat. Xia Fan waved his hand, urging the 2 men to release their Pokémon quickly. After a while 6 Pokémon appeared in the venue, 4 of which were from Sushama and Wang Lan. The middle-aged man on the opposite side naturally didn't want to do that, so he took out 2 Pokéballs again, wanting to have a 4v4 fight with Sushama. However, as soon as he threw out his 2 Pokémon, a laser shot out from the battlefield, knocking down his 2 Pokémon instantly, and at the same time, the 3-dimensional projection above issued a warning. Warning: the trial is a 2v2 battle. Please do not send extra Pokémon to participate in the battle. If you do it again, you will be judged as the loser of this battle. The middle-aged man was stunned immediately and started talking nonsense to the 3-dimensional projection. He angrily asked her if she was blind, and whether the 4 Pokémon on the other side were air. Why was she only punishing herself? Lead the battle. If you win, you can get $1 million bounty. Xia Fan said to Sushama and Wang Lan, who were confused by the laser. Sushama and Wang Lan did as they were told. He commanded his Pokémon and had a 4-on-2 battle with the middle-aged man. 2 minutes later, the sound of a stereo projection came from overhead. Contestant Sushama won and received a bounty of 1 million. Please collect the bounty on the tablet and choose whether to continue the challenge. When Sushama heard the voice, he immediately shouted nice excitedly. Xia Fan released Mew and stopped the middle-aged man when he was about to return to the room in a rage. With a smile on his face, he said, "Brother, do you want to earn $1 million bounty this way?" 2 hours later, Xia Fan's army of freeloaders grew from 3 to 36. More and more people know how to exploit the loopholes in Tiantian technology to earn bounties. Just when Xia Fan was leading everyone to use the 37th person to fleece Tiantian technology, the stereoscopic projection finally came up with a new rhetoric. The trial has been going on for 4 hours. Now we will announce the current trial ranking list. This list is based on various data such as the contestants' wins and losses, and the time it took to win as he spoke. A 3D projection list appeared next to the 3D projection of the girl in a suit. At the top of the list is a person named X. The data is 10 wins and 0 losses. And the total battle time is 1 minute and 20 seconds. The second place is a man named Wang Xia, with a record of 15 wins and 1 loss. And the battle time was 45 minutes and 24 seconds. The third place is K Ziking with 15 wins and 2 losses. And the battle time was 46 minutes and 23 seconds. The fourth place is Long Xia with 15 wins and 2 losses. And the battle time was 47 minutes and 22 seconds. The list is very long, but only the top 100 are announced. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows after reading it, wondering if this list was also stuck with a bug because of his disappearance. Although these people took the shortest time and had 10 wins and no losses, it was still a bit strange that they were ahead of those behind them, no matter how many games they win in the future. The first place will still be Minorite. Xia Fan murmured in his heart at this time. Those who followed Xia Fan to get the free stuff were all wondering who this X was, and how he achieved 10 wins and 0 losses in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. They wondered if he had found another bug. Xia Fan just laughed it off after hearing it. When the door opens, take them to start a new round of wool pulling. 2 more hours passed like this. Xia Fan's army of wool-pulling soldiers grew from 36 to 71. There is barely enough room to stand in one room. Moreover, strange noises began to be heard in the room. More and more people felt that they had found a loophole, so they wanted to form teams of 2. They did not want to follow Xia Fan's instructions and lead a group of people to divide up the small 1 million. They wanted to share 1 million between the 2 of them. Even Wang Lan and Su Shama, who were with Xia Fan at the beginning, were thinking about leaving Xia Fan, and the 2 of them teamed up to take advantage of Tiantian technology. Xia Fan responded by watching them quietly, and just when their surprised noises were at their loudest, he took out the Poké Ball, a flash of red light. Mew makes a grand entrance, Zio Huan hypnosis. Xia Fan said lightly, meow. Mew's eyes were covered with white light, enveloping these people with confusion. And then he glanced at them. These people fell into coma. Xia Fan calmly walked up to a man, took out a mobile phone from his pocket, checked the balance on the phone and found that there was 2 million. However, if you need to transfer money, you will need a payment password. Give all of them another nightmare. Xia Fan looked at Mew. Good master, Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Then the white light in its eyes became even brighter, and everyone in the room fell into a coma with cold sweats pouring down their faces, the nightmare making them terrified. A minute later, Xia Fan asked Mew to wake them up again. After opening their eyes, these people looked at Xia Fan in horror, as if they were looking at a devil. Everyone, I'm not an unreasonable person. You learned from me that there was a loophole in Tiantian Technology's training. And because of this, you were able to make a lot of money from Tiantian Technology in the past few hours. Xia Fan sat at a table, crossed his legs, and spoke to them in a rude manner. Since you want to separate from me, of course you can. I have no problem with that. Buda's the discoverer of the bug. I should get some of the rewards I deserve from you. How about this? Transfer all the money in your phone to me now. After that, I will let you form a team to get the benefits. I will never hinder you, but if you don't want to accept it. Xia Fan pointed at Mew, who was sitting on his shoulder. I will let Mew give you hypnosis again and make you experience a nightmare while you sleep. These people looked at each other, as if they were hesitating. After a while, a brave man stood up and said, everyone only has 1 Mew. There are more than 70 of us here. If we release all the Pokémon, he won't be able to stop us. Before he finished speaking, Xia Fan took out 5 more Poké Balls and threw them out. 5 red lights flashed by, legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh and Tay, Raikou, Rajirakand, Little Lugia. All made their appearances one by one. The brave ones shut up, and no one dared to stand up and speak again. With silent expressions and heads down, they stood up one after another respectfully to transfer money to Xia Fan. Half an hour later, all transfers were completed. Xia Fan waved his hand and asked Mew to use hypnosis again. But this time he did not let Mew connect to the nightmare after hypnosis, but erased their memory, deleting all their information about Mew Ho-Oh and his own existence, leaving only the information about the bug. According to his original plan, he would wait until there were 100 people in the room, and then let these people act separately to disrupt the trial of Tiantian technology. But now these people are so anxious, so he has no choice but to collect the money first. After Mew deleted his memory, Xia Fan took Mew out of the door that had already been opened. On the opposite ring, there was a young man who had been waiting for a long time. But Rival never showed up when he saw Xia Fan coming out. He scolded Xia Fan for dawdling in the room. But the next second, after Mew brought Xia Fan a teleport to his side, he immediately stopped swearing. All I can do is swallow my saliva. Brother, do you want to earn $1 million in bounty? Modified began to wake up one by one. They casually picked up the phone in their hands and took a look. When they found that the balance was 0, they became furious. He looked around at the other people who had woken up and started fighting without saying a word. They all questioned whether the other party had robbed the money while they were unconscious. But when they saw that the other party also had 0 balance, the agitated rage immediately calmed down. Think about what happened. They looked at the other people in the room and felt a splitting headache. The only thing I remember about coming to this trial is that I know how to use bugs to earn bounties. And nothing else just like that. They started to form teams of 2, scrambling to rush out of the room when the door opened again, releasing their Pokémon like wolves and tigers to take themselves to the opposite arena. After the 2 of them worked together to force the opposite trainer to admit defeat, they pulled the opposite trainer into the room and began their own journey of fleecing the Pokémon. As the chain reaction caused by their actions began to make more and more players aware of the existence of the bug, it spread rapidly like a network virus. And the more people know about it, the faster it spreads. After just 24 hours, almost all players knew about the existence of the bug. And as a result, everyone who thought they were not strong enough to make it to the end took up the banner of taking advantage of the bug. As a result, the entire trial fell into a paralyzed contest condition with no one able to fight. Because after the door is opened, the arena opposite is mostly empty. Tiantian technology did not respond to this. After the entire trial had lasted for a day, the trial list was released again. The anonymous X is still at the top of the list with 10 wins, 0 losses and a time of 1 minute and 20 seconds. The second place is still the one named Wang Xia. With 154 wins and 2 losses, and the battle time was 8 hours, 12 minutes and 31 seconds. According to common sense, anyone with a normal brain should know that X, who was ranked first, must have had a bug. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out by Wang Xia, who was ranked second, but because of this bug card, Wang Xia couldn't climb up no matter how many wins he had. After the ranking list was announced, the 3D projection began a countdown to the ranking list. After another 24 hours, whoever had the most wins would be the final winner of this trial. Get the Dragon-type and Psychic-type legendary Pokémon Latios, plus a Master Ball and the capture coordinates for another legendary Pokémon. Latia's in an unknown room when the news was announced. A young man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood when he looked at the 3D projection. The person who angrily cursed Tiantian technology had gone to SI. The top-ranked player on the list had obviously found a bug and exploited a loophole. It was hard for him to understand why such a person was not kicked out. In another unknown rooms, Xia Fan looked up in astonishment at the 3-dimensional projection above his head. For the first time, I feel that Tiantian technology is a bit pleasing to the eye. It turns out that having a hole in your brain does have some benefits. At this time, Xia Fan was the only one in the room. He had told everyone who saw him how to make money by exploiting bugs. I felt that there was nothing left to do, so I stayed in my room alone and rested. But I didn't expect to get such a pleasant surprise. Just like that, Xia Fan released all the Pokémon and ate and drank in the room. Since he doesn't have to do anything and can get Latios just by lying down. Why should he do anything? He should just rest. As for the food in the room, they are creatures created out of thin air by Tiantian technology. So there is no need to worry about eating them all. In this way, Xia Fan spent the day in the room. A day later, a sound came from the stereoscopic projection, announcing the final ranking of the leaderboard. The list is the same as yesterday, with Mysterious Man X still at the top with a record of 10 wins and 0 losses, and a time of 1 minute and 20 seconds. The second place Wang Xiao ranks second with 215 wins and 2 losses. Congratulations to Player X for winning the final victory. At the same time, because he chose the bounty mode and made it to the end in the bounty mode, he will get Latios and Master Ball, as well as the capture information of Latios, and will also get the capture information of another legendary Pokémon. Now Player X, please show your mobile phone in the room. Our company will distribute the prize to you after scanning it. The sound of the stereo projection echoed in all the rooms. The top 100 contestants on this list. Please show your mobile phones in the room. After our company scans them, we will also distribute bounty rewards to each of you. When Xia Fan heard the news, he took out his mobile phone and showed it to the stereoscopic projection. A few seconds later, a blue light swept across the room. Then a beam of red light shot out from above his head. Please enter the red column to claim your prize. Said the 3D projection. Xia Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this sudden red beam of light for some reason. Who was fearless? Suddenly started to feel a little nervous about this unknown red beam of light. He couldn't help but imagine if this was a trap set by God's technology to scare him, and that they would attack him once he entered. Please enter the red column to claim your prize. The 3D projection waited for 5 seconds and spoke again. Xia Fan frowned slightly when he heard this, and had an ideological struggle in his mind. If Tiantian technology sent Latios out of the red column directly, he would not be afraid at all. But now he was suddenly asked to walk into a strange-looking red light, and he was really a little panicked. Xia Fan struggled mentally for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the red beam of light suddenly became brighter and instantly enveloped Xia Fan. After feeling dizzy for a while, Xia Fan opened his eyes again. He came to a strange room, and Ho-Oh and Mew were also brought here by the red light. Looking around, Xia Fan saw a woman, the beautiful woman in a suit in the stereoscopic projection. But at this moment, she really exists. Standing quietly beside a platform, he looked at Xia Fan with a smile, without even glancing at Ho-Oh and Mew. There are 2 Pokéballs, a mobile phone and a blueprint on the platform. Xia Fan frowned and walked over. Just as he was about to ask about Tiantian technology, the woman took a Pokéball from the table before him, bent down respectfully and gave it to Xia Fan. Mr. X, this ball contains your prize Latios. Xia Fan took the Pokéball, pressed the switch, and a red light flashed. A blue, jet-like Pokémon with a streamlined body flashed out. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction, and then wanted to ask about Tiantian technology again. But the woman interrupted him by taking out another Pokéball just as he was about to speak. MRX, this ball is your Master Ball, please keep it. Xia Fan smacked his lips, took the Master Ball and crossed his arms over his chest, with an expression that said, "You finish speaking first. Then I will speak." The woman's expression was not embarrassed, and she picked up the phone on the table and said, "Mr. X. This phone contains the coordinates of Latios in various regions. Once you capture the Latios in your region, the coordinates of Latios in other regions will disappear." Xia Fan took the phone and nodded. He knew that there was more than one Latios. This map records the future appearance locations of Psychic-type and Grass-type Pokémon Celebi. The woman finally picked up the map. Where will Celebi appear in the future? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, very surprised. He had originally planned to give up on this Pokémon, if not for anything else, just because of its habit of traveling between places and time. He knew it was a rare group to come across. But now he was told that this place could actually know where he would appear in the future. Xia Fan took the map, which said that Celebi would appear in Petalburg Woods in the Hone region on September 15th. So if he wanted to catch him, he could only do so on that day. Putting the map away, Xia Fan also made a firm mental note of the date and location. The rewards have been distributed. Please go through the door behind you and leave, Mr. X, the woman said. Xia Fan, who had just put the map away, frowned slightly. He hadn't asked about other important things yet. So how could he just leave? He looked back and found that a door had appeared behind him. Tell me, why can't players quit the game? Xia Fan asked. The woman didn't respond and just stood there like a robot. Xia Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to be dumb with him, right? If he still can't get some useful clues about Tiantian technology after coming here, then he's a man without martial ethics. Should be dismissed. I'm telling you, don't push me. I can do anything when I get angry, Xia Fan said viciously. The woman still didn't respond. I see that you can't touch hell, so you can't feel what despair is. Xia Fan turned around and called Mu Zio Huan. Give her a hypnosis and then a nightmare. Let her fall into the cycle of nightmares and experience separation. Separation from her wife and children, death of both parents. An early death of her children, in short. Let her experience anything that can make people despair and want to die. When saying this, Xia Fan stared at the woman's face, trying to read the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. But alas, there is still nothing. It can't be a robot. Xia Fan muttered in his heart, he has said this much. Anyone would have some emotional fluctuations. At this time, Mu has begun to cast hypnosis. But what was surprising was that when hypnosis was about to hypnotize the woman, a light shield emerged and protected the woman. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan's brows immediately twisted into a rope. This light shield looked like the skill Protect. He quickly asked Mu to use the psychic skill Future Sight again, because Future Sight cannot be blocked by Protect. But after a few seconds, Xia Fan started to get a little messy. Future Sight was actually useless against this light shield, which meant that the light shield was not the Protect he had guessed. Player X, please go through the door behind you and leave. The woman spoke again, just wait for me. Xia Fan pursed his lips, and then ordered Ho-Oh and Reiku and Te Registeel to attack the light shield. However, whether it was Sacred Fire Thunderer or a Sphere, the attacks of the 6 Pokémon hit the light shield, but there was still no reaction. It was not until 20 minutes later, when Xia Fan was about to give up, that cracks finally appeared in the light shield. The crack spread outward like a spider web, and for some reason, the room suddenly began to shake. It's like it's about to collapse, Xia Fan frowned, looked back at the door behind him, and then looked at the woman again. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. After the light shield was completely shattered, he reached in and grabbed the woman's arm. Want to take it with you, however. When he touched the woman's hand, he shivered violently at first because of a coldness that almost froze his soul off. Then, the woman looked at him pleadingly as if she had finally come back to life. His mouth was slightly open, and although he was able to make some sound, Xia Fan was able to read out the 2 simplest words from his mouth shape. Help me save you. Xia Fan was stunned, not understanding why the woman would say that. He wanted to ask further questions, but the next second the world in front of him was suddenly shrouded in darkness. When I came to my senses, I was back to the beach before entering the giant pillar. From a distance, you can still see a huge pillar standing in the middle of the sea. However, the sea elevators that received the trainers disappeared. Xia Fan recalled in his mind what the woman had just said. However, he didn't think long before the screams of the humans on the beach disrupted his thoughts. He looked around and realized that Ho-Oh and Mu were still left outside. Then he put Ho-Oh and the others back into the piquet ball, leaving only Mu and hiding him in an empty forest. Xia Fan kept thinking about the 2 words the woman had lip-synced. However, he really couldn't deduce what Tiantian technology had done or what had happened based on just 2 words. In the end, Xia Fan, whose brain cells were almost drained, could only bury this question in his heart temporarily and wait to solve it later. He pulled out Lacio's Pokéball from his backpack. He now has 7 Pokémon stored on him. If he puts Mew into the ball again, Latios will be teleported away to Professor Utsugi in New Bark Town, Chengdu region. This is not only true for him but also for other players. As long as there are 6 Pokéballs filled with Pokémon, the 7th one will be sent away. He used his cell phone to contact Liang Kang, whom he appointed as the person in charge of the Guangdong region of the Pantheon, and decided to send the Registeel over to him and lend it to him. Half an hour later, Xia Fan took Mew to teleport Registeel over. Then he returned to the deserted jungle and released Latios. He stepped on the Pokéball that originally contained Latios and crushed it. Just when Latios was surprised and thought that he was free again, Xia Fan took out a new Pokéball and put it into the ball. The reason is simple. It's just that his system only recognizes Pokémon that have been captured by the Pokéball that he has touched. It does not recognize Pokémon that have been given as gifts. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Latios. Please select one of the skills as your skill. After catching another Pokéball, Xia Fan heard a system notification sound in his mind. Dragon-type and Psychic-type legendary Pokémon, Latios. Gender male ability float from the ground, thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Carrying things none skills are as follows. Help partner. The Pokémon that is helped will have its moves more powerful than usual, with the power increased by 50%. Heal block after using this move. The player will not be able to recover health through moves. Abilities items carried for a period of time. Dragon Dance, perform a mysterious and powerful dance. This will increase your attack and speed. Stored power, use stored power to attack rival. The more your ability is improved, the more powerful it will be. Refresh, let your body rest and heal the poison paralysis and burns on your bodies. Power split, use Psychic to add your and rival's attacks and special attacks together. Then divide them equally. Dragon Pulse sends a shock wave from its big mouth to attack rival. Psycho Shift, use Psychic to give suggestions, so as to transfer the status condition you are subject to rival. Latios has many skills, most of which are auxiliary skills. Xia Fan's eyes light up when he sees them and he really wants them. For example, he'll block after using it. The enemy's healing will be useless or Psycho Shift. Any bad status conditions can be transferred to the other side, such as Paralysis burns Frostbite. However, Xia Fan watched it for a long time and felt that the power split skill seemed to be the most survivable one. Adding up the attacks and special attacks of myself and rival, I can split them equally. If I think about it, it's not a loss for me. His attack and special attack are definitely not as high as Pokémon's. For example, if his attack value is 10 and rival's is 100. He makes a profit while rival loses a lot. Thinking of this, Xia Fan made a decision. System. I choose Lacio's skill power split after a while. The skill column in Xia Fan's mind added the skill column of power split after Psych Up. He nodded in satisfaction, released Reiku, and used power split on it, letting it fight against his body and skills. The result was as he expected. Reiku became weaker and he became stronger. Master, where are we going now? Mew asked Xia Fan. After Xia Fan finished testing his skills, Mew called Xia Fan out of boredom. Xia Fan looked up at the sky. It was almost evening. He turned his head and looked at the huge pillar in the middle of the sea that pierced the clouds. After thinking for a while, I decided to go and take another look. After half an hour, soaring in the sky was completely dark, and Xia Fan released all the Pokémon to see if they could break the giant pillar. But the result was that there was no damage at all. Ho-Oh and the others attacked for more than an hour but to no avail. Helplessly, Xia Fan could only give up this place temporarily. Pick up the map to capture Celebi and the cell phone to capture Latios that the woman gave her before. After checking the time, today's date is June 15th, which is exactly 3 months before Celebi appears in the Changhua forest in the Hone region. I looked at the map of Latios in the Hone region again. which showed that Laisha's was in the sea near Pacifidlog town. Xia Fan then jumped from Ho-Oh's back to Laishio's back and asked it to carry him to Pacifidlog town. While on the way to Pacifidlog town, Xia Fan's cell phone rang with calls from Long Xiao and Qi Ziking, who said that their work had been completed and asked where Xia Fan was. Xia Fan made up a random idea of a tourist destination and asked them to wait there. After all, these two participated in the trial. If they saw that they had Laishio's, anyone with a normal brain would guess that he was the mysterious person X who had caused the bug. It took Xia Fan 3 hours to rush to the sea near Pacifidlog town, according to her cell phone. And she saw Laisha's playing with Sfeel on a small island. Laisha's looks very similar to Laishio's. Both have streamlined bodies and jet-like wings. The only and biggest difference is that Laisha's body color is basically red. When Xia Fan appeared in front of Laisha's sitting on Laishio's, it came over excitedly but not to Xia Fan but to Laishio's. Like a charmed sister seeing her brother. Growl was soft and sticky, which made people's hearts warm. Xia Fan was not the kind of person who would disrupt other siblings' reunions. So he just sat quietly on Laishio's back and acted as a light bulb. This Laisha's is this Laishio's sister. He had learned this from Laishio's telepathy before he arrived here. Because Laishio's described to him how he was caught a week ago. It and its sister Laisha's flew here from Sinnoh region for a visit. They were having fun, but suddenly a woman appeared floating above their heads. He took out a piquet ball and caught it before it could react. It was not until the emergence of Xia Fan that it was able to reappear. The brother and sister talked about their relationship for 10 minutes. Only then did Sister Laisha's realize that there was a human sitting on her brother's back. It asked its brother in confusion who this human was. Laishio's looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond for a moment. You can't tell your sister that this is its owner and you are here to bring him to catch you. That's just an asshole issue. Xia Fan saw Laishio's hesitant expression as a master. He felt that he should take action to prevent the brother and sister from loving and hating each other. Thinking of this, he decisively took out a piquet ball and threw it over while Laishio's was distracted. There was a flash of red light and Laishio's grabbed it. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Laishio's. Please select one from the skills as your skill. A system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Dragon-type and Psychic-type legendary Pokémon, Laishio's. Reflect type, reflect rival's attribute and change yourself to the same attribute. Skills are as follows. News about the legendary super ancient Pokémon Groudon. Gender female if you don't want to leave me. I can put you back into the piquet ball now. The next chapter begins with the story of Groudon Kyogre. Xia Fan smiled but was not angry, however. Although I let you play freely outside. If I contact you through the spiritual shared world, you must respond to me and act according to my instructions. Do you understand, really, master? Carrying things, none. Ability float from the ground. Thus not being attacked by ground-type moves. Psywave launches a magical telekinetic attack at rival. The damage changes each time it is used. What I mean is that you two don't have to follow me around anymore. You can go wherever you want in the future. I will just be your nominal master. After successfully selecting the skill, Xia Fan released Laishio's from the piquet ball and then jumped off Laishio's back. The author has something to say. Xia Fan shrugged, looking indescribably free and easy. Laishio's was stunned when he heard this, and didn't understand why Xia Fan said that. Xia Fan looked at it for a while and finally chose Guard Split, which was paired with Laishio's Power Split. He lived like this for another month. And finally, the members of the Temple of the Gods brought him a piece of news. Laishio's nodded charm stare at rival adorably, causing him to be careless, thus greatly reducing his attack. He continued his decadent life of waiting for news about the divine beast. Upon hearing this, the two little cuties quickly shook their heads and took a step back. Dragon Breath blows a strong breath towards rival to attack. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition, with a 30% chance. Laishio's skills are not much different from Laishio's. Guard split, use psychic to add your own and rival's defense and special defense. And then divide them equally. Mist ball attacks with a ball surrounded by mist-like feathers. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special attack with a probability of 50%. Xia Fan couldn't help but grumble in his heart as he watched them leave. If it weren't for the fact that Leisha's would have been overloaded with Pokémon. He really didn't want to let these two little cuties live just like that. Leishio's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Help, partner. The Pokémon that is helped will have its moves more powerful than usual. With the power increased by 50%. Xia Fan went to Rustboro City to meet Long Zio and Qi Ziking. Xia Fan said, "You two brothers and sisters are free now. And you don't have to worry about being captured by others in the future." A few minutes later, the two little cuties said goodbye to Xia Fan, Groudon. "Have you found the exact place where Groudon is sleeping?" Xia Fan was lying on the beach basking in the sun. When she heard Qi Ziking say the three words, Groudon, she immediately sat up from the blanket. "Not really. I just got the news about the red orb which is necessary to capture Groudon." Qi Ziking stood respectfully beside Xia Fan in a swimsuit. "Red orb," Xia Fan murmured, if he remembered correctly. This orb was the one used to awaken Groudon and enable him to enter the primal reversion contest condition. So what's this news about the red orb? A member lurking in the lava team sent a message saying that the red orb is at the God-sending volcano, west of Lilikove City. Now the lava team is heading there to seize it. Qi Ziking said, "Malta team," Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, remembering that this was the insane organization that was keen on capturing Groudon and trying to conquer the world with Groudon's power. In the end, Groudon ignored them and almost stepped on him to death. "Yes, lava team." Qi Ziking thought Xia Fan didn't hear clearly, so she repeated it after she finished speaking. Her cell phone suddenly rang again. She picked it up and took a look. Her eyes lit up and she said again, "Master Walker. The undercover agent lurking in Team Aqua has also sent news. Team Aqua seems to be preparing to go to the volcano. From what their boss said to the members, it seems that the volcano not only has the red orb, but also the blue orb that awakens Kyogre, blue orb." Xia Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes began to shine. This thing seemed to be necessary to awaken Kyogre, a super ancient Pokémon that was opposed to Groudon. And it was also a treasure that allowed it to enter primal reversion. Thinking of this, Xia Fan stood up from the blanket. "Let's pack up and go send the god volcano off. I haven't been in action for so long that my muscles and bones are starting to rust." He brushed the sand off his body, hummed a song and left happily. Xia Fan's brows immediately furrowed, FKU. An hour later, they came to a high mountain that stood on the sea but was shrouded in thick fog. I don't think these two would dare to scare him on purpose. After hearing this explanation, Xia Fan could only scratch his head in embarrassment. He apologized to Ho-Oh with a taut look on his face and flew to the foot of the mountain. Arriving at the foot of the mountain and entering through a cave, Xia Fan's eyes first went dark and then there was a burst of noise. As if he had come to an old and forgotten world. In short, use whatever skills you have. Just as Xia Fan was about to let Mew lead them to break in, Ho-Oh stopped them. Long Zio was a little panicked. He looked around with trembling body and leaned towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan rolled his eyes when he saw him like that and said, "Are you afraid of a jerk?" As there are more and more legendary Pokémon around him, his style of doing things has become more and more reckless. The cold wind was sudden and felt like being pricked by countless needles. Isn't this a typical cemetery built by humans? No one would like to adopt a Delcatty as their lover except humans. It wasn't until an undercover agent lurking in Team Aqua sent them the coordinates that they knew exactly where it was. It was like seeing a ghost a day later. Xia Fan brought Long Zio and Qi Ziking to an abandoned harbor in the suburbs of Lilikove City. After saying that, Xia Fan suddenly remembered that this person seemed to have suffered a serious injury in that place. So he shut up and pulled Long Zio behind him, leading him and Qi Ziking to a tombstone closest to them. On the tombstone hung a photo of Delcatty. and below it was written, "My beloved daughter Yaya." Since the place called the God-sending volcano was a bit remote, they flew in the air for a long time but couldn't find it. Xia Fan slowly turned his head and saw a woman with blood coming out of all 7 orifices and disheveled hair staring at him. Xia Fan turned around and prepared to let Long Xiao come forward to take a closer look. Gurgle, the woman let out a creepy laugh. She has no body, only a head. I, Xia, don't care whether you are a human or a ghost. I will destroy you today, tilde as a result. What he saw was Long Xiao and Qi Ziking looking at the top of their heads, swallowing their saliva and sweating profusely. As soon as Xia Fan saw this, he immediately understood what place this was. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew across Xia Fan's neck. Xia Fan's hair stood on end immediately, and the next second, Xia Fan's heart suddenly stopped beating. And looking at that face, he couldn't help swallowing wildly. Xia Fan suddenly punched out. Sacred fire burst out of his mouth. Extrasensory exploded in his brain, and the skill Protect emerged from his body. They wanted to land from the thick fog, but a mysterious force separated them. The first thing you see is a row of white tombstones, which is very creepy. And from time to time, there would be a heart-pounding cold wind. It is said that mountains like these that are separated by mysterious forces generally have a long history, and breaking in directly would be disrespectful to the place. So Xia Fan was allowed to enter through the main gate, doing what a cultured and polite person should do, The flames were blazing and the woman fell to the ground. Suddenly, the woman's head turned into a Pokémon in Xia Fan's eyes. Ghost-type Pokémon Haunter. The guy was burned by the sacred fire and wailed continuously. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he passed through the ground and disappeared. Xia Fan exhaled, covered his heart with his right hand and rubbed it wildly. Damn, I almost scared him to death just now. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and blew a blast of fire at the ghost, revealing its true form while feeling relieved. Xia Fan suddenly realized something and looked back. Long Xiao and Qi Ziking looked at him in shock. Long Xiao hesitated and said, "Master Walking, you just..." "I was accidentally exposed." Xia Fan sighed and snapped his fingers. "Xiao Huan, do it." 3 seconds later, Long Xiao and Qi Ziking fell to the ground, and Mew was giving them amnesiacs. "Xiao Huan, wait for me here, I'll go in and take a look first," Xia Fan said as he threw out 2 Poké balls. 2 red lights flashed, and Entei and Reiku emerged from them. The presence of Haunter meant that this place was the territory of ghost Pokémon, so he released 2 legendary Pokémon to keep them around for peace of mind, in case some ghost creature suddenly ran out and scared him to death. "Okay, Master." Mew nodded and continued to erase the memories of Long Xiao and Qi Ziking. Xia Fan sat on Entei's back, and the man and the 2 beasts walked quietly into the depths of this silent place. Every time Xia Fan passed by a tombstone, he would glance at the photos and inscriptions on it. They are basically the same as the first Delcati tombstone we saw. After walking for 5 minutes, Xia Fan saw a figure in the distance from the back. It seemed to be a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders. She stopped in front of a tombstone. Could it be the Haunter again? Xia Fan muttered to himself, thinking of the scene where the Haunter turned into a female ghost floating above his head. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan patted Entei on the back and asked him to take him over. "Hello," when he was still 10 feet away from the woman. Xia Fan started shouting. The woman turned around and saw a very innocent-looking girl with tears in her eyes. She looked at Xia Fan pitifully. "Hello." "Hello, do you know where this is?" Xia Fan asked hesitantly, glancing at the tombstone behind the woman, on which hung a photo of Azumarill. "Aren't you here to pay tribute to the souls of dead Pokémon?" The girl wiped her tears. "Commemorate the dead souls of Pokémon." Xia Fan frowned slightly. Then he saw the girl shouting towards the tombstone Xiaolu. "Come out and say hello." 2 seconds later, the girl pointed at a ball of air beside her and said to Xia Fan, "This is my Azumarill. He died of illness 2 years ago because I didn't take good care of him. But fortunately, I can come here to see him often. Xia Fan looked at the girl in horror. Is he blind or is the girl blind? Why can't he see anything? At that moment, Xia Fan's pupils shrank slightly, suppressing the disbelief in his eyes. Because he saw no shadow behind the girl, Xia Fan quickly turned around to look behind him and found that he and Entei Reiku were still there. He exhaled. In that case, Xia Fan looked at the girl again. I can't help but want to order Entei and Reiku to use sacred fire and thunderbolt on her to test whether it was the haunter or she was a ghost. Are you here to pay tribute to Pokémon? The girl asked again. Xia Fan looked the girl up and down, and suddenly realized that the girl didn't seem to be surprised at all that Entei and Reiku were here. As if she didn't see them at all. Yes. I'm here to pay tribute to a naughty and stubborn Pokémon. That Pokémon is called Haunter. Do you know where it is? Xia Fan smacked his lips, said no more, patted Entei on the back and continued walking forward. However, when he turned around, Xia Fan was still determined to let Reiku test whether it was a human, a ghost, or a Pokémon. So he let him release Thunder Wave at the middle-aged man. A dazzling thunder wave burst out from Reiku's body and attacked the middle-aged man. At this time, Xia Fan began to feel like he had arrived at a tower. Then can you help me find it? Xia Fan asked again. When he got within 3 or 4 meters, Xia Fan could see clearly that it was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit. He was standing in front of a stone tablet with a photo of Zigzagoon hanging on it. Looking nostalgic on the road ahead, they encountered several more figures, who were also looking at the tombstones with nostalgic expressions, remembering their deceased Pokémon. But Xia Fan did not disturb them anymore, and instead asked Entei and Reiku to quicken their pace and move forward. Sizzle tilde. Unfortunately, the result was contrary to his expectations. He didn't see anything in the girl's eyes, and even when he said the word haunter, he didn't show much emotion. He just said with regret, then you have to look carefully, because many Pokémon souls live here. Xia Fan quickly asked Entei Reiku to take him forward. Is it really a ghost? When I walked out of the stairs and reached the 2nd floor, the world in front of me was much hazier and darker than before. If I could see a distance of dozens of meters at a glance just now, here it was only 5 or 6 meters at most. Oh my god, is this a real ghost or a Pokémon? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Hello, are you here to pay tribute to your Pokémon as well? The middle-aged man turned around and, like a talkative person, took the initiative to start a conversation with Xia Fan. Keep moving forward. Looking down at Azumarill's tombstone again, Xia Fan patted Entei on the back and asked him to lead him forward. After a while, he vaguely felt that there seemed to be another figure standing in the distance. Sudden and strange, as soon as she finished speaking, the girl disappeared in front of Xia Fan in the blink of an eye. Entei and Reiku led him up. Wait a minute. But just when they saw a staircase again, while moving forward, Entei suddenly seemed to have stepped on empty air. The two guys suddenly went dark, and when they came to their senses, they were suddenly back to the 1st floor staring at Mew. Hello, Xia Fan greeted. Xia Fan's scalp suddenly went numb when he saw it. The girl shook her head apologetically. I'm sorry. I should go back, no, otherwise my parents will be worried. Xia Fan calmly began to talk nonsense, his eyes fixed on the girl. The thunder wave passed through the middle-aged man's body without causing any damage. Xia Fan nodded. I'm here to pay tribute to a haunter. I don't know where its tombstone is. I'm looking for it now. Have you seen it? With doubts, Xia Fan continued to let Entei and Reiku move forward. The author has something to say. It seems that Haunter's disappearance just now was not so decisive. If this was a ghost-type Pokémon, it would be impossible to penetrate it. The middle-aged man shook his head. There are many tombstones here. I don't know where your Haunter rests. I found my Zigzagoon's resting place by relying on my longing. If you didn't find it, maybe your longing is not enough. After walking for about another 5 minutes, he saw a staircase. F***K, what's going on? Xia Fan raised his head and looked up as if he had seen a ghost. How could he be walking and inexplicably return to Earl Dervish's place? Where is Reiku looking around? Xia Fan found that only he and Entei came down. But Reiku did not. He quickly entered the spirit shared world to contact Reiku. After some communication, Reiku said that he was still upstairs. After seeing Entei and he suddenly disappeared. He didn't dare to walk around and chose to wait where he was. Master, why are you back? After Xia Fan and Reiku finished their conversation, Mew asked Xia Fan puzzledly. Xia Fan shrugged. He also wanted to know what was going on up there and how he could fall down. He glanced down at Long Zio and Qi Ziking and found that they were still sleeping. Zio Huan, fly up and see if you can meet Reiku. Xia Fan said. Mew nodded and floated away. After a while, it reached the top, as if something invisible was blocking it. Use teleport, Zio Huan. Xia Fan said to Mew through the mental shared world. Mew did as he was told and disappeared from Xia Fan's sight the next second. How is it did you meet Reiku? Xia Fan asked in the spiritual shared world. If Mew managed to get through, it means that he has most likely reached the second floor. Yeah, Mew responded through the shared spiritual world. And his voice sounded a little awkward. It's just that Reiku and I didn't bump into each other. My teleport just happened to bump into that place. And now Reiku is lying on the ground and screaming. That place, which place? Xia Fan frowned, not quite understanding what it meant. After 2 seconds, Xia Fan combined it with the imaginary scene of Reiku lying on the ground and wailing. And his expression gradually became strange. Got it. Zio Huan, come down and pick us up. Xia Fan said, taking his cell phone out of his pocket. 2 seconds later, Mew appeared in Xia Fan's sight again. He flew to Xia Fan's side. But just as he was about to take Xia Fan and Entei away, he heard a woman's voice in his ear. Mr. Walking. Xia Fan turned her head and saw Qizai smelling salts. She was holding her head with her hands and looked like she had a headache. Master Walking, why did I faint here? Qizai asked Xia Fan puzzledly. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, and then asked in surprise, have you forgotten? Weren't you and Long Zio scared to death by a female ghost transformed by a haunter? Frightened, fainted by a female ghost. Qizai scratched her head, feeling that her memory was a little fuzzy. But it seemed vaguely that a female ghost appeared in her memory. And that image was indeed very creepy. What happens next? Qizai asked again. Then where are you going now, my Lord Walkers? Can I go with you? Qizai looked at Mew and Entei, who were floating up by Mew using confusion. As soon as Xia Fan arrived at the second floor, he saw Reiku lying on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Xia Fan smacked his lips and put Reiku into the ball, then glanced at Entei and immediately put it back, letting this honest man who loved to tell the truth comfort Reiku. Xia Fan bit her lower lip lightly and let Mew lead her to catch up with the souls of those Pokémon. When Zio Huan heard this, he held his head high and proudly accepted the credit, with an expression that said, yes, it's me. And from time to time, there would be a very uncomfortable sound, like fingertips sliding on a blackboard on this level. The haziness was gone, it was as clear as the first level. Xia Fan saw at a glance a huge white Pokémon sitting on the ground. It took a Pokémon's soul in its left hand and put it into its mouth, and took a Pokémon's soul in its right hand and put it into its mouth. It was indeed easy for Mew to kill a female ghost transformed by Haunter. Reiku glared at Xia Fan, and a telepathic voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. No. Just put me in the ball, but laters. Just like the Pikachu and Poochyena before. They ran out of the cemetery, but the girl is the owner. Didn't notice it because she missed him too much otherwise. Why was it that when she called Azumarill out, only she could see it and she didn't see anything? Following those Pokémon, Xia Fan and Mew soon saw a staircase, and Pikachu and Poochyena both ran up the stairs. Qizai picked up the phone and shook his head after a while, indicating that he could not be contacted. Could it be that there really is a soul of Azumarill sleeping under that tombstone? Are you okay? Xia Fan squatted down. Do you need me to ask Master Ho-Oh or Senior Mew to treat you? It ran towards one place with lifeless eyes. What is that? Xia Fan suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of his eye while looking around on the third floor. 6 seconds later, he appeared on the sixth floor. Back to the topic, Xia Fan looked at Mew and said, Zio Huan. Take me and fly up again. Xia Fan and the others followed. The female ghost at the back was slapped to death by Mew. Xia Fan directly attributed the credit to Mew. Xia Fan thought of the girl who came to pay tribute to Azumarill. Then, a Poochyena ran out from under a tombstone next to Xia Fan. Like the Pikachu just now, it ran towards a place with lifeless eyes. The fourth floor is even more hazy and dark than the third. In the blink of an Icy arrived at the third floors, which was much darker and hazier than the second floor. They could only barely see 1 meter around them. Mew nodded, and then took Xia Fan to the invisible barrier on the second level for teleport. What a pity I'm still too late. Xia Fan felt a pity in his heart. He was even planning to come up and record the scene of Reiku wailing and rolling, and play it for it to watch next time it bit him. It's a Pikachu. The things were blurry and difficult to see clearly. So Xia Fan quickly pointed Mew in a direction, just like that. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan appeared on the 5th floor. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan couldn't help but frown, because this Pikachu went straight through a stone tablet when passing by it. Mew used confusion to bring Xia Fan teleport to the blurry object. Qi Ziking nodded. Xia Fan did not continue to follow, but let Mew take him directly to the teleport. This place is a bit weird to you, and Long Zio should stay here. Xia Fan waved his hand, but the next second he thought of something and said, By the way, can you still contact the undercover agents hiding in Team Lava and Team Aqua? Ask them how they got out of here. Then let Regice out to keep you company, Xia Fan said, letting Mew take him and Entei teleport to the second floor. White Jengar. Xia Fan's pupils shrank. I recognized this Pokémon as a Jengar of a different color. At this time, this strange-colored Jengar was stuffing cheeks and swallowing the souls of those Pokémon. Just like normal a glutton, he is tireless. This white Jengar looks to be about 3 or 4 meters tall. Much taller than the normal fat Jengar, which is only 1.5 meters tall. And next to this huge Jengar, there are several ordinary Jengars, Haunters and Ghastlies. They stood on one side their positions like a king and pawns, delivering the souls that came running to the white Jengar. They have not yet noticed Xia Fan's arrival. Xia Fan took Mew to find a stone pillar shelter and hid there, wanting to find out what was going on here and why there was a different colored Jengar eating Pokémon's souls. After a while, Xia Fan suddenly saw a Haunter jumping out of the ground not far away from the corner of his eye, covered with burns, flying pitifully towards the white Jengar. Xia Fan frowned slightly, and from the burns on the Haunter's body, he guessed that this was the Haunter that ran out to scare him when he first came here. Zio Huan, you turn invisible and listen to what they are saying, and translate it for me through the shared spiritual world. Xia Fan turned and looked at Mew. Mew nodded, disappeared from Xia Fan's sight in an instant. Silicon Tower. Haunter made a sound that Xia Fan couldn't understand to the white Jengar. Master, it's complaining. Mew immediately translated to Xia Fan through the spiritual shared world. Complain. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes, it called this Jengar boss. It told its boss that a human had injured it and asked the boss to go down and eat the human's soul. What did its boss say? Xia Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the Haunter that was burned by his sacred fire. The little guy is quite good at complaining first. If you don't scare me, will I use force on you? Its boss said, yes, I will retaliate it for you. As soon as Mew finished speaking, Xia Fan saw the white Jengar waving its hand, and the Haunter was actually caught in its palm. Then, it swallowed the Haunter in front of all the younger brothers. Xia Fan was stunned immediately. Is this retaliate? Why did you eat my little brother instead? Before the shock in Xia Fan's heart was over, he saw that the white Jengar seemed to be a little bigger. Then it moved its huge body inexplicably and turned its head to look at the air. Did it see Mew? Xia Fan guessed. As soon as this thought came to mind, I saw the white Jenger's eyes were covered by a haze. And under its gaze Mew actually appeared. Mew. I didn't expect you to come to my place, it's been a long time. Jenger's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Does it know Xiao Huan? Xia Fan frowned slightly. If it knew Xiao Huan should have told him. But then his heart started beating wildly, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. Why did Jenger's telepathy ring in his mind? And did he know that he was here? Just as the thought came to mind, the temperature beside him suddenly dropped. In the reflection of Xia Fan's pupils, the Jenger reached his hand into the ground. He turned his head instantly and saw a huge fat hand extending from the stone pillar. It touched him with lightning speed. Xia Fan suddenly froze in place, unable to even move as his soul was pulled out of his body. Is this your master? I never thought you would be subdued by a human. The white Jenger extracted Xia Fan's soul and brought it to Mew. I don't even know you let my master go, Mew said angrily. Using Sishok to condense a confusion bomb, you be ****D. Just wait for me, I will make sure you are in trouble later. Xia Fan, who was caught tightly in Jenger's hand. Curse it in his heart, swish, I promise you. Mew agreed decisively. Xia Fan smacked his lips, not knowing who to believe for a moment, as neither of the two guys seemed to be lying. Wow, that's amazing. Xia Fan immediately showed an expression of admiration and worship after hearing this. Do you mean comparable to Groudon and Kyogre? Xia Fan looked at Mew. You are despicable. Mew glared at Jenger. You are using my master as a shield. No, I still remember clearly how your little Mew humiliated me 1,000 years ago. After that incident, I swore that I would rely on my own strength to defeat Pokémon like you who were born with powerful racial talents. There was a hint of rage in the white Jenger's eyes as he looked at Mew. As it said that, the Jenger lifted Xia Fan to its mouth and opened its mouth as big as the abyss normal. He always puts him in his mouth to threaten Mew. Does he really think of him as a piece of trash that can be slaughtered by Solison? The white Jenger snorted twice. Who else could it be but them? In order to be as powerful as them, I came to this volcano for nearly 1,000 years. But every day I secretly absorbed the aura of those two gems to nourish myself. Get out of the way. After the confusion bomb was blocked by Mew, Xia Fan saw Jenger's other hand reaching towards Mew and hurriedly shouted. Jenger laughed again with satisfaction upon hearing this, feeling very happy about being able to hold Mew hostage. Mew, how about a deal? Use your prestige to help me attract those powerful Pokémon. As long as you help me attract 100 Pokémon that have evolved to their final form, I will release your master, otherwise I will eat him. Mew looked confused and rubbed his head foolishly. What did it do to you? Xia Fan asked in confusion. Xiao Huan was not the kind of Pokémon that would humiliate weak Pokémon. Xia Fan was almost scared to death. Its soul contest condition was useless, and it couldn't use the skill Protect to resist. As soon as it finished speaking, Mew threw out the confusion bomb condensed by Sishok. Xia Fan looked at it with a frown on his face. This seemed to be the first ordinary Pokémon that dared to talk to Mew like this. It seemed that it had very strong strength as the basis of its confidence. Don't know, you don't know. Jenger also heard Mew's telepathy and was immediately furious. He quickly put Xia Fan back into his mouth and said, Go catch me 100 powerful Pokémon that have evolved to their final form, or I will eat him right away, nearly 1,000 years. Xia Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that this Jenger had lived for so long. Can you strengthen yourself by devouring the souls of Pokémon? Xia Fan asked, looking at Jenger with a scrutinizing gaze. I'll go right away. Mew disappeared from midair in an instant and went to catch Pokémon to save Fan. Of course you don't know me. You are high up there, respected as a senior by many Pokémon. Unlike us weak Pokémon, we have to practice hard to be qualified to have a place in this world. The voice of the white Jenger made Xia Fan feel a strong sense of jealousy. The white Jenger saw this and directly pushed Xia Fan's soul forward. Of course, the more powerful the souls I devour, the more my power will grow. Jenger was also a frank person, and said with a proud look, I have now devoured the souls of tens of thousands of Pokémon. As long as I devour the souls of 100 final form Pokémon, I will be able to become the most powerful Jengar in history, with strength comparable to those two super ancient Pokémon. You ask it, the white Jengar glared at Mew. Who told you he's your master? Jengar laughed sinisterly like a pervert. If you're not subdued by him, it won't be of much use even if I use him as a shield. When Jengar's giant hand was about to touch Mew, Mew disappeared along with the confusion bomb. Fortunately, Mew was more nervous than him. He quickly used teleport to come in front of him and blocked the confusion bomb with protect. Master, I really don't know how I offended it. I didn't even realize I've seen it for a long time. Mew communicated with Xia Fan through telepathy, and the voice didn't sound fake at this time. The white Jengar crossed his legs, supported his head with one hand, and held Xia Fan's soul with the other hand. Human, you are amazing. You can use the power of our Pokémon and even capture Mew. Tell me, if I eat you, will I become stronger? When it appeared in midair 3 meters away, the confusion bomb hit a giant pillar, causing it to collapse instantly. It was frightened by Jengar's behavior and was afraid that if Jengar let go, Xia Fan would be swallowed. Human, what's your name? You have a lot of weight in Mew. I'm willing to go against my principles for you. After Mew left, the white Jengar asked Xia Fan in surprise. My name is Xia Fan, facing Jengar's question. Xia Fan immediately smiled like a flower, in a flattering manner. The reason why it values me so much is because I can make it stronger. You want to make it stronger, so you use the methods of you human trainers to train it to become stronger. The white Jengar laughed sarcastically after laughing. Its face changed, and its fat body became extremely sinister. Do you think I'm a fool? Can you humans catalyze the growth of Mew's power? Stop flattering yourself. Really, I have divine power. As long as you become my Pokémon, your power will grow infinitely. Xia Fan said seriously, I never lie to you. If you lie to me, I will be struck by lightning every day. And don't you think this is the only possibility that can explain why Mew saved me? After Xia Fan said sorry to Mew in his heart, he began to smear Mew without blushing. Both Mew and us humans are creatures that value profit above all else. If there is nothing that can captivate Mew, do you think I can successfully subdue it, or is Mew, who has never been subdued in your opinion, following me because I am good-looking? White Jengar fell into deep thought upon hearing this and began to think about what Xia Fan said. Of course, that last sentence is automatically filtered out. A minute later, the white Jengar suddenly put Xia Fan into his mouth again. Xia Fan was immediately shocked. What are you doing? This B******D must be mentally ill. Why does he want to eat him without saying a word? I have to eat you to know if you are lying to me. The white Jengar said, I can extract the memories of any soul I eat. But you ate me and proved that I was right, so what? I'm dead and you can't enjoy the divine power. Xia Fan said hurriedly. The white Jengar was stunned. That's right. After saying this, it put Xia Fan down again. Xia Fan exhaled. Just wait for this B******D. I will take revenge on him as soon as I return to my body. Just as he finished cursing in his heart, the white Jengar put it to his mouth for the 4th time and said, I just remembered that even if you have that divine power, what does it have to do with me? I will not be like Mew, who spinelessly became a slave of you humans for power. If you don't want to be my Pokémon, then what do you want to do? Xia Fan said angrily. He could tell that this white Jengar was just teasing him by sending it to his mouth. Besides Mew, what other Pokémon do you have? Since you said that Pokémon that become yours can increase their power infinitely, then you should release those Pokémon for me to eat, or I will let you fall into a nightmare and suffer endlessly. Said the white Jengar, I only have Mew, no other Pokémon. What? Xia Fan was halfway through his words when he saw the white Jengar's eyes covered by haze, which was very scary, I tell you. The consequences of lying to me will be falling into an endless cycle of nightmares. The white Jenger said grimly. Xia Fan swallowed his saliva. Finally knowing how those guys who were scared by him before felt. Really. I'll be struck by lightning if I lie to you. You said I have this kind of divine power. How can I still be interested in other Pokémon? My goal is to collect all the legendary Pokémon. And Mew happens to be the first legendary Pokémon I captured. The reason why I came here is to use my divine power to capture Groudon and Kyogre. The white Jenger laughed derisively. Xia Fan added, don't laugh. I'm just asking you if you want to swallow the souls of Groudon or Kyogre. They should be much stronger than 100 Pokémon that have evolved to their final forms. The white Jenger's laughter suddenly stopped. Xia Fan continued, I believe that one of Swallow and the other two can become a Pokémon stronger than Mew. White Jenger swallowed. It was moved. Can you really do it? White Jenger asked with a gloomy look in his eyes. If you don't let me try, I'll never be able to do it. Xia Fan smiled and said the brave will die of overeating. And the timid will die of starvation. I want to know whether you are brave or timid. The white Jenger stared at Xia Fan without saying a word. Thinking for a while, what are you going to do? Let me return to my body and send me to the top of the volcano. There are two teams fighting for the red and blue orbs. If you want to take them, you have to let me get those two orbs first, Xia Fan said. The white Jenger jumped up upon hearing this and stuck his head into the ceiling. As if looking at something, 10 seconds later it fell down, releasing Xia Fan from his grasp. I warn you, don't play any tricks, your Mew is not here now. And I will be guarding under the volcano. So you'd better not think of using this as an excuse to escape. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will eat you immediately. The white Jenger said coldly. Xia Fan waved his hands and flew into his body. After feeling the real physical sensation, and being able to communicate with Mew again through the spiritual shared world, he smiled and turned around and said directly, F***ku, am I someone you can threaten? As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 Piquet balls were thrown out. Ho-Oh, Entei, Reiku, and Little Lugia all appeared. Come and try eating it again if you dare. Xia Fan flipped over and jumped onto Ho-Oh's back. Holding on tightly, the white Jenger was stunned, looking at the 4 legendary Pokémon that suddenly appeared in front of him. How is this possible? The white Jenger looked at Xia Fan, who was jumping on Ho-Oh's back in disbelief. You lied to me, I'm the one who tricked you. What can you do about it after arriving on Ho-Oh's back? Xia Fan was extremely brave. He stood up and Power Trip replied, Come and eat me if you have the guts. Or come and eat their souls if you have the guts. The white Jenger bared his teeth and thrust his hand directly into the ground. Xia Fan quickly lay down, be afraid, master. Ho-Oh said caringly, and at the same time, his left wing was burning with flames and he waved it upwards, slapping away a pair of giant hands extending from the stone pillar. Ho-Oh's flames were so hot that the white Jenger instantly broke out in a cold sweat and withdrew his hand. Then, another mouthful of sacred fire came out of Ho-Oh's mouth and went straight to the white Jenger. Jengsi tilde, the white Jenger used the skill Protect, and a light shield blocked the sacred fire. But it still knocked it down and made it slide. After crashing into a giant pillar, Ho-Oh's sacred fire defeated Jenger's Protect. The remaining sacred fire caused it to suffer minor injuries. Human, just wait, I will remember this grudge. The white Jenger was extremely angry. But he also knew that he could not hurt Xia Fan anymore when 4 legendary Pokémon were beat up. So he slowly began to merge his entire body into the ground. Meow tilde, don't even think about running. Mew appeared above Jenger in an instant, with his short hands on his waist, looking at the white Jenger with his little mouth puffed up. A stream of psychic approached the white Jenger, and the white Jenger quickly merged into half of the body and was forced out again. Azwish! Entei and Reiku leaped into the air and jumped behind the white Jenger, surrounding it. The rest of the ordinary Jengers and Haunter Ghastlies, seeing that their boss was trapped, began to flee in panic. The white Jenger roared as he faced the danger he was in and the desertion of his subordinates. The body suddenly emanated a faint black aura. The floor was quickly shrouded in black air. Ho! Blow away the black air, Zio. Hue and confusion lock it tightly. Don't let it run away, Xia Fan said hurriedly when he saw it. And at the same time hugged Ho tightly. Fearing that Jenger, who also liked to not abide by martial ethics, actually wanted to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. And attack him, Ho and Mew agreed. Then Ho flapped his wings and began to blow away the black air. And Mew also used confusion to lock the white Jenger. However, when the black gas dissipated, what was seen were the little Jenger's haunter sand ghastlies, being sent to the mouth of the white Jenger by white tentacles. The white Jenger opened its huge mouth like the abyss normal and swallowed the small Jengers, haunters and ghastlies into its stomach. It began to grow at a speed visible to Xia Fan and the Pokémon, and finally stopped after growing half a meter. If you have the guts, just fight me head-on, the white Jenger said with his fat belly sticking out. But after he finished speaking, he thought of something and added, "It's a fair one-on-one fight if you, the legendary Pokémon called by humans, beat me more than one time. I will be ashamed for you." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then you can choose one of Ho and Mew to be the rival. We will never bully others. The white Jenger paused, thinking about the attacks on it by Mew and Ho just now. In comparison, it would be impossible for it to defeat the two in a one-on-one fight. Then he turned his attention to Entei, Reiku, and Little Lugia. Among them, Little Lugia was directly excluded. It has heard of Lugia's reputation. It is listed as the patron saint of Chengdu and Kanto region together with Ho. Choosing it is basically no different from Ho. I just don't understand why this Little Lugia is a little different in size than Ho. Finally, after switching back and forth between Entei and Reiku, it turned its attention to Entei, who looked a little honest. No, I won't fight those two. They are much bigger than me. It's not fair for them to fight me. I want to fight it. The white Jenger pointed at Entei. Okay. Xia Fan shrugged and agreed directly. Just now, Jenger suddenly hesitated. He thought this guy was going to choose Little Lugia as rival, which made him almost panicked. But fortunately, he didn't choose him. Spread out and let Entei fight it alone. Xia Fan clapped his hands, and the Pokémon made way for Entei and the white Jenger to leave the battlefield. At the same time, Xia Fan used the spiritual shared world to let Mew always keep an eye on the white Jenger and not let it take the opportunity to escape. Mew agreed. Entei and white Jenger stood on either side, and the battle began with Entei's flamethrower to test his strength. The white Jenger twisted its body and merged into the stone pillar next to it. Entei saw this and decisively withdrew flamethrower, looking around at the stone pillars, alert for the white Jenger rushing out of one of them. Tilde. A chilling laugh suddenly echoed from this floor, and let Jenger retract the shadow punch he had swung, and come up with the idea of retreating back into the wall. If it is not inferior to the Pokémon that possesses divine status, then its strength can be equated with that of a divine beast, except that it does not have the divinity that comes from its race. Can deal double damage to ghost-type Pokémon. Shadow Punch was blocked by Entei's skill Protect. Suddenly from the stone pillar behind Entei, a white Jenger rushed out. It turned around, showing its sharp fangs and biting towards Jenger with a ferocious expression. Swish! It coiled towards Entei. It is not Ho, and can break the Protect barrier with its powerful force. Xia Fan looked at Jenger in surprise. He didn't expect it to receive such high praise from Ho. The white Jenger's smile suddenly froze, and the pupils of his eyes reflected a light shield that suddenly emerged from Entei, who had his back to it. Entei roars and scorching flames burst out from his body. The next second, countless spells burst out from the white Jenger's body. Entei releases sacred fire to cover his entire body. Dark Skill Bite. As soon as Entei finished speaking, it seemed as if he was confirming what Ho said. Just as Shadow Punch was about to hit it, its whole body suddenly burst into even hotter flames. Then it's possible that Entei can't win now, Xia Fan said. This flame carries a mysterious power. Curse his body. Ho said in surprise. I saw Entei's fang bite Jenger's huge arm, and thick black air suddenly poured out from that arm. The flames suddenly burned away the binding runes brought by the body of the Jenger curse. "What is that?" Xia Fan asked puzzledly. The white Jenger showed a painful expression, but at the same time revealed a hint of smile. Its fist is shrouded in shadow. That is the ghost skill Shadow Punch. This Jenger is not simple. After nearly 1,000 years of training, I feel that it has become as powerful as those Pokémon that have reached God status. Once it hits, it will cause considerable damage to Entei. Entei was immediately tied up and unable to move. It's sacred fire. The sound seemed to come from various stone pillars. And Entei looked around, roar. This is a rare racial ability of the ghost family. It can put rival into a contest condition when attacked. Ho-Oh replied, however, this ability is probabilistic. But its expression just now clearly showed that it was bitten on purpose. Obviously, it is very confident in its chances of triggering the curse body. In his sight, Jenger was about to use Shadow Punch again with his other hand on the immobilized Entei. If it was the Entei from before, it might not be defeated. As for now, Ho-Oh shook his head. After being nurtured by your divine power, my strength has increased a lot. And Entei is your second Pokémon, so it can't and shouldn't lose to Jenger. Shadow Punch attacked Entei with lightning speed. The white Jenger showed a proud smile, thinking that the legendary Pokémon were just like this. Their strength was only due to their racial talents. Roar tilde tilde, don't even think about running. Entei roar, burning sacred fire spews out from its mouth. Directly wrap the stone pillar that Jenger wants to integrate. The stone pillar suddenly became extremely hot and showed signs of melting. Jenger saw this and immediately floated towards another nearby stone pillar. But the next second, another scorching sacred fire ignited the stone pillar. Roar tilde tilde, I won't give you the chance to blend into these stone pillars. Hearing this, Jenger looked at Entei with a cold and gloomy look. Entei's body and mind were shocked, and the sacred fire in his body given by Ho-Oh was instantly enveloped and suppressed by a dark aura. Despite ghost skills reduced the energy of rival's previous skill. Then, a shadow ball filled with ghost aura condensed in Jenger's chest and was thrown towards Entei. Entei's eyes turned cold. He gave up sacred fire and spit out flamethrower instead. Although the flame is not as powerful as the sacred fire, it should not be underestimated. I saw flamethrower and shadow ball collide in midair. A powerful gust of wind suddenly spread in all directions. Xia Fan couldn't help but put her hands up to cover her face. 2 seconds later, the collision of the two skills ended with Entei's flamethrower winning. And flamethrower sprayed towards Jenger. Jenger dodged like a ghost during these 2 seconds. Jenger had already felt the gap in strength between himself and Entei, so he showed a ferocious smile, hehe. A huge nail suddenly emerged from midair. The nails are surrounded by a dark mist-like curse normal, and at first glance it makes people feel as if they are trapped in endless darkness, with countless ghosts attacking them from all sides. After the nail emerged, it was inserted directly into Jenger itself in front of the Pokémon and Xia Fans. Jenger suddenly seemed to have lost all his energy and began to become weak, with a cold black aura emanating from his body. But its creepy laugh only grew louder. Xia Fan's scalp tingled when he saw it. It's a curse. Ho-Oh thought Xia Fan was confused, said so, he answered. It is using half of its own life to curse Entei, causing it to lose a portion of its life every once in a while until it dies. Unless youth master take the Entei back into the Pokéball, the curse cannot be lifted. Ho-Oh said as he saw the cold black aura emanating from Jenger suddenly rush towards Entei. Entei used flamethrower and spit at the attacking black air, but it penetrated through the black air. The black energy carrying the curse passed through flamethrower and came in front of Entei. Entei instantly covered his body with flames, however. The black energy still passed through the flames and merged into Entei's body. This cold black air immediately made Entei look painful. The white Jenger spreads out telepathically, it lost. It was hit by my curse, no Pokémon can defeat me anymore. You so-called legendary Pokémon seem to be nothing more than that. After saying this, it let out a proud and arrogant laugh. That's not necessarily true. Ho-Oh's voice sounded in White Jenger's mind. Don't be happy too soon. The White Jenger wanted to refute but heard Entei's roar. It turned its head and saw Entei rushing towards it while enduring the pain, with sacred fire containing mysterious power condensed in his mouth. At the same time, it remembered the telepathy from Entei. As long as I defeat you before Curse kills me, you will still be the loser. Don't underestimate us Pokémon that humans call legendary. Jenger was shocked in its moment of arrogance. It forgot to pay attention to Entei's movements, so it was too late to dodge. After a quick brainstorm in his mind, Jenger's eyes immediately burst into a bewitching confused rat, attempting to put Entei into a chaotic contest condition. However, what Jenger didn't know was that Entei also had its own ability. In addition to the oppressive ability that all divine beasts have, there is Entei's mental power ability. Pokémon with this ability will not fall into confusion and fear because of a single look. Therefore, after looking directly at Jenger's confused ray, Entei became even more determined to spit out all the remaining sacred fire in his body. Gul! The scorching flames instantly burned the White Jenger to ashes. Miserable growl came out of its mouth one after another. Master, you can throw the ball now. Ho-Oh's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan was stunned. You want me to subdue it? He originally thought that Pokémon like White Jenger, which likes to devour other people's souls to strengthen itself, should disgust Ho-Oh if I tame them. It would cause their dissatisfaction. So I don't plan to tame them. I just want to let the Entei vent my anger. I didn't expect that Ho-Oh would take the initiative to ask me to tame them. There is no choice but to capture it, Ho-Oh said. If the master does not capture it, and allows it to do evil outside, it will only cause more weak Pokémon to suffer, to be honest. I really want to kill it. But thinking carefully about what it said, I feel that it is quite pitiful. Unlike my species who were born with powerful talents, it was only natural for me to become the guardian of the region. For a weak Pokémon like it that needs to practice step by step, it is basically impossible to reach this point without long-term polishing and hard practice. It would be a pity to wipe it out. After all, if I am not Ho-Oh, I don't know if I can be like it and reach the level comparable to us. Since the master has the power to allow it to break through the upper limit of its species, it is not a bad idea to help it. If it is still greedy and does evil things in the future, then kill it. After hearing what Ho-Oh said, Xia Fan couldn't help but express admiration for it. It is indeed a Pokémon that is said to bring happiness to people. He is worthy of being the patron saint of Chengdu region. Not only is he powerful, but his vision and magnanimity are unmatched by many people, including him. Xia Fan took out the Pokéball and threw it at Jenger. There was a flash of red light and Jenger was taken in. At the same time, he took out another Pokéball and put Entei in it. After Entei was taken in, the curse energy was stripped out. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Jenger. Please select one from the skills as your skill. To Xia Fan's surprise, just as he successfully subdued Jenger, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind at the same time. A series of system panels that only he could see popped up in front of his eyes. Ghost-type and Poison-type Pokémon, Jenger. Gender, male ability, curse body when attacked. Rival may sometimes fall into disable contest condition. Carrying things, none skills are as follows. Shadow Ball, fling attacks with a black shadow. There is a chance that rival's special defense will be reduced. Destiny Bond after using the move. If you are attacked by rival and fall into a state of death, rival will also die. If you use it continuously, you will fail. Hypnosis gives sleep-inducing hints, causing rival to fall into a sleep contest condition. Nightmare, let the rival in the sleep contest condition fall into nightmare, and the health will slowly decrease every round. Curse, consume half of your own life, and put rival into a strong curse. Rival's life will quickly pass away until he dies. This move cannot be resisted by skills such as Protect. Mean Look stare at rival motionlessly with a captivating mean look, making it impossible for him to escape from the battle. Nightshade displays a terrifying phantom, causing severe psychological damage to rival. System: why can Jengar bring skills? Is it also considered a divine beast? Looking at the system panel that suddenly popped up, Xia Fan was stunned and full of disbelief. He didn't expect that he could choose skills when taming Jengar. Zding! This Jengar has broken through the upper limit of the species and entered the realm of divine beasts. What it lacks is the recognition of this world. The system replied. Xia Fan nodded, but the next second, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with this statement. What's missing is the world's recognition. What do you mean? The system did not respond and continued to remain mute. Xia Fan was helpless, smacked his lips and started to select skills. System: I choose Jengar's skill Destiny Bond. The real way of dying together if you dare to hit me. I will drag you to death with me. The next second, Xia Fan's body was transformed again. A ball of black air with the aura of curse appeared in the body, and sacred fire are separated on both sides of Xia Fan's body. After selecting the skills, Xia Fan released Jengar. The white Jengar was still covered in burns. As soon as he came out, he looked at Xia Fan and Ho-Oh Mew with a sharp gaze, obviously still not convinced. Why you still want to fight? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said, Ho-Oh Mew, choose one. If you win, I will let you go immediately. As Xia Fan spoke, Ho-Oh snorted coldly. The pressure from the region guardian god was overwhelming the white Jengar. The white Jengar pursed his lips and didn't dare to reply. Don't be so ungrateful, fatty white. I'm telling you, I didn't lie to you before. Xia Fan crossed his arms. By becoming my Pokémon, your power will continue to grow. You don't have to rely on devouring the souls of other Pokémon to strengthen yourself. Really? White Jengar asked tentatively. Whether it is true or not, you can tell from the battle you just had with Entei. Ho-Oh spoke. I'll be frank with you. Your strength has reached our level. If it was Entei before being subdued by the Master, the final result of the battle with you is really hard to say. But unfortunately, you can no longer meet Entei at that time, because staying by the Master's side, its strength increases in 1 year, which is equivalent to the growth of decades in the past. If you also want to do this, then be obedient. If you still use this evil practice method in the future, I will directly wipe you out, even if the Master tries to stop me. At the end of his words, Ho-Oh's eyes burned with flames to represent his determination. Don't worry. No one will ever discriminate against you again. Xia Fan awkwardly changed the subject. It will do whatever it takes. Xia Fan turned his gaze towards Mew, and Ho-Oh also turned his gaze towards him. Like Xia Fan's idea, it also feels that Mew should not be the kind of Pokémon that is discriminated against because of its different color. Jengar knew that it loved to play, so he called a large group of little Ghastlies to surround it and play with it. But there was not a single white Ghastly among that group of little Ghastlies, so there was no question of discrimination. Come on, take me to find those 2 pearls. Don't judge whether others are right or wrong without experiencing their suffering. When little Ghastly heard this, he immediately flew back to the family castle excitedly and successfully met Mew, who was playing with other little Ghastlies at that time. Therefore, it is really unfair to pin this discrimination on Mew. If this situation happened to him, he might also follow the path of the white Jengar. Xia Fan, who was standing nearby, laughed out loud. It turned out that sometimes hard grains need even harder grains to suppress them. The white Jengar looked at Ho-Oh and lowered his head. Mew floated forward, wondering what it had done 1,000 years ago and why it had no memory of it. Wherever it doesn't exist, I am there. Most of the so-called legendary Pokémon are basically benevolent towards both people and Pokémon. After reading this memory, Xia Fan and Ho-Oh were confused. How could their memories be completely different? Memories show that Mew at that time came to the Jengar family because he loved to play, and was warmly received by a group of Jengars. Xia Fan and Ho-Oh looked overrand after a while. Their expressions gradually became strange. They did see the white Jengar, but it was something you couldn't see unless you looked closely. Little Ghastly came forward, but was ignored by Mew again and again. Mew refused to play with it at all. It does seem like discrimination in the white Jengar's memory. But in Mew's memory, there is no trace of the white Jengar's childhood, so it cannot be considered discrimination. This made Little Ghastly very hurt. He thought that the Pokémon that his mother called a legendary Pokémon was nothing special. Like his brothers, he would be looked at with strange eyes. If he was not born with good qualities, he would not be respected by the family at all. Seeing Xia Fan and Ho-Oh's expressions, the white Jengar screamed, causing Mew's memory to rewind, and then pointed at a picture and shouted. However, discrimination is not something Mew would do. Until one day when it was playing outside, its mother called it home and said that the Pokémon Mew, known as the legendary Pokémon by humans, had come to the tribe. The elders in the family were entertaining it and asked it to go back as soon as possible. If it could get a word of praise from Mew, the family would vigorously cultivate it, and no friends would laugh at its different color anymore. In that memory, the white Jengar was still a little ghastly that loved to fight with people. Because of his different color, he was rejected by other Ghastlies since he was a child. From then on, Little Ghastly secretly vowed to become the first Ghastly to break through the racial limit and enter the realm of God with his own strength, so that all Jengar, Haunter and Ghastly would respect him as the king. After reading the memory of the white Jengar, Xia Fan scratched his head, not knowing what to say for a moment. It must be unpleasant to be discriminated against by companions because of one's different color since childhood. In addition, Mew, who was fully expecting to improve his current situation, would say something good to it. But the result was even more discrimination. The white Jengar looked at Mew with grief and anger, and used mind-sharing to share his childhood memories with Xia Fan, Ho-Oh, and Mew's minds. By the way, what did Xiao Huan do to humiliate you 1,000 years ago that makes you still hold a grudge against him? Xia Fan patted the white Jengar and asked. Because when the white Jengar was still a little ghastly, it was almost transparent, emitting transparent gas all over its body, mixed with a large group of little ghastlies emitting black gas. If you didn't pay special attention, it would be difficult to notice it. At this moment, Mew was scratching his head. After reading the memory of the white Jengar, he began to recall his past memories. About 2 minutes later, Mew slapped his head in Xia Fan. Ho-Oh and the white Jengar recalled Mew's memories of the past. The first floor of the ghost tower, Long Xiao has woken up, and he and Qi Ziking are leaning on Regirock and Regice with nervous expressions. The appearance of the female ghost was still deeply engraved in their minds, so they were afraid that a scary thing would suddenly appear again. Why hasn't Master Walker come back yet? Long Xiao crossed his arms and rubbed his arms. I don't know, but it should be soon, Qi Ziking replied. I'm back as soon as Qi Ziking finished speaking. Xia Fan's voice suddenly came from above his head. They looked up and saw a huge white Jengar, Flash Jengar. Long Xiao screamed, and then he saw Xia Fan sitting on the white Jengar's shoulder, and Mew sitting on Xia Fan's shoulder. After the white Jengar landed on the ground, Long Xiao quickly stepped forward and asked curiously, Master Walker, what is this Jengar? I just captured it casually. Xia Fan shrugged, looking very calm. Long Xiao and Qi Ziking immediately burst into admiring looks. Xia Fan enjoyed it for a while, and gently patted the back of the white Jengar's head. Where are the 2 gems? How do you get there? The white Jengar was currently looking at Regice and Regirock in surprise, as if he had not expected that 2 legendary Pokémon would come here. It only came back to its senses after Xia Fan patted the back of its head. Right there. The white Jengar pointed to a wall in the distance. There. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Isn't that a wall? The white Jengar said nothing, but led everyone and the Pokémon over. When he came to the wall, he went straight through it. Xia Fan only felt a burst of white light. And when he opened his eyes, Agan saw the sea. They came to the halfway point of a high mountain. The wall just now was an illusion. The white Jenger turned around and pointed to the hole behind him. Xia Fan looked at the cave entrance, smacked his lips, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Who the hell could have imagined that there was a wall that was an illusion? After the white Jenger came out with Xia Fan and Mew, Long Zio and Qi Ziking also came out tentatively with Rejice and Rejirak. What should we do next? Should we keep going up? Xia Fan asked. Xia Fan nodded. Asked Long Zio and Qi Ziking to follow closely, and then continued climbing the mountain. A red light and a blue light at this moment. A whistling sound flashed over their heads. But Xia Fan didn't care. 20 minutes later, they passed a staircase. During the climbing process, some wild Pokémon that shouldn't appear in the woods on the mountainside will occasionally appear, such as Murkrow, Dryfloon, and Lampent. These Pokémon are very powerful and want to stop Xia Fan and his friends. After walking for about another 10 minutes, two lights suddenly flashed above Xia Fan's head. As we walked further, we saw more and more tombstones and flowers on both sides of the road. As they approached the top of the mountain, a thick fog drifted in from the distance. It's totally different from what Jenger did. There are some, but not big. Mew shook his head and told Xia Fan to leave it outside, and it would tell him if it couldn't hold on. Master, please take me into the ball. I can't go any further. This is where the orbs of Groudon and Kyogre are stored. There is a mysterious power protecting this place, and only humans can enter. I usually absorb the aura of the orbs by staying here from a distance at most. But of course he was chased away by the white Jenger who possessed the power of a real beast. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan took it in, and asked Long Zio and Qi Ziking to take Rejirak and Rejice in as well. Only Mew Xia Fan was left behind. The thick yellow fog brought twilight to the world before their eyes. After inhaling these breaths, Xia Fan shook his head and was fine, however. Long Zio and Qi Ziking covered their mouths and looked very painful. There was a strong wind blowing here, and the sound of the wind was like the cry of ghosts. Seeing this, Xia Fan asked them to stay where they were or leave and wait for him outside the thick fog. Xia Fan asked Mew to use confusion to protect himself and continued to move forward. They collapsed to the ground, muttering in mournful expressions, "It's over. This world is about to face a catastrophe." After walking past the platform, Xia Fan didn't expect that an elderly couple appeared behind the platform. At this time, Mew said, "Master, it seems there is no resistance." Xia Fan leaned over to take a look and discovered that there were no words or photos on these tombstones. After being wrapped in thick fog, the white Jenger knew it had arrived and asked Xia Fan to put it into the ball. The two beams of light rushed from the ground to the sky. Causing ripples, Xia Fan continued to move forward. And after another 20 minutes, they saw another staircase. After Long Zio and Qi Ziking retreated, Xia Fan and Mew continued to move forward. Half an hour later, no more. Xia Fan was surprised, and quickly asked Mew to take it forward. Could it be that they have already got it? Seeing this scene, Xia Fan began to wonder. As you walk up, you're hit by a long-lasting scent that makes you feel nervous and dizzy. 20 minutes later, they arrived under a high platform. There are many tombstones and flowers on both sides of the stairs. Zio Huan, do you feel any resistance staying here? Xia Fan asked Mew. White Jenger nodded and walked upwards with Xia Fan, as if calling or foreshadowing something. What's wrong with the two old people? Xia Fan walked forward. The two old men looked like they were nearly 70 years old. When they heard Xia Fan's question, they looked up. When they saw Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. And then they continued to mourn. One of the old men said, "Young man, though you know the ancient Pokémon, I'm here now." How could I not know about the ancient Pokémon? Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly and then he said, "I know." Grandpa, then do you know how scary they are? The old man asked again. Xia Fan nodded, yes, they are extremely terrifying. Their power can overturn mountains and seas and destroy the world. The old man was stunned when he heard this, and he and the old lady looked at Xia Fan in surprise. As if to say, how do you know so much, you stole all their lines. The old man looked at Fan in surprise for a few seconds, and finally nodded yes. Then can you listen to me tell you a legend? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. A long time ago. The old man was stuck and his wrinkled lips began to tremble. Xia Fan continued, a long time ago. The Pokémon of the land and the Pokémon of the sea met and had a fierce conflict. The world was almost destroyed. The Pokémon of the land summoned mountains and created continents, while the Pokémon of the sea raised huge waves and opened up the ocean. Their fierce duel continued endlessly, and the world was engulfed by ruthless fire and cruel storms. Xia Fan paused for a moment, looking at the old man's expression of seeing a ghost, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly until the Pokémon soaring in the sky descended from the storm. That Pokémon emitted a bright green light, calming the rage of the two Pokémon. One returned to the underground lava to sleep, and the other returned to the bottom of the trench to sleep. The green Pokémon that completed all this flew back to the vast blue sky, flying to the distant other side. After listening to this, the old man said, Chinese letter. There's something wrong with the script. How come this guy didn't say everything he was supposed to say? After moving his lips for a long time, the old man blushed and asked, young man, how do you know so much? I am the child of destiny. Xia Fan said seriously, old man. The look he gave Xia Fan began to become more and more strange. Old man, so what are you doing here? I'm here to guard the red and blue orbs that can awaken Groudon and Kyogre. I know someone will come to grab them today, but now it seems that I may still be late. Alas, Xia Fan sighed. Ever since he saw the two old men constantly muttering that the world was about to face a catastrophe, he felt that the orb was most likely stolen, really. The two old men were a little hesitant to confirm whether Xia Fan's words were true or false. Really, I really am here to stop them. Xia Fan vowed, I lied to you too and I was struck by thunder. And you too saw the Mew on my shoulder. With it, you too should believe in my determination. Meow tilde Mew circled around the two old men. The two old men began to look at Xia Fan with some trust. But the old man still sighed, you are still too late. The two orbs have been snatched away from their tone. They want to use these two super ancient Pokémon to dominate the world. But how can humans try to control God? Waking up the two super ancient Pokémon will only bring disaster to the world. And this time, we don't know whether the Pokémon in soaring in the sky can appear again to prevent this disaster. If they don't come, the world will really be over. Do you two know where those two super ancient Pokémon are sleeping? I can go and stop them, Xia Fan said. The old man and the old woman shook their heads. We are just guardians who follow our ancestors' teachings to guard the two pearls. We don't know where they are sleeping, said the old man. But then the old lady thought of something and said, wait a minute. After saying that, the old lady took out a Pokeball with the letter M engraved on it. This is the Master Ball. You take it. It is said to have 100% chance of capturing Pokémon. It was given to me by a younger member of my clan. Xia Fan took the Pokeball and asked in confusion, do you want me to use this ball to capture one of the two super ancient Pokémon? The old lady shook her head. I don't know if this ball can be used to capture those two super ancient Pokémon. So you'd better not try. I gave you this ball to send you to the ghost tower at the entrance of the god volcano. There is a powerful Jengar of different colors on the top floor of the ancient tower. My wife and I often see it sneaking here to absorb the aura emitted by the orb. When I was little, me elders told me about its existence, saying that it might have lived for 1,000 years. So its current strength might be comparable to that of legendary Pokémon. I hope you can use this ball to capture it. If those two super ancient Pokémon are really awakened and cause a war, I hope you can bring Mew and that Jengar to stop them. I know you may be very heartbroken to sacrifice Mew, but you don't have to be heartbroken about that Jengar. It has done a lot of bad things and eaten the souls of many Pokémon. As the saying goes, every action has its consequences, and its retribution should be at that moment. Let it perish together with the two super ancient Pokémon. Although I don't know if it will succeed, I can try it. Japanese letter Xia Fan scratched his head, looked at Mew awkwardly, and then reached out and tightly covered a Pokeball at his waist. In the spirit-sharing world, the white Jengar was roaring desperately at Xia Fan to let go of his hand, as it was going to come out and eat the souls of the two old guys. It listened to every word the old lady said just now, so it was almost angry to death. It's nonsense that everything will have its consequences. The two old guys didn't protect the bead well, so why should it fight with two super ancient Pokémon and die together? A few minutes later, Xia Fan took the Master Ball and said goodbye to the two old men, saying that he would not let them down, subdue Jengar, and prevent the battle between Groudon and Kyogre. Master Walker, have you got the two orbs? After walking out of the thick fog, Kiziking hurried forward and asked. Xia Fan shrugged. The two orbs have been taken by Team Lava and Team Aqua. Long Xiao screamed, what should we do? Then we have come here for nothing. Xia Fan rolled his eyes at Long Xiao, and Long Xiao immediately shut his mouth. Then where are we going next, Mr. Walking? Once we get a cell phone signal, I will immediately ask the undercover agents from Team Lava and Team Aqua to send out their next moves. Kiziking said. Xia Fan shook his head. No, find a place to wait. Waiting. Why? Kiziking asked in surprise. Xia Fan glanced at him, and Kiziking immediately shut up. Don't ask if you know you shouldn't ask. Xia Fan put his hands behind his back and walked down the mountain humming a song. There was no unpleasantness at all. From the conversation with the old man, he figured out that this scene seemed like the plot in the game. So he began to not worry about Kyogre and Groudon being captured. They will realize their mistake after the two stupid bosses of Team Magma and Team Aqua release Groudon and Kyogre. Because Groudon and Kyogre are beyond his control by the two of them. So as a fisherman, he just needs to find a place to stay honestly. Let Groudon and Kyogre fight. Wait for Rayquaza to come out and stop them. Then he will take action. Well, yes, he is a genius. Lava Ridge Town Lava Team Base Maxi. The boss of the lava team came into a cave holding a blue gem. The temperature in the cave was extremely hot, with boiling magma flowing, and in the center of the magma stood a gigantic Pokémon. Its entire body is covered in red, flaky skin that acts as armor. The dark side of its body is gray, with large spikes extending from its head, torso, and tail. At this moment, this Pokémon seems to be sleeping with its eyes closed. Maxi came right in front of the Pokémon with the blue gem, looked at it and gradually let out a low, excited laugh. Finally, this day has finally come. I got the orbs that awakens Groudon, the creator of the Earth. The Groudon, let's work together with Team Magma to destroy Team Aqua and dominate the world. Maxi yelled, holding up the blue orb. The next second, the blue orb burst out with azure light, and the whole mountain began to shake. The giant Pokémon that had its eyes tightly closed slowly opened a crack. A hint of scarlet blood was revealed. Boom. In an instant, boiling magma erupted, along with Maxi's arrogant and triumphant laughter. Molten lava like a pillar of fire normal rushed up into the sky from the ground. And outside the mountains, soaring in the sky in Lava Ridge Town began to change. The molten lava mixed with the choking haze, merged with the blowing haze, covering the entire soaring in the sky of Lava Ridge Town. Soaring in the sky, lightning and thunder roared, and scorching molten lava invaded the ground together. Lava Ridge Town seemed to have reached the end of the world, and countless Pokémon and humans began to flee. And this apocalypse is still spreading outward. And the nearby crust has also begun an earthquake under the influence of Lava Ridge Town. Dead volcanoes and dormant volcanoes that had not erupted for a long time began to erupt as well. The apocalyptic scene in the Hone region begins to unfold. The only thing wrong was that in the deepest part of Lava Ridge Town volcano, Maxi's crazy laughter lasted for a minute and then suddenly stopped. He stared at the cold blue orb in his hand in disbelief. At this moment, The gem was slowly merging into his right hand. No. No, it's not like that, I am the master. Maxi screamed in panic. He felt his consciousness gradually disappearing. The sound was tearing and miserable. But unfortunately it gradually became smaller and smaller. And Maxi's eyes began to turn blood red a minute later. Maxi looked up at the sky and smiled an evil and ferocious smile. The deepest part of seafloor, cavern under sea area 128 south of Moss Deep City. A middle-aged bearded man with a blue headband walked in holding a red orb. This is Archie, the boss of Team Aqua. In a trench at the deepest part of the cave, a giant Pokémon was sleeping with its eyes closed. It is similar to a whale with two huge pectoral fins, each with four white square structures at the tip. Its body is dark blue, with a white chin and two white spikes protruding from it, accompanied by Archie excitedly shouting Kyogre's name. A young boy was lying on a blanket humming a song, looking at the rolling dark clouds with thunder and lightning and the terrifying twisters on the sea. He seemed to be in a very happy mood, which was in sharp contrast to the crowds fleeing around him. No, don't, in the deepest part of the seafloor cavern. Archie felt the violent shaking of the seafloor, and the growl was getting bigger and more excited. Archie came right in front of the Pokémon with the red gem. Outside the seafloor cavern, the waters of Fengyuan region began to undergo major changes. Archie lowered his head and smiled the same evil and ferocious smile as Maxi. I got it, I finally got the red orbs that can wake you up. The Pokémon did not react to Archie's arrival. When the totem of the fiery red earth and the king of the deep blue sea awaken, the dragon soaring in the sky will descend. When the three legendary Pokémon gather, the Hone region will face its greatest crisis. So the crisis will come soon, let me be the savior. A column of water rushed out from the trench and reached the sky. An image of Kyogre appeared in his mind, opening its huge dark mouth and attacking him swish. Sotopoli City, Moss Deep City and Evergrande City, which live near the 128th sea area, began to face the danger of the end of the world. Wake up quickly, Kyogre. Because the red orb was merging into his palm and gradually occupying his consciousness. Countless underwater whirlpools and tsunamis suddenly appeared. Archie screamed in panic, but his eyes began to turn blue. The giant Pokémon's eye switch were tightly closed. Slowly opened a slit, however, 10 seconds later. If someone listened closely, they would hear the boy muttering from time to time. On the beach at Lilikov City, he looked at the burning red orb in his hand, his expression gradually becoming panic-stricken, revealing a hint of azure blue light. After Archie roared excitedly, he raised the red orb in his hand. Looking at it, he also laughed excitedly. Following the burst of light, the seafloor cavern began to shake. There are two white oval spots above the eyes, Kyogre. Let's work with Team Aqua to destroy Team Magma and dominate the world. The next second, a scarlet-red light burst out from the orb. 5 seconds later, Archie's excited expression suddenly froze, and the sea twisters also inexplicably appeared, sweeping countless Pokémon living in the sea up into the sky, and had a close contact with the dark clouds with lightning and thunder. He couldn't wait to stand on Kyogre's back and announce to the world their Team Aqua's ambition to dominate the world. Master Walker Groudon is coming out after a while. Xia trotted up to Xia Fan with a cell phone in his hand. The content on the phone was a piece of news, and the front page of the news was a photo of Groudon. Xia Fan took the phone and looked through it for a while. The news was about a volcano eruption and earthquake in Lava Ridge Town. A huge fiery red Pokémon walked out of the lava. It was very powerful. Many Pokémon trainers went forward to fight it and try to subdue it. But they were all killed instantly, therefore. This news is released in the hope that trainers from all over the Hone region will come here as soon as possible to help the humans here subdue this unknown Pokémon. Should we rush over and arrest him right now? Xia said, just stay here. Xia Fan shook his head. What if there are too many trainers there and someone really manages to tame Groudon? Xia asked worriedly. Groudon is not so easy to capture, Xia Fan smiled. He didn't think anyone had the same Pokeball as him to catch the legendary Pokémon. If they tried to capture it head-on, Groudon's Earthquake and Precipice Blades would make a large number of Pokémon lose their combat effectiveness in an instant. An hour later, soaring in the sky, it suddenly started to rain. A long growl sounded from the distant sea. The sound gives me goosebumps. Xia Fan and Xia turned their heads to look. A dark shadow appeared on the tsunami far away from Lilikove City. "Is it coming?" Xia Fan muttered in his heart. The next second, a giant Pokémon with a blue body and resembling a whale rushed out from the tsunami, waving its huge pectoral fins and flying above the sea. "Kyogre!" Xia screamed and couldn't help but put her hand on the Pokeball at her waist. Her favorite Pokémon is Kyogre. Xia turned around and urged Xia Fan again. "Master Xing, aren't we going to catch this? It's already been delivered to our door. Don't worry, they can't run away." Xia Fan waved his hands and looked at Kyogre with a smile on his face. The third protagonist hasn't appeared yet, so how could he? The fourth protagonist appear in advance. After Kyogre emerged from the sea, countless Pokémon trainers who were greedy for it released their Pokémon and rushed over. "Brothers, let's compete fairly, come on. Whoever can throw the ball faster after Kyogre is injured and subdue Kyogre will own Kyogre. No malicious competition is allowed afterwards." On the sea, a young trainer who had subdued Wailord took over the command and gave a suggestion to the others. Everyone looked around and felt that they all had a chance. So they quickly agreed soon. Hundreds of trainers were seen commanding their Pokémon to attack Kyogre. Kyogre only used one skill to deal with these attacks. Origin Pulse Kyogre opened his mouth slightly, and a huge bluish-white beam of light shot out from his mouth. Then it exploded in midair in an instant, splitting into countless bluish-white rays of light. These lights fell like fireworks on the Pokémon that attacked Kyogre. Bangs then, these Pokémons instantly lost their combat effectiveness. The flying type led his master to fall into the sea and was swept away by the tsunami. And his life or death was unknown. The water type led his master to capsize into the sea and was also swept away by the tsunami. And his life or death was unknown. The only one that didn't fall was the Wailord, which was several times larger than Kyogre. But this thick-skinned meat shield was not in much better condition at the moment. He was floating on the sea with wounds all over his body, looking at the Pokémon in the air with a look of panic. The Pokémon looked somewhat similar to himself, but extremely powerful. Its owner, the young trainer, also looked at Kyogre in fear. The thought of hoping to conquer Kyogre while taking advantage of the situation just now never came to mind again. Kyogre, like King Normals, glanced at the only surviving Wailord. It flew over its head, waving its pectoral fins. As it flew over, a huge underwater whirlpool rose from the sea surface. 3 seconds later, Wailord was swallowed by the whirlpool and fell to the bottom of the sea. It is impossible to know whether it is life or death. After Kyogre passed Wailord, he turned and looked at soaring in the sky in the distance. There the scorching sun hangs high in the sky. The land is barren, and the rivers and lakes are drying up rapidly. In Lilikove City, Xia exclaimed in amazement. Kyogre's Origin Pulse just now made her feel what the patron saint of the Hoenn region was like. Then he saw Kyogre turning around from Lilikove City. Xia took out his mobile phone and started looking at the map in confusion. At this time, Xia Fan got up from the blanket and said, "No need to look, it must have gone to find Groudon." These two old enemies woke up at the same time. After sensing each other's presence, he must fight first. After saying this, Xia Fan patted the sand off his body and followed the direction Kyogre left. Mobile City, a huge red Pokémon came to a coast. At its feet were countless human growls, who were fleeing in panic. Groudon listened to these noisy growls with a bit of impatience, and a red energy ball condensed in his mouth the next second. A beam of light shot out from the scorching energy ball. Boom, the world is quiet. It looked up to the west at soaring in the sky, there. The sky was covered with dark cloud, heavy rain was pouring, and the land was being covered by sea water. Groudon saw that the scarlet eyes gradually became sharper. It jumped into the sea with its legs. The cool sea water dried up in an instant at a speed visible to the naked eye. Groudon walked westward along the sea just like that. Kyogre flew towards the east and Groudon headed towards the west. Two super ancient Pokémon approached their destined enemy. And on the sea far away from them, the hydro pump hit the young man's sword body. And the young man flew backwards several feet. He floated in the air looking at the sea and gradually. He was filled with curiosity. But he was not angry, instead he showed a happy smile. These sword energies rushed into the sea. The giant pillar built by Tiantian technology emits a dazzling light. Little guy, I am very satisfied with your strength. Are you willing to be one of my spiritual pets? Then point your right index finger slightly upward. A few seconds later Lapras fell dead on the sea surface. And the middle-aged man's eyes rolled back as the young man grabbed his head tightly. Thena as if he had thought of something. He showed greed and quickly commanded Lapras to fire an ice beam at the young man. While reaching for the Poké ball in his bag, the young man flew over. The author has something to say. Seeing this, the young man shook his head and dodged with his sword. The young man sorted out his memories and murmured softly. A minute later, the middle-aged man was thrown into the sea by the young man. The spirit beasts in this world are called Pokémon. The Pokémon I just killed is called Lapras. The strongest Pokémon in this Fengyuan region are Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. Fellow Taoist, what is the spiritual beast sitting on your back also? Do you know which is the world's most powerful spiritual beast? Looking at the floating young man's, the middle-aged man who was sea fishing was immediately startled. Then a Whalmer with a sword mark rushed out of the water and looked at the young man with anger. Whalmer ignored him and fired another hydro pump. Woo. He waved his hand and invisible sword energy shot out from his sleeves. The light reaches to the sky. After a while, bloodstains slowly appeared on the sea. The subsequent plot will be a combination of the original and the game, and will begin to reveal the background of Tiantian technology and the future direction of the book. Bang bang the next second. Countless sword energies rushed out from below Whalmer. Whalmer roared and a huge hydro pump came out of his mouth. Under the attack of the sword energy, Whalmer exploded and died instantly a few minutes later. A young man wearing a Taoist robe, who looked completely out of place in this world, walked out from the beam of light after a while. He saw a middle-aged man sitting on Lapra's back and fishing on the sea in the distance. It seems that the spiritual beast world found by Tiantian technology is quite powerful at the moment. The biggest problem is that they can't use spiritual consciousness to communicate with me. And they are a bit stubborn. The young man put away the spiritual sword, sighed helplessly and looked around. After 10 minutes of collecting his memories, the light in the young man's eyes gradually became brighter, as if he had a sense of direction, and flew towards the ground in the distance. The young man's pupils shrank and he quickly drew the sword from behind to block. 3 hours later, Groudon and Kyogre met above Sea Area 133. Behind the two mythical beasts there are two worlds. One world is sunny and the other is rainy. As soon as they met, they started fighting each other. A mile away from Theme in the air, a young man and a Mew were sitting cross-legged, with a beautiful girl standing behind them. The boy held potato chips and Coke in his hands, and watched the two super ancient Pokémon fighting each other on the sea with an expression of watching a show, and kept muttering, Kyogre, use your passive ability quickly, Groudon. Use your precipice blades quickly. You are the only one among the legendary Pokémon who can't fly. Why don't you beat up Kyogres, who can obviously swim in the sea but chooses to fly into the sky? Isn't this a clear humiliation to you? As he was talking, the boy felt that they were not fighting hard enough, and he couldn't help but want Mew to hide and sneak up on Groudon or Kyogre, knocking one of them down or breaking the other's leg, so that they could hit harder, but he was stopped by Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh said, Master, Groudon and Kyogre are not fools. Even Jengar can sense Mew's invisibility contest condition. It is impossible for them to not sense it. What if you end up making things worse and they stop fighting and attack Mew together? Then you will be very angry again. What do you mean I can sense it? Am I that bad? I'm the first one who has the strength comparable to yours on my own. Jengar expressed dissatisfaction through telepathy in the Pokeball. Oh, it seems to make some sense. Xia Fan thought for a moment and felt that Ho-Oh was right. So he could only call back Mew, who was eager to try. Xia Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Longzai, asking him whether he had arrived at the Sky Pillar. In his plan after Groudon and Kyogre started fighting, he would let Longzio go to the Sky Pillar to check. Because according to the game plot, Rayquaza should be there by now, that's Groudon and Kyogre. A few seconds later, the young man, looking disheveled but extremely excited, flew over again. At the same time, he took a telescope from Qi Ziking's hand and followed the direction of her finger to see a young man in a Taoist robe, standing on a sword with one hand in the air a few hundred meters away. Could it really be because the fight between the two of them wasn't fierce enough? Well, the young man, who was full of self-confidence, was slapped away. How about, let Jengar do a destiny bond, as those two old men said? Xia Fan muttered in his heart, and couldn't help but extend his evil hand to the white Jengar's Pokeball. They were annoyed that the ant flying in the air came to disturb their fight. Therefore, only one precipice blade and a beam of roots were passively shot towards the young man. However, the white Jengar's voice of resistance immediately rang in my mind. What are you going to do? I won't go even if you kill me. Although he didn't know what was going on and why a Taoist priest who could fly a sword appeared here. If Groudon and Kyogre were convinced by this guy's words, he would definitely jump down from here immediately and smash his face into the sea. Xia Fan naturally didn't believe it and waved his hand to tell Mew to stop making noise. Under Xia Fan's telescope, the young man clasped his hands together, and the spirit sword under his feet stabbed at Groudon and Kyogre at 100%. Just as Xia Fan was thinking this, Groudon, who was fighting with Kyogre, glanced at the young man and slapped him. What surprised Xia Fan even more was that the young man suddenly flew to the center of the battlefield between Kyogre and Groudon on his sword, and asked Groudon and Kyogre with a satisfied look on his face if they were interested in becoming one of his pets. I seriously suspected that I was either dreaming or that guy was mentally retarded. This scene almost made Xia Fan's eyes pop out. He watched it over and over again to make sure he was not seeing things. When it saw Xia Fan's hand reaching out for its Pokeball, it knew that this B*******D must be trying to kill it. But it was not willing to do such a thing. After 2 minutes of contemplation, Xia Fan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Mew. It was not until Qi Ziking behind him said, "Look, here. Someone is flying with a sword," that Xia Fan frowned and looked over. Xia Fan smacked his lips since Jengar didn't want to go. He estimated that it would turn a deaf ear to him even if he ordered it to go over. Bang, then what should I do? Xia Fan fell into deep thought, trying to think of another good way to irritate Groudon and Kyogre while not getting flash fire for the time being. A minute later, Longzio replied. Xia Fan set his sights on Groudon and Kyogre again, remembering that in the ancient legend, it seemed that Rayquaza appeared when Groudon and Kyogre were about to destroy the world. But if that was the case, how long would the fight take? These 100 spiritual swords were shrouded in light, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. Let me say that there is no cultivation. This is a collision of civilizations designed in the outline, and it will not run to other worlds inexplicably. Damn, it's not still in the ozone layer. Xia Fan couldn't help but frowned after hearing this. Why didn't they follow the plot of the game at this time? The author has something to say. The result was that when he brought Regirock to the top, there was no trace of Rayquaza at all. However, nothing happened under the scales of Groudon and Kyogre, and it only angered the two. Having survived from the ancient times to the present, if it rushed forward, it might be killed instantly by a precipice blades or an origin pulse before its destiny bond could be released. Master, look over there. There is a human being who actually flew up by his own ability. Xia Fan almost died of laughter. That sentence almost made Xia Fan fall from midair. The young man's face changed drastically. Looking at the sharp stone pillars that suddenly emerged from ground, and the blue-white beam of light that shot out from Kyogre's mouth. He quickly tried to dodge with his sword, however. The ultimate moves of these two super ancient Pokémon are not so easy to dodge. The young man was caught off guard. First stabbed in the abdomen by the precipice blades, and then knocked into the water by the passive attack of the root, leaving his life or death unknown. And Groudon and Kyogre continued to fight. A clown doesn't seem to be that good. Xia Fan shook his head. Although he still didn't understand why a person who could fly with a sword suddenly appeared in this world. It didn't matter as long as he didn't compete with him for Groudon and Kyogre. Groudon and Kyogre continued fighting for another 2 hours. The entire Hoenn region began to collapse gradually under the battle between the two. From the continent west of No. 133, volcanoes occurred frequently, and countless humans and Pokémon were fleeing. From the continent east of No. 133, most of the cities were covered by sea water due to tsunamis and heavy rains. Is Rayquaza coming or not? If he doesn't come, the Hoenn region will really be destroyed by these two guys. Xia Fan couldn't sit still any longer. Master, why don't you stop waiting and just tame these two first? Ho-Oh couldn't bear it anymore and communicated with Xia Fan through telepathy. Xia Fan bit her lip lightly, lost in thought. But at this moment, something unusual finally appeared in the sky covered by dark clouds. A golden light suddenly shot out from the clouds, followed by 2 3 and until the 5th golden light burst out from the dark clouds. A deafening whistle suddenly came from the clouds, then a Pokémon that was green all over and looked like a flying dragon rushed out from the sunset glow. After it appeared heavy rains, tsunami and countless underwater whirlpools brought by Kyogre calmed down instantly. The volcano brought by Groudon exploded, and the scorching sun immediately calmed down. Rayquaza looked at Groudon and Kyogre and let out a roar. His expression seemed to be full of disappointment. It's like saying, "Can't you two bastards just be quiet? Why do you have to fight as soon as you meet?" Rayquaza, you finally came out. Xia Fan, who had been waiting for a long time, was almost in tears when he saw this scene. If Rayquaza didn't come out this time, he really didn't know where he could catch Rayquaza. After all, he didn't have the ability to go to the ozone layer to find it. Moreover, the ozone layer is Rayquaza's territory. And taking Mew, Ho-Oh and Lugia, there might be like walking into a tiger's mouth. While Xia Fan's eyes were filled with tears of excitement, Kyogre and Groudon looked at Rayquaza with unusually cold eyes. The two guys who were still fighting each other looked at each other. And the next second, they all directed their attacks at Rayquaza first. Kyogre used Origin Pulse, spitting out a huge bluish-white beam of light from his mouth. Then Groudon's eyes burst into red light, and a beam of destructive light condensed from his mouth and shot out. Origin Pulse and the Destruction Ray intertwined in soaring in the sky and shot towards Rayquaza at the same time. Rayquaza roared like a dragon and twisted his body, easily dodging their attacks. Master, Rayquaza is out. It's time for us to take action. Ho-Oh's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Worry. Do you know what it means when the snipe and the clam fight? The fisherman benefits. Xia Fan looked at the battle in the distance and said with a smile, "What it means is that in life, sometimes you have to hide when you need to. Don't be too anxious. At least we have to wait until Rayquaza beats up Groudon and Kyogre. That's the best time for us to take action. At that time, I will release you and Lugia to beat up Rayquaza. And I will take Zio-Huan and throw 2 balls to capture the beaten Groudon and Kyogre. Then, we will mobilize all the legendary Pokémon to beat it and capture it." A perfect plan. After saying that, Xia Fan stood with his hands behind his back, expecting Rayquaza to display his invincible power. After listening to this, Ho-Oh looked at Xia Fan through the Pokéball and replied telepathically, "I see. Rayku is right, you are such a scheming boy." Xia Fan laughed out loud, not feeling ashamed but proud. Now he didn't hide anything anymore, because they all knew what kind of person he was anyway. At the same time as Xia Fan was laughing, Rayquaza who was avoiding the attacks of Kyogre and Groudon in the distance. Became a little impatient, he raised his head, let out a long roar, and 1,000 feet of golden light condensed in his mouth. The golden light condensed into a golden ball and was thrown into the air. It suddenly exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters, scattering powerful golden meteorites that hit Kyogre and Groudon. Draco Meteor. A huge meteorite is dropped from soaring in the sky on arrival. It is extremely powerful, but after using it, the reaction force will reduce the player's special attack for a period of time. Under the powerful Draco Meteor, Kyogre, flying in the air, was caught off guard and was hit by 4 meteorites in succession. It fell heavily into the sea. After falling into the sea, it continued to be hit by meteorites. It flapped its wings in panic and was almost overturned by the tsunami caused by the meteorites. However, Groudon, who had been standing on the dry land, was in a much better situation. After being hit by several meteorites and taking several steps back, he used ancient power to condense 3 flaming boulders in his mouth and spit them out. Bang bangs bangs, and the ancient powers, which has double damage to Rayquaza, just hits Rayquaza. After a loud bang, Rayquaza crashed directly onto an island, accompanied by a dragon roar. When Kyogre saw this scene, its blue eyes flashed with light, and then it called out to Groudon and quickly flew out of the sea again. It flew in the air and condensed the bluish-white light again, ready to strike down the fallen dragon. However, just as its origin pulse was released, Rayquaza had already adjusted its position on the island. After a series of coquettish movements, Kyogre's origin pulse was directly avoided by Rayquaza. After dodging, Rayquaza flew back into the air, howled towards the sky, and a deep purple destructive death light condensed in his mouth, and it directly hit Kyogre, who was panicking because his ultimate skill had missed. Bang! The destruction ray knocked Kyogre from midair to Groudon. After catching Kyogre, Groudon retreated more than 10 feet and almost fell down. Groudon glanced at Kyogre, and after trying hard to hold back his curse at this useless teammate who was only holding them back and loved to show off, he turned his gaze towards his rival Rayquaza in midair. Bangs bangs bangs. 3 precipice blades suddenly rushed out from the sea at the same time and stabbed at Rayquaza. Unfortunately, Rayquaza dodged it easily, and another destructive death ray blasted the precipice blades into pieces. However, after the explosion, something Xia Fan could never have imagined happened. First, an extremely loud dragon roar sounded from the shattered black mushroom cloud, and then Rayquaza rushed out of the mushroom cloud, his whole body wrapped in a green light. It rushed into the clouds, and when it rushed out 2 seconds later, its appearance had changed drastically. 4 long golden tentacles extended from its lower jaw. Its entire skin shone like an emerald, and a pattern similar to Delta Delta appeared on its forehead. The appearance is very domineering. Oh my god. How did it mega evolution while fighting? Xia Fan exclaimed, and her mentality suddenly began to collapse a little when she saw this scene. It seems that it has misjudged the strength of the snipe, in which the fisherman benefits from the conflict between the snipe and the clam. After Rayquaza completed its mega evolution, it roared once more in the air, as if telling the world that it was the totem of this region. And after Rayquaza completes mega evolution, the weather in soaring in the sky begins to change, with strong winds. Groudon was very angry when he heard the dragon roar of Rayquaza's power trip. He was not convinced and used ancient power to condense a hot rock block in his mouth and spit it out. But this time, due to the change in weather, Groudon's ancient power had to face a strong headwind. So Rayquaza easily knocked the boulder condensed by ancient power away with one tail. Delta airflow after Rayquaza completes mega evolution. Soaring in the sky will become a weather that makes flying types' weaknesses disappear, regardless of whether it is rock type, electric type, or ice type. All skills that can cause double damage to flying type will be halved. After slapping Groudon's ancient power away with his tail, Rayquaza finished his dragon roar. He looked at Groudon, who was still holding Kyogre, with cold eyes. The next second, Rayquaza, with an emerald glow all over its body, swooped down towards Kyogre and Groudon, Dragon Ascent. Rayquaza's exclusive skill, and a powerful skill that allows it to complete Mega Evolution. With this skill, Rayquaza's speed is extremely fast and he is unstoppable. Like a laser, it hit Groudon just as he was trying to condense a destructive light to resist. Bang! With this blow, a violent explosion occurred between Groudon and Kyogre. When the fiery red mushroom cloud dissipated, Xia Fan saw Groudon and Kyogre lying on the sea with wounds all over their bodies, each one more miserable than the other. And they looked at Rayquaza with trembling eyes. Rayquaza was very satisfied with the two of them finally calming down, and he let out a long roar to the skies, announcing his power to the world. As for Xia Fan, when he saw this, Xia clapped his hands excitedly. He finally waited for this chance to pick up a bargain. Earth Power releases Earth Power at rivals' feet. Sometimes it will reduce rivals' special defense. Fissure, let rival fall into the cracks of fissure and attack. If it hits, it can kill the enemy with one strike. Ho-oh. Lugia and Mew heard this and nodded, although they were somewhat reluctant. At the same time, a new system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan then added, Gengar Entei Reiku. Follow me to subdue Groudon and Kyogre. Xia Fan sat on Entei's back, and after dodging several ancient powers slowly spit out by Groudon, he came to Groudon's side and threw a Pokeball directly. Entei Reiku and the white Gengar also nodded. Carrying items, blue orb carrying errors. Unable to primal reversions. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan's body began to change immediately. System, I choose Precipice Blades. 5 red lights flashed and Ho-Oh Lugia Gengar Entei. And Reiku appeared ability, Sunshine after appearing. The weather will become sunny, a red light flashed. And Groudon was successfully taken into the ball. Then a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Gender nuns. Congratulations to the host for capturing the 15th legendary Pokémon. Now the host has unlocked new abilities and is rewarded with an extraction of the power of the Origin Law. At this time, Groudon and Kyogre fell on the sea. Although they still had some fighting power, in Xia Fan's eyes they were lambs to be slaughtered. Skills are as follows after releasing them. Xia Fan began to give orders, Ho-Oh Lugia Zio Huan. The 3 of you beat up Rayquaza together. Don't be careless. You saw how it killed Groudon and Kyogre in one move just now. Although it was also because the 2 of them were already seriously injured. You still have to be careful and underestimate the enemy. It's best to wait until I subdue Groudon and Kyogre. 8 against 1 is the safest. Sunny day after using this move. The weather will change to sunny day in sunny day. The power of fire-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of water-type moves will decrease by 50%. In sunny day, Solar Beam and Solar Blade will be activated directly without charging. Synthesis, among them Lugiaho possessed divine power, was specially called by Xia Fan for the purpose of capturing the 3 totems of the Hone region. As for the little Lugia, Xia Fan temporarily placed him with K Zyking after a while. Ho-Oh and Lugia Mew flew towards Rayquaza, who had noticed them. Earthquake, use the impact of Earthquake to attack all Pokémon around you. Ability after Primal Reversion, Land of End, the weather becomes invulnerable to water-type attacks. When a Pokémon with this ability appears, the sunlight will be very strong until the Pokémon leaves the field. This weather contest condition cannot be changed, except by Delta Airflow or Sea of Origin. In addition, the power of fire skills is doubled in this weather. Water skills will fail to use, and all Pokémon will not fall into the frozen contest condition. A new force is gathering between Sacred Fire and Destiny Bond. Entei Reiku and the white Gengar rushed to the sea surface with Xia Fan. Precipice Blades transform the power of the earth into sharp blades to attack rival. Then I saw Xia Fan throw out 5 Pokéballs without saying a word. Ding successfully captured Pokémon Groudon. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Ground-type legendary Pokémon, Groudon after Primal Reversion. It will become a ground and fire-type Pokémon. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival. which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Ancient Power attack with Ancient Power. 10% chance to double your power. Eruption explodes into a furious attack rival. This move changes with your contest condition. The better your contest condition, the stronger the power. Groudon's skills are basically powerful ultimates. But after reading them, Xia Fan chose the skill that satisfied him the most without any hesitation. That is the power of the Earths. Xia Fan was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound. Space teleportation from now on whenever I need it. I can teleport my Pokémon to my side no matter where it is. Damn, this ability is so bad. After Xia Fan carefully savored the introduction of this ability, he immediately became ecstatic. Doesn't this mean that even if he lets Ho-Oh and the others wander around, they will come to him immediately as long as he needs them? Those Pokémon he loaned out could be summoned back to him at any time as long as he needed them temporarily. But what is this Origin Force extraction? After being excited about the new ability, Xia Fan started thinking about another reward. He remembered that this thing seemed to have appeared in Mutwo's Destiny mission, but he needed to subdue Mutwo to obtain it. In response to Xia Fan's inquiry, the system did not give a direct answer, but continued to reply, asking the host whether he would like to draw now. Xia Fan smacked his lips and nodded, then let's draw now. As soon as he finished speaking, a disc appeared in front of Xia Fan that only he could see. The disc was divided into 18 zones, namely Normal Firewater, Grass Electric Ice Bug Flying Ground Rock Fighting Psychic, Ghost Poison Evil Steel Dragon and Fairy. The 18 attributes of Pokémon. There was a pointer spinning on it and finally stopped at Psychic type. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of the original law of Psychic. From now on, the host will be able to use most of the Psychic skills except for some Pokémon-specific Psychic skills. Earl Dervish can be used 5 times. The power of the skill is synchronized with the strongest Psychic Pokémon owned by the host. The number of subsequent uses will increase with the legendary Psychic Pokémon captured by the host, and each skill point will increase by 5. The strongest Psychic Pokémon currently owned by the host is Mew, and the Psychic legendary Pokémon owned by the host are Mew, Lugia, Latias and Latios. Therefore, the host can use the power of the Psychic Origin Law 25 times. As these words fell, the word Psychic System appeared at the front of the skill bar in Xia Fan's mind. And below this word Psychic System were all Psychic System skills. Faced with this new reward, Xia Fan felt like his mouth was about to be crooked with smiles. There's nothing I can do, I'm just handsome and lucky. You can actually draw the coolest super power system by random drawing. From now on, it will be a humanoid Pokémon. And he can do whatever he wants, invincible. Xia Fan turned his head to look at Jengar, who had run to Kyogre's side, and recalled how to use the space teleportation. At this moment, Jengar was standing next to Kyogre drooling. All he was thinking about was how much stronger he would become if he swallowed Kyogre's soul. Would he be able to replace Kyogre and become the Dark God of the Hone region, protecting the darkness of the Hone region and, by the way, compete with the powerful Rayquaza just now? Whoosh. Just as Jengar was thinking this, the Kyogre in front of him disappeared, and instead Xia Fan was looking at it with a smile on his face. The white Jengar suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. He looked around, wondering how he had suddenly moved from Kyogre to Xia Fan. What do you want to do? Xia Fan interrupted its thoughts, with a smile mixed with a hint of teasing on the corner of his mouth. I don't want to do anything, I'll help you watch it, the white Jengar said with a guilty conscience. Looking around, Xia Fan sneered. Too lazy to expose the scene of it drooling all over Kyogre just now. Master, how did you get it to our side just now? Entei asked in confusion just now. The white Jengar suddenly came to their side, and they and Raikou saw it all. The white Jengar was stunned and quickly looked at Xia Fan. Only then did he realize that it was Xia Fan who suddenly disappeared from Kyogre's side. This is my new magical power from now on. No matter where you are as long as I miss you, you will be immediately teleported to my side. So you don't have to stay in the ball all the time. Xia Fan confessed. Entei and Reiku were delighted when they heard that. No Pokémon wanted to stay in the ball forever. If it was true as Xia Fan said, that would be great, really. The white Jengar also excitedly shouted in Xia Fan's mind using telepathy. It has already begun to imagine the scene where Xia Fan lets it go, and it can wander around again. That is the breath of freedom, however. Xia Fan looked at the white Jengar and said, "Except you. They can go out and play. You and I will always keep them with us, there is no other way. We have to keep one or two around to relieve our worries." Right, white Jengar. Looking at the depressed expression of the white Jengar, Xia Fan turned his attention to Kyogre and prepared to try the psychic skill teleport to throw the ball over. But at this moment, a young man in Taoist robes suddenly rushed out from the sea. He held a Poké ball in his hand and threw it at Kyogre. "I love you." Xia Fan was stunned by the scene in front of him and started cursing. However, a flash of red light showed that Kyogre had been taken into the ball. The ball fell on the sea and shook, however, seconds later. Kyogre popped out of the Poké ball again. The young man failed to capture the Poké ball. But Xia Fan's face was already frosty. No one in this world dares to compete with him for the divine beast. If anyone dares to do so, he will chop him to pieces even if he has to chase him to the ends of the earth. Thinking of this, Xia Fan came behind the young man with a teleport. He lowered his voice and said coldly, "You be ****D. Do you want to die? How dare you snatch Kyogre from me?" The young man was still wondering why he couldn't capture Kyogre with the Poké ball he had snatched from someone else. When he heard Xia Fan's cold question, he suddenly turned around with a look of shock on his face. "You be ****D. Do you want to die?" Xia Fan asked again, looking into the young man's eyes. A strong sense of confusion emanated from Xia Fan's mind. Psychic, the young man floated up. He looked miserable and grabbed his neck with both hands, as if he was trying to strangle himself to death. He looked at Xia Fan with a face full of fear. But at the same time, he was also resisting. Just when his eyes were red and about to explode, he finally let go of his right hand from his neck. Then he was seen making hand gestures with one hand. And suddenly a sword condensed from seawater rushed out from the sea and slashed towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan quickly dodged, and the young man took the opportunity to break free from Xia Fan's confusion control. Yu Jian ran away without looking back. "Chase. Reiku Jengar, you two go after him, don't let him get away." Xia Fan looked at the Entei who were rushing over and gave the order. Reiku and the white Jengar nodded and chased after the Taoist youth. After the young man's accident, Xia Fan quickly took out the Poké ball and threw it at Kyogre. There was a flash of red light, and compared to the young man's Poké ball, Xia Fan's Poké ball successfully took Kyogre into the ball. Then a familiar system prompt sounded in my mind, ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Kyogre. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Water-type legendary Pokémon, Kyogre gender, none. Ability rainfall after appearing. The weather will change to rain. Ability after primal reversion. Sea of origin, the weather becomes weather that is not vulnerable to fire-type attacks. When a Pokémon with this ability appears, the weather will turn to heavy rain until the Pokémon leaves the field. This weather contest condition cannot be changed, except by delta airflow or ultimate land. In addition, the power of water-type skills in this weather is doubled, and fire-type skills will fail to use. Pokémon with the wet body ability will clear their own status condition. At the same time, heavy rain and thunder will definitely hit the target in this weather. Carrying items, red orb carrying errors. Unable to primal reversion skills are as follows. Body slam, use the whole body to press down on rival and attack. Sometimes rival will fall into paralysis contest condition, with a 30% chance. Water pulse attacks rival with water vibrations. Sometimes it will confuse rival. Rain dance after using this move. The weather will change to heavy rain in heavy rain. The power of water-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of fire-type moves will decrease by 50%. Hurricane and thunder will definitely hit the target. The weather ball attribute becomes water type. And water type moves are doubled. Origin Pulse attacks rival with countless bluish-white. Shining Rays Water Spout raises a tide to attack. This move changes with your own contest condition. The better your contest condition, the stronger the power. Muddy Water sprays muddy water at rival to attack. Sometimes it will reduce rival's hit rate, with a chance of 30%. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Aqua Ring, cover your body with a curtain made of waters, and your life contest condition will gradually recover. After looking at Kyogre's equally vast array of skills, Xia Fan also chose its exclusive skill without hesitation. System, I choose Origin Pulse. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan's body began to change immediately. Another new force gathered in the body. That is the power of water. After obtaining this power, Xia Fan took a deep breath, looked up at the sky, and a bluish-white beam of light condensed behind him. At this moment, Mega Evolution's Rayquaza is fighting fiercely with Mew Ho-Oh and Lugia, and the fight is hard to separate. His beam was focused towards Rayquaza, but in the next second, Xia Fan changed direction and headed towards the distant sea. He just brainstormed that if he released Origin Pulse at Rayquaza, whether it hit or not, would it get angry and use Dragon Ascent on him? So he chose to follow his heart. Bang. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction, took out 2 Piquet balls and released the wounded Groudon and Kyogre. As soon as Xia Fan finished speaking, Kyogre immediately refuted with telepathy, a psychic skill that can restore half of the target's health. Contest condition, are you a human or a Pokémon? Why can you heal us? These points of light enveloped Groudon and Kyogre. 5 minutes later, after listening to Entei's explanation, Groudon and Kyogre still looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. The next second, Xia Fan's hands emitted colorful spots of light. Roll. After the 2 pearls fell into Xia Fan's hands, they immediately burst into dazzling light and began to merge into Xia Fan's palms. Heal Pulse. That is the true mark of Groudon and Kyogre's recognition of their master. They opened their ferocious mouths and attacked him. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the honest man Entei. He used confusion to place himself between the 2 of them, with his hands facing them after Groudon recovered. He asked Xia Fan in confusion using telepathy, "Give me the 2 orbs that awakened you." Xia Fan didn't care about their looks, but teased them at the right time. "I really don't understand what you like to do with each other's orbs. Can you get your original power back? Give it to me. I will let you get your real power back, and help you teach a lesson to the dragon in the sky that often beats you up. Don't worry, I'm not like those salted fish." Xia Fan waved his hands, signaling them to spit it out as soon as possible. The next second, their bodies underwent a transformation. But thinking of Xia Fan's actions just now, they had to believe it when Xia Fan opened his eyes again. The 2 pearls were quietly lying in his hands, and there was an extra triangular mark on the pearls. Yes, Kyogre is right. Groudon patted his hot belly and replied telepathically, "If we fight fair and square, I will definitely stab that stinky bug to death with my precipice blades." How? Xia Fan looked at Entei and shrugged helplessly. "Yes, you are right. So quickly spit out the orb and give it to me. I will let you take back your true power." Xia Fan then raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and sent the blue orb into Kyogre's body and the red orb into Groudon's body. Groudon and Kyogre looked at each other again, then spit out a blue orb and a red orb respectively from their mouths. Entei understood what he meant and held his head high while communicating with the 2 super ancient Pokémon. A minute later, although Groudon and Kyogre still had some scars on their bodies, they had recovered from the severe injuries and were in contest condition. Xia Fan, whose body had been improved by the system more than a dozen times, smiled coldly and just uttered one word lightly. As soon as the words came out, Kyogre and Groudon disappeared immediately. The beam of light from the origin pulse created a huge wave on the far sea surface. It didn't beat us up often, no, it never beat us up at all. It always rushed out when Groudon and I were both seriously injured. It's a despicable guy if we had a fair fight. It would never be able to beat the two of us. Don't you think so, Groudon, are you sure? Groudon and Kyogre looked at each other hesitantly. Our orbs cannot be touched by humans. If our power devours its will, it's not our fault. Their bodies then slowly began to heal. How is it, how is it? Xia Fan raised the pearl and asked them jokingly. Groudon and Kyogre looked at each other without saying anything. The huge figures of Groudon and Kyogre emerged in Xia Fan's mind. Groudon howled toward the sky, his body beginning to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the temperature around him rose rapidly. The same thing happened to Kyogre after a long roar. His body grew rapidly, but the temperature around him dropped rapidly. Under their feet, one formed lava land and the other formed an icy river. Like two different infernos. Xia Fan smacked his lips and quickly used confusion to get himself away from them. Standing in front of them, it's like being in a world of ice and fire. The feeling of sudden change from cold to hot is really life-threatening. 10 seconds later, Groudon and Kyogre stopped growth after doubling in size. The seams of Groudon's skin are a lava-like orange-yellow. And there is an omega icon on the circular part at the base of the arm, which also appears on the red orb. The primal form of Kyogre has a pattern similar to alpha on its forehead and wing-like fins, which also appears on the blue orb after primal reversion. The first thing they did was to howl at Rayquaza soaring in the sky. It was like cursing the bug in the sky and announcing that I was back. Rayquaza heard their shouts. It looked down with sharp eyes, wanting to teach them a lesson again. But it was being entangled by Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Mew. And it was difficult to escape, moreover. We are gradually finding ourselves in a disadvantageous situation. Kyogre flapped his wings and flew towards soaring in the sky. He released the origin pulse and at the same time spread his telepathy around him and shouted, "Bugs. I'm coming," after primal evolution. The way Kyogre performs origin pulse begins to change. Bluish-white beams of light began to condense from behind it. And the number became 4 beams condensing at the same time. Boom! 4 bluish-white beams shot towards Rayquaza, who was fighting with Ho-Oh and his men. Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mew, feeling a powerful energy coming from behind, quickly dispersed. Rayquaza faced origin pulse, and once again twisted his coquettish figure in the air to dodge the 4 bluish-white beams. Groudon laughed mockingly and fired an eruption. Unfortunately, it was also easily dodged by Rayquaza. They are really the same. The elder one laughs at the younger one. Xia Fan shook his head speechlessly, and then asked Ho-Oh and the others to cooperate with Kyogre Groudon in the shared spiritual world to prevent Rayquaza from running away. Ho-Oh, Lugia, Mew, upon hearing this, echoed Xia Fan's instructions. Start a 5-on-1 fight with Groudon Kyogre. Just like that, with the official joining of Groudon and Kyogre, Rayquaza, which was already in a weak position, was in an even more difficult situation during this period. He tried to escape from the battlefield and return to the ozone layer several times, but was stopped by Ho-Oh and Lugia half an hour later. Rayquaza was exhausted and could no longer withstand the beat-up of 5 legendary Pokémon. His Mega Evolution form was finally defeated by Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire, and he turned back into Earl Dervish. Seeing this, Xia Fan quickly used confusion to float himself up, and teleported 3 times to the top of Rayquaza's head. And threw the Poké Ball decisively, a red light flashed. And Rayquaza was successfully caught in the ball ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Rayquaza. Please select one from the skills as your skill. The third system alert sounded today. Dragon-type and Flying-type legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Gender none ability, airlock after appearing. All weather effects will disappear. Ability after Mega Evolution. Delta Airflow, the weather changes to make the flying type's weaknesses disappear. When a Pokémon with this ability appears, the weather will turn into turbulence until the Pokémon leaves the field. This weather contest condition cannot be changed, except in the Sea of Origin or the Ultimate Land. In addition, in this weather, the attack damage caused by Rock-type Electric type and Ice-type attacks to Flying type is halved. Rain Dance, Sandstorm, Hail, and Sunny Day fail to be used. Rain, Sunshine, Blowing Sand, and Snowfall cannot change the weather. The attribute of Weather Ball is Normal type, and the power is doubled. Carrying item Life Orb after carrying it. Although the life contest condition will be slightly reduced each time you attack, the power of the move will increase. Skills are as follows. Dragon Ascent descends from soaring in the sky at high speed to attack rival. Your defense and special defense are temporarily reduced. Rayquaza can perform Mega Evolution after using this move. Dragon Dance, perform a mysterious and powerful dance. This will increase your attack and speed. Because they both said that the human who could fly with a sword got rid of them and ran away. Because after he saw Rayquaza's exclusive skill Dragon Ascent, he thought that it would be useless for him to learn this skill. Air Slash, attack with an air blade that can even slash soaring in the sky. Sometimes it will make rival afraid, with a 30% chance. Xia Fan, who had just finished communicating with Raikou White Jengar, took out a map he had obtained from Tiantian Technology from his backpack. Ho-Oh answered first, after seeing Rayquaza's many skills. Xia Fan smacked his lips not knowing what to say for a moment. Lugia, Groudon, and Kyogre didn't say anything more after hearing that, and dispersed as instructed. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Okay, you can go forward. Ho-Oh telepathically communicated with Groudon Kyogre after Xia Fan finished showing off, and explained like an old senior that after Xia Fan tamed them, he liked to use a skill to satisfy the feeling of showing off. Xia Fan thought about it and finally chose Draco Meteor, who smashed Kyogre from the sky into the sea. Lugia and Groudon Kyogre were puzzled when they heard this and were about to ask why. Draco Meteor drops meteorite from soaring in the sky on rival. After using it, the reaction force will greatly reduce your special attack. Don't ask, just disperse. According to Raikou, the master is going to act up again. Groudon and Kyogre were speechless after hearing this. After a while, they saw what Ho-Oh was talking about. Outrage attacks randomly for a period of time. Thrashing will cause the player to fall into chaos. Pokémon with the Outrage ability will not enter the Chaos Contest condition. If a Pokémon in the Chaos Contest condition gains the Outrage ability, the Chaos Contest condition will be removed. Causing huge waves on the sea, Xia Fan stood alone in the air. A beam of golden light shot out from his palm. It is strong. But he is not Rayquaza, he cannot Mega Evolve. So its practicality is not as good as other skills. Xia Fan thought for a moment and finally did not blame them, and let them come back directly after all. He also had many doubts about the existence of that guy. The originally happy expression immediately froze. Ho-Oh flapped his wings and came to Xia Fan. Then it exploded at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and dozens of scorching golden-red meteorites smashed towards the ground. Master, you should have captured all the legendary Pokémon in the Hone region. Where are we going next? And this seems to be its first dragon skill. Rest, go into hibernation when seriously injured. When you wake up again, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed. Raikou and White Jengar's voices are full of remorse in the spirit-sharing world. System, I choose Rayquaza's Draco Meteor. 2 seconds later, Draco Meteor appeared in Xia Fan's skill list. He looked up at the sky and told the Pokémon to stay away. Otherwise, they would not blame him if they accidentally hurt them. Mew nodded. There's no rush to leave this Hone region. Don't forget, there's another Celebi waiting for us in Petalburg Woods in over a month. Extreme Speed takedown attacks rival at lightning speed. This move is difficult to dodge. After Xia Fan satisfied his desire to show off, the voices of Raikou and the White Jengar in the shared spiritual world rang in his mind. Hone region on a remote and unnamed island. A young boy jumped off the back of a White Jengar. He stood beside a tree and watched for a while. Then he suddenly turned around and spoke to the air. The news is that Deoxys recently appeared here, right? Ziking halfway through his words. Xia Fan patted his head and smiled. Then he remembered that he did not bring Ziking with him on this operation. After successfully capturing Groudon Kyogre Rayquaza more than half a month ago, Xia Fan dismissed most of the mythical beasts on his body and let them return to freedom. Anyway, know that I have the ability of space teleportation. It doesn't matter whether I bring them with me or not. Whenever I need them, I can first greet them using the mental shared world, and then teleport them directly over. After the battle is over, I can teleport them back. Now he only has Mew and the white Jengar with him. Mew wanted to stay with Xia Fan voluntarily because he could be provided with good food and drink. As for the white Jengar, Xia Fan was afraid that if it were free, it would cause trouble outside at Souls and attract hatred. So he forced it to stay by his side, taking out her cell phone. Xia Fan took a photo and sent it to Ziking. 3 seconds later, there was a reply. Ziking's answer was correct, it was right here. The news about Deoxys is that the day before yesterday, a trainer posted online that he had captured a grovel here and was preparing to take a photo to show off when he saw Deoxys passing by from soaring in the sky. He took a photo and posted it online. And then, of course, it became a hit on the internet, after all. This is a powerful Pokémon from outer space. So many Pokémon trainers rushed here after knowing this. Xia Fan decided to come here to try his luck, after all. There were still 25 days until the appearance of Celebi on June 15th. So he might as well have nothing else to do. After receiving Ziking's affirmative response, Xia Fan felt relieved and started wandering around the island. About 20 minutes later, Xia Fan walked and came to the edge of a cliff. There was a large group of Swablu and Altaria gathering there. Xia Fan glanced at it without paying any attention. Since he had reached the cliff, he decided to take another route and wander around, however. When he was about to turn around, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in soaring in the sky. And beautiful colorful aurora suddenly appeared. Seeing the aurora, Xia Fan was immediately stunned. At the same time after the aurora appeared, the group of Swablu and Altaria that were walking in a group began to go their separate ways. Xia Fan looked at it for a while. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If he remembered correctly, the aurora seemed to be something Deoxys liked to create. Am I so lucky? As soon as he finished speaking, Mew, who had transformed into Pikachu, communicated with him telepathically, Master. There is something wrong with the magnetic field here. Magnetic field. Hearing this, Xia Fan's mouth corners turned up even more. Often when unusual things appear, it means that good things are about to appear. Hey, that handsome guy in the white short-sleeved shirt. At this time, Xia Fan heard shouting. When Xia Fan heard the word handsome guy, he subconsciously looked over. Only then did he realize that not far away from him, there was a cliff a few meters lower than him. There were 2 young boys, a young girl, and a child about 7 or 8 years old. The 4 of them were waving at him. What's the matter? Xia Fan responded, and at the same time jumped from the cliff where he was standing to the cliff where the 4 people were standing, causing the 4 people to exclaim and praise his good skills. Is your Pokeball usable? A boy wearing a hat asked Xia Fan, with a Pikachu standing at his feet. When the Pikachu saw the Pikachu on Xia Fan's shoulder, it immediately jumped onto the boy's shoulder and called Pika Pika happily. Our Pokeballs are useless. The girl with a red scarf also came forward. Xia Fan did not respond to their question. Instead, he looked at the 4 people in front of him with a frown, as if he was stunned. This group of 4 looks familiar to me. Xia Fan muttered to himself. The boy in the hat looked at them in silence, confused. What's wrong, sir? This question interrupted Xia Fan's mumbling. He came back to his senses, smiled and waved his hands. Nothing. I just felt like I had known you for a long time. After that, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball containing the white Jengar and pressed the open button. However, the Pokeball did not respond. Xia Fan frowned immediately. How could the Pokeball not be used? The bronze-skinned boy who looked the oldest among the four, sighed when he saw Xia Fan's reaction. It seems that no one can use Pokeballs and Pokémon Navigator anymore. Then what is going on? The boy in the hat said worriedly. If there is no flying Pokémon to help them lead the way, the group of Swablu and Altaria will be separated. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he suddenly felt the temperature around his body drop sharply and he couldn't help shivering. He quickly looked around and was suddenly surprised to find that a white Jengar appeared next to the handsome guy they called over. Your Pokeball can be used. One of the four people exclaimed at the child, who was only 7 or 8 years old. Beauty's this a different colored Jengar, it's so big. I don't know why I can use it. Xia Fan smiled bitterly and puzzled. Although the Pokeball cannot be used, he can still use the system's space teleportation function to transfer Jengar out. As for why he's so big, there's nothing I can do about it. I feed him so well, white Jengar. What did I eat of yours, Jengar? Go and gather those lost Swablu and Altaria together again. Xia Fan patted Jengar's fat belly. Jengar glanced at Xia Fan in dissatisfaction, but still floated up ready to do as he was told. While Jengar was doing his work, the boy in the hat introduced himself to Xia Fan. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Like you, I also have a Pikachu as my partner, Pika. Pikachu smiled and raised his hand. Hello. My name is Xia and this is my younger brother. His name is Xia Sheng. The girl in a headscarf followed and introduced herself, pointing to the child who was 7 or 8 years old. Hello, Xia Sheng nodded. Hello, my name is Xia. The bronze-skinned boy introduced himself. Xia Fan smiled after listening to their introduction. Sure enough, the identity was the same as he guessed. Hello, my name is Xia Fan. Like you, I'm a Pokémon trainer. This Pikachu and that heterochromatic Jengar are my partners. Xia Fan touched Mew's little face on his shoulder, Pika. Mew jumped off his shoulder and called for Ash's Pikachu to come down and play. The two little guys touched their tails on the ground to show their friendship. Xia Fan and Ash smiled at each other then. The 5 people saw a beautiful woman with blue hair and a plusle on her shoulder walking out from the cliff where Xia Fan had just been. That's how Ash hesitated, his eyes seeming to be familiar with the man. Xiaoging on the side said in surprise, that's the Pokémon keeper. Miss Clark Plusle is here too. Xia Sheng said with a smile. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the happy expressions of the 4 people around him. Especially Xiaogang, because this person is almost losing his mind. With peach blossoms in his eyes, he rushed forward excitedly and shouted to the beautiful girl, long time no see. I am Xiaoging who belongs to you both body and soul. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy's character is indeed very stable. Don't be surprised he is just like that. Xiao Yao heard Xia Fan's muttering and said with embarrassment. Xia Fan smiled and waved her hand to indicate that everything was fine. If you want to chat, we can talk later. Now we have to find a way to help Swablu and the others. The beautiful woman called Miss Clark heard Xiaoging's exclamation and coldly refused. Then she looked up at the sky and said, Is that white Jengar yours? Ash and the other 3 looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan stepped forward and held out his hand, mine. Your Jengar is now trying to drive the stray Swablu together. Right, that method is feasible. But it is only a temporary solution. I will help you to resolve the chaos, as she spoke Ms. Clark took out a device similar to a mobile phone and quickly drew circles towards an Altaria soaring in the sky that could not tell east from west and south from north due to the magnetic field. Seeing Xia Fan saying the same thing, Ash nodded. Then why is this Ms. Clark, Ms. Clark smiled and said, Because we conservationists need to complete our tasks in various harsh environments. We use many strong protective measures on the capture styler. Xia Fan glanced at Mew, who seemed to be doing nothing, and said directly, yes, it's very different from usual. A white light flashed, and the look in Altaria's eyes when it looked at Miss Clark changed from struggle to obedience. Xia Fan was listening to their conversation and couldn't help interrupting. Ms. Clark, Have you done any research on the news that deoxys appeared on this island? Well, geomagnetism refers to the magnetic field-like force emitted by the planet. And that force is very chaotic now. Miss Clark took out a display for testing the magnetic field. And the magnetic field fluctuations on it were very unstable. My Pikachu seems to be a little strange today. Ash hesitated and then asked Xia Fan, by the way, Mr. Xia Fan, is there anything unusual with your Pikachu? But Miss Clark shook her head. I can't confirm whether deoxys is really here. I just arrived here today. So I need to find someone to confirm it. Xia Fan looked over there and saw soaring in the sky in the northwest direction, which seemed to have torn a space crack, MS. Clark, why are you here? Ash asked the question in his mind as soon as he arrived. Because there has been a recent geomagnetic anomaly in the mountains around here, which has never happened before, said Miss Clark. Wrap up the group of Swablu and Altaria that were driven back by Jengar. But 3 seconds later, as Ms. Clark drew circles faster and faster, the white light finally merged into Altaria. As soon as she finished speaking, Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind, Master, there is something wrong with soaring in the sky. Look quickly. Is this the Pokémon Keeper's capture styler so fast? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows as he watched the easy capture. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, remembering that Xiao Huan had just told him that there was something wrong with the magnetic field here. An alien Lycorin dreads. Bipedal Pokémon emerges from the space rift. Altaria let out a long roar, and green spots of light emanated from his body. But he felt relieved the next second, because if he remembered correctly, the Pokémon hunted by the ranger with the cursor would return to being wild Pokémon after providing assistance once. Then as she waved her hand, a white halo appeared out of thin air and enveloped Altaria that Miss Clark was targeting. Altaria wanted to struggle in panic. While Xia Fan was muttering, Miss Clark held the phone and ordered the Altaria, use refresh to remove the chaotic contest condition of your companions and lead them back to the original route. Xiao Sheng quickly agreed when he heard Xia Fan's words, yes. Yes, I remember that when we came to this island recently. Many people we passed by were discussing the disappearance of deoxys. Then why can your capture styler be used? Xiao Sheng asked again. Miss Clark nodded. Xia Fan thought it made sense. So she followed the 4 people and walked to Miss Clark. The hunt is over, he felt that as a conservationist. He should know some important information. Ash patted Xia Fan on the shoulder and asked if he wanted to go with them to ask Miss Clark what happened here. As a Pokémon keeper, she must know something to come here. After a while, the group of Swablu and Altaria that were confused by the magnetic field regained their sanity and left in groups again. It's also because of the magnetic field. Electric-type Pokémon are affected by it. The aurora that appeared just now is probably also affected by the same thing. Ms. Clark glanced at soaring in the sky. The beautiful aurora just now had disappeared. So Altaria and the others were also affected by the geomagnetic field. Right, Xiao Gang said then. Mew jumped from the ground onto Xia Fan's shoulders and pointed Xia Fan in a direction. So that's why the Pokémon Ball and Pokémon Navigator are malfunctioning. Right, Xiaosheng asked. Ms. Clark nodded. When they fly long distances, they rely on the geomagnetic field to determine their direction. Geomagnetic anomaly, Xiao Yao wondered. Xia Fan's eyes lit up and he was ecstatic. This is deoxys. He was really lucky. He had just arrived on the island and met his target not long ago. Without saying a word, Xia Fan jumped onto Jengar's back and ordered it to take him there. Faced with Xia Fan's sudden action, Ash and the others looked in the direction. When they saw Deoxys' strong alien features, everyone exclaimed, "It's Deoxys." They ran in the direction where Deoxys appeared, however. Deoxys had just emerged from the space crack for less than 3 seconds when a shout suddenly rang out from the dense forest in the distance. Charizard flamethrower the next second. A stream of scorching flames spit towards Deoxys. Deoxys then changed his form, turning into a defensive form with a flat head. He blocked with both hands, and a transparent light shield easily blocked flamethrower. After resisting, Deoxys looked around, then changed back to his normal form and retreated from the space crack. The crack closed Yupan. Xia Fan, who had just rushed over from a distance, was caught empty-handed. "I'm your uncle." Xia Fan turned his head with flaming eyes and looked towards the dense forest where he had just used the flamethrower. Damn it. If it wasn't for that group of flamethrowers that alerted the enemy, he would have let Jengar use mean look as soon as he got close, forcing Deoxys to fight him in the dense forest. A blond young man with a rogue look on his face flew over on a Charizard. Behind him there were 4 people, each of them sitting on the back of a flying Pokémon. When they came to Xia Fan, the yellow-haired young man started cursing without waiting for Xia Fan to speak. "Boy, do you want to die? Don't you see that I was the first to discover this Deoxys? If you hadn't suddenly appeared, it would have fought with me." You know, Xia Fan was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that there would be someone in this world who was more shameless than him. This guy can even blame himself for Deoxys' escape, so quickly compensate me for the psychological loss caused by my failure to catch Deoxys, or I and my brothers will teach you a lesson," the yellow-haired young man said again. And the 4 men behind him showed ferocious looks. Xia Fan took a deep breath, calmed down, glanced at them, and said with a smile, "Then how much do you want me to compensate you?" "Handsome guy is 1 million, okay." 5 seconds later, the black screen faded away, and they fell into the ground along with their Pokémon. After the words fell, Ash and the other 3 showed expressions of "I see. That's what it is," and looked at Xia Fan with eyes full of admiration. "Since none of you want it, then I'll take it. My heart has been deeply traumatized just now. Not only was the Deoxys that was originally about to be obtained scared away by you, but more importantly, my weak heart was frightened by your power trip's domineering face." Xia Fan walked up to the yellow-haired young man, squatted down, patted his face, and said coldly, "Take out your phone. I don't want much compensation." "How much money do you have in your phone?" "Take out as much as you want." The 5 people looked at the white Jengar behind Xia Fan with fear on their faces. It was obvious that Nightshade just now had left them with great psychological trauma, and their Pokémon were also looking at Jengar with fear. The 5 of them continued to shake their heads. 1 million. The yellow-haired young man and his partner looked at each other, and immediately revealed expressions of surprise and greed. "Are you serious?" said a blue-haired young man. A minute later, the 5 people transferred all the money to Xia Fan. Xia Fan said, "Then I would rather die than surrender. How could a Pokémon trainer come up with 1 million? So I fought with them, but I didn't expect that they were just 5 losers. 5 of them couldn't even beat one of my Jengars. In order to teach them a lesson, I asked them to take out all their money and let them feel the pain of being robbed." At this point, Xia Fan looked at Miss Clark, the Pokémon keeper, and said, "Ms. Clark, you have worked hard as a Pokémon keeper. You often have to complete very dangerous tasks. The Pokémon world is so peaceful because of people like you who are selflessly contributing. Take out your phone and I will transfer the 650 yuan I received from them to your phone. This money will realize its greatest value when it is with you." "Really?" Xia Fan asked again. Those 5 people also happened to have expressions of fear towards Xia Fan. "What, 1 million in psychological compensation?" Xiao Yao exclaimed, and her expression as she looked at the 5 people immediately changed from confusion to disgust. "I'm collecting money." Facing Ash and the others' strange looks, Xia Fan confessed, "After scaring Deoxys away, these people insisted on blaming me for the crime and said they wanted me to pay 1 million as their psychological compensation. No, just accept it. These 5 people should be taught a lesson like you. Otherwise, they will become even more aggressive in the future." Miss Clark finally chose to refuse and affirmed Xia Fan's approach. "We have this." Miss Clark's eyes lit up and she gave Xia Fan a contact number and address. Miss Clark was full of embarrassment. How could she accept the money? It was against discipline. It would be fine if Xia Fan gave it to her alone. But now there were 10 pairs of eyes besides hers. The five people's expressions became hesitant. Seeing this, the five people immediately took out their phones in panic. I'll turn. We turned. After Xia Fan received the money from the last person into his mobile phone, Ash and his team finally arrived here. How can that be possible? I just wanted to give you the money when I robbed you. Xia Fan looked disappointed. How about this? Does your organization have a donation address or contact information? I will donate it to you a second later. The five people's terrified screams could be heard from the darkness. It was so miserable that no one knew what they had seen. Xia Fan took out his mobile phone and recorded it seriously, saying that he would donate the money in person when he had time. Xia Fan looked down at Ash and his group who were still rushing over here, and patted Jengar on the back. Go to ground. Upon hearing this, the white Jengar immediately let out a sharp and piercing laugh. And at the same time, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lower lip. As soon as the words fell, a hideous and sharp laugh came out of Jengar's mouth. And then a black curtain suddenly emanated from Jengar, instantly enveloping the five people and their Pokémon. And terrifying phantoms began to emerge. Mr. Xia Fan, what are you doing? Ash hesitated, somewhat unwilling to believe that the man who had just helped them out of kindness was capable of doing something like robbery. Really? Xia Fan continued with a smile. Really? You are dreaming, Jengar Nightshade. Jengar brought Xia Fan to the ground where the five people fell. The total amount is almost 650,000. The five people shook their heads. It was very confusing to see Xia Fan collecting money here. Because it looked like robbery. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Why you don't want to? Jengar, give them encore, Nightshade. Since they think money is more important. Then scare them to death after scaring them into dementia. You can swallow their souls anyway as a ghost Pokémon. You can extract memories from souls. I guess mobile payment passwords and the like can also be extracted from memories. Then what? Xiaosheng asked. Do you still want 1 million in psychological compensation? Xia Fan asked. There's a Pokémon Center nearby. Let's go there. We should be able to get a lot of useful information there. After chatting about the transfer, Miss Clark said to everyone. Ash and his group and Xia Fan nodded. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the Pokémon Center in the center of the island. Nurse Joy, as soon as everyone entered the room, Xiaogang excitedly rushed to a beautiful nurse with red hair, knelt on one knee, and shouted with his peach blossom eyes shining. Sorry to have kept you waiting, I am Xiaogang, who belongs to you both physically and mentally. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. She glanced at the lustful Xiaogang, and then at Nurse Joy, who looked embarrassed. I remember when I watched the animation in the past. He didn't respect anyone except Comrade Xiaogang, who would get so excited every time he saw a beautiful woman that he couldn't help himself. He didn't care whether the other person had a partner or not. Once he saw her, he would rush forward like a dog, and he wasn't afraid of being beaten to death. He is truly one of the representative perverts in the male world. He's like this when he sees beautiful women. You'll get used to it. Xiao Yao noticed Xia Fan's strange expression and smiled awkwardly. Xia Fan didn't say anything and just faced it with a smile. At this time, Xiaosheng walked up to Xiaogang, grabbed his ear and pulled him away. Okay. Just find a quiet place and don't embarrass yourself here. After Xiaogang was dragged away, Ms. Clark walked forward and asked Joy, Nurse Joy, how is the central nervous system here? It doesn't work. I want to restart it, but it doesn't work. It's also affected by the geomagnetic field. It's been a week. Nurse Joy led everyone into a room where several large screens were showing Isurus with no signal. We just saw Deoxys, said Miss Clark. Really? Nurse Joy asked in surprise. These past few days we've heard that someone has seen Deoxys. I'm still a little skeptical, but Miss Clark even said so. So maybe the abnormal phenomenon that started last week is. Oh yes, I think it might be related to the appearance of Deoxys. Said Miss Clark. It started last week. Ash asked in surprise. Miss Clark nodded. Alliance. The conservator received a call from Nurse Joy. She said there was a magnetic disturbance nearby. So I was sent here to investigate, however. This is the first time I've seen Deoxys appear today. But why is Deoxys here? Ash wondered. Were there traces of two Deoxys in Lara City before? One of them even had a fight with Rayquaza. Xia Fan suddenly spoke up. Yes, we were there at the time. Ash turned back excitedly and looked at Xia Fan. Who was a head taller than him was Mr. Xia Fan there too. No, it's just that a friend was there and told me. Xia Fan smiled and shook his head. When he caught Rayquaza before, he asked Rayquaza if he knew any news about Deoxys. Rayquaza replied that he did, but that was a long time ago. They came to Earth, and he mistakenly thought that the two Deoxys were invaders. So he fought with them in the end. When he found out that they were not, let them go after that. He didn't pay attention to where the two Deoxys went. And they may have left the planet. Ash said oh and said nothing more. Ms. Clark took over Xia Fan's topic. You are right. Deoxys appeared in Lara City before Professor Rondo, who conducted the investigation at that time, pointed out in his report that the two Deoxys came from the universe with the meteorite. Nurse Joy, has there ever been a meteorite landing here before? Xia Fan asked Nurse Joy with a smile. Please wait a moment. Nurse Joy turned and left about 10 minutes later. She came back with a book in her hand. 10 years ago, a meteorite did fall into the mountains around here. Nurse Joy said, and it was said to have caused an explosion. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. Great, that's easy with meteorite. At this time, Miss Clark said, since Deoxys has appeared, it is necessary to investigate the location where the meteorite fell. Nurse Joy, do you know where it is? Nurse Joy nodded and said, I know, wait a moment. I'll get the map. After saying that, he turned and left again. Ms. Clark, I want to go too, Xiaoxing, who had returned, said excitedly after listening to the conversation just now. I want to see Deoxys again. Miss Clark had not gone far at this time. Mr. Xia Fan, didn't you go to the bathroom? Xiaoxing. The most important thing now is to find out what happened, because this is the job of our Pokémon keepers. If you want to go with us, Ms. Clark shook her head. It's too dangerous. Nurse Joy, where is the bathroom? I need to use the bathroom. The routine is really good. Nurse Joy pointed Xia Fan in a direction. After saying thank you, Xia Fan trotted towards the restroom. But as soon as he entered the restroom, his figure disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the Pokémon Center. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, humming a little tune. Xia Fan began to follow Miss Clark, who had just left the Pokémon Center. Why not call him over? Xia Fan asked puzzledly, looking at Miss Clark's departing back. Xia Fan decisively used the urine shield technique. Xia Fan began to follow Ash and the others to follow Miss Clark. Ash looked at Xia Fan strangely, followed by Xiao Yao and Xiao Gang. However, after a while, Nurse Joy handed the map to Miss Clark. Miss Clark said thank you and turned to leave the Pokémon Center. After a while, Xia Fan suddenly discovered that one person was missing. But Xiaoxing was unwilling. Ms. Clark looked at Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, Ash, Xiao, I'm going to investigate now. You just stay here and wait for my results. He is indeed a real rookie, there. Since this matter concerns the capture of Deoxys, there is no way that Xia would really stay here and wait for the result. Ash smiled and said, Mr. Xia Fan, you don't understand this. Only if Xiaoxing follows us, we will have a reason to follow as well. Ash and Xiao also said hello. Yes. Xia Fan nodded awkwardly. Since everything had been revealed, why was she still hiding it? Ash pointed Xia Fan in a direction. Xia Fan looked in the direction and saw a little kid under the bushes in front of her, following Miss Clark even more stealthily than them. This Xia Fan was stalking. He never expected that he would run into the three of them outside just after coming out of teleport. Don't make excuses, I know you want to see Deoxys, right? Ash said with an expression that said, we do too. We are really itching to stay here and wait for the results. He's there, Xia Fan smiled and nodded. Still a little cautious. As Xia Fan walked out of the corner outside, she bumped into Ash and the others. Ash, Xiaoyao and Xiaoging smiled at each other with a fox-like expression. That is Xiaoyao's younger brother. Xia Sheng is not here. Xia Fan raised an eyebrow he didn't understand at first. But after a few seconds he suddenly realized, looking for someone. An hour later, Xia Fan and his 3 companions came to the foot of a mountain and saw a cave entrance from afar. Miss Clark stood outside the cave entrance holding a map. Just as she was about to enter, she heard a noise behind her. It's Xia Sheng, right? Come out quickly. Miss Clark sensed something and quickly walked to the bushes where the noise came from. Xia Sheng stood up from under the bushes with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sorry. I really want to see Deoxys again. Oh no, Xia Sheng has been discovered. Ash, who was following behind, screamed and then pulled Xia Fan. Xiaoging and Xiaoyao to run down. Now that Xia Sheng has been discovered, they should reveal their tracks as soon as possible. So after a while, when Miss Clark was helpless against Xia Sheng, Ash led Xia Fan and the others to rush down and turned on their acting modes. Ash grabbed Xia Sheng's shoulders and said with surprise, "Found it, Xia Sheng is here." Xiaoyao frowned and scolded, "Xia Sheng, how can you do this? Didn't you hear what Miss Clark said? But I really want to come and see it." Xia Sheng said with a bitter face. Xia Fan, who was standing at the back, smacked his lips as he watched this scene. Mew's telepathic voice rang in his mind, "Master, do humans like to play tricks so much?" Xia Fan coughed lightly and pretended not to hear. However, under the performance of Ash and Xiaoya, Miss Clark had no choice but to take them into the cave together. A few minutes later, Miss Clark handed Xiaoging a tool for detecting geomagnetism, and then led everyone into the cave with a flashlight. As soon as they entered the cave, everyone felt the dampness and coldness coming from the cave and couldn't help but shrink their necks. There are countless stone pillars inside that have been polished over the years. After entering, Xia Sheng was very happy and ran excitedly. Please be careful when you walk. There are a lot of gravel on the ground. Miss Clark kindly reminded. Everyone nodded. Xia Fan glanced at the tool for detecting geomagnetism in Xiaoging's hand. Just like before, it still showed that the geomagnetic field was very chaotic. This means that the Pokeball cannot be used for the time being. Until 20 minutes later, Xiaoging suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Xia Fan looked over in confusion. The disturbance in the geomagnetic field has disappeared. Xiaogang said it seems to have returned to normal. Ash, Ms. Clark, how are your Pikachu and Plusle feeling now? Xia Fan immediately asked Ash in front of him. Ash turned his head to look at the Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, are you okay? Pikachu smiled and raised his hand and called out Pika, indicating that everything was fine at the same time. Plusluho was on the shoulder of Miss Clark, who was walking in front and around and shouted with joy. Mr. Xia Fan, how is your Pikachu feeling now? Shouldn't you ask it first? Ash asked doubtfully. Xia Fan scratched his head. My Pikachu just scratched my ear and told me. As he spoke, he looked at Xiao Huan, who was standing on his shoulder, and signaled with his eyes that he should cooperate with him in the performance. Mew understood. I quickly raised my hand and shouted, Pika. He forgot that Jengar absorbs heat as soon as it comes out. Xiaoyao said awkwardly, really? I don't understand why Xia Sheng is so excited. Xia Fan looked at the looks in their eyes and didn't understand what was going on at first. It was not until Mew realized that the way he spoke was wrong and hurriedly repeated it telepathically that he was completely stunned. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried over and soon saw Miltank standing next to a stone pillar, looking at them with a puzzled look on its face. Everyone looked at Xia Fan as if they had seen a ghost. In such a cold place, Xia Fan actually said it was hot. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Sheng exclaimed from the front. My mind began to involuntarily imagine the scene of a human sucking milk from Miltank. 3 seconds later, Miltank stood obediently beside Miss Clark. Mew suddenly jumped off Xia Fan's shoulder and rushed to Miltank's shoulder excitedly. For a moment, he forgot to communicate telepathically and used growl directly. Xiaoxing, who was running in front, turned around and urged everyone, hot a second later. The two little guys suddenly looked at Xia Fan with bitter faces and remained silent, looking at him in extreme fear, fortunately. After a while, Xiaoyo pushed him and asked him why he was blushing. And then he realized that only two Pokémon understood what he meant. Then he took out the capture styler, which is exclusively used by conservationists, and drew circles on Miltank. Hurry up, what are you doing? Mr. Xia Fan, could you please take the Jengar back? It gets even colder here once it's out. Ash shrugged and sniffed when he took it away. Miltank looked at him with panic and fear. So that's how it is. The geomagnetic anomaly is intermittent and not always so chaotic. It is now in normal contest conditions, Miss Clark said. Suddenly, 10,000 ways of wiping one's neck emerged. Pika Pika, Master, it's Miltank. I haven't had their milk for a long time. Can you ask Miss Clark to squeeze a few bottles of milk for me? I still remember the last time you sucked in Miltank's arms. You must miss the taste too. I'll save a bottle for you. It showed up just in time, Ms. Clark said in surprise. It can use healing skills, maybe it can help later. Pikachu and Plusle looked at Xia Fan with puzzled eyes after hearing this. There was a flash of red light and Jengar came out. And because of the existence of sacred fire, he himself has a strong resistance to cold. So he didn't feel much. The child is teachable. Xia Fan didn't reply, but smiled and took Mew away from Miltank. There's a Miltank here. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction after following him. Mew's acting skills really started to get better and better. Xia Fan took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said it's okay. But she just felt a little hot for some reason. Then he looked at Miltank again, obviously. It also understood what Mew growl meant just now. Sorry. Xia Fan scratched his head and quickly put the dissatisfied Jengar back into the ball. Xia Fan nodded, confirming that after the geomagnetic field had calmed down, the Pokéball could be used normally. I didn't expect that this human being would have such a hobby. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan took out the Pokéball and tried to release Jengar. Everyone continued to move forward, while Xia Fan held Mew and walked behind, comforting Mew just like he was comforting his ancestors, telling him not to be anxious, and that they would go to the town later to rent a Miltank from a cattle farm for him to suckle milk. I just hope that it will think carefully before saying anything in the future. Otherwise, he didn't know how many times he could survive social death. 10 minutes later, the 6 people gradually saw a burst of cal emanating from the front. They trotted over and soon saw a huge rock embedded in the ground. There is a sinkhole above the boulder, and light shines through the sinkhole onto the boulder. If you look closely, you can see that this huge rock fell from the Tiankang. It seems that this is the meteorite that Nurse Joy mentioned. Miss Clark, who was walking in the front, observed for a while and said to everyone, "It's so big." Ash exclaimed, "We saw the meteorite, which means Deoxys is nearby." Xiaogang said, "Hey, Deoxys." Xiaosheng shouted towards the boulder excitedly. "It's not like it will appear just by barking." Xiaogang said helplessly, his hands on his hips, however. As soon as he finished speaking, Ash's Pikachu suddenly exploded with electricity, and electricity ran through his cheeks. The entire cave suddenly began to shake. The geomagnetic field is disordered again. Xiaogang looked at the geomagnetic scanner in his hand with sweat on his forehead. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Xiaogang and Xiaosheng oddly. Is this the charm of the protagonist group? Summoning divine beasts is really first-rate. This abnormal phenomenon lasted for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later under the gaze of everyone. 2 meters away from the meteorite sky, there was a fluctuation in the space, which gradually faded away. Then everyone saw a torn space crack, inside which was an indescribable colorful space. Then a Pokémon with alien features emerged from the crack. As soon as it appears, it gives people a sense of mental oppression unique to powerful Pokémon. The 2 electric-type Pokémon Pikachu and Plusle suddenly looked listless, with a look of low spirits on their faces. It seems that the geomagnetic phenomenon has become more serious. Pikachu, are you okay? Ash exclaimed. Pikachu shrugged and responded dejectedly. Everyone look at Deoxys. Xiao Yao exclaimed at this time. Everyone looked up and saw that Deoxys had changed form, turning into an attacking form, with its 4 tentacles condensing into a colorful spherical energy body. Its psycho boost dispersed quickly. Miss Clark exclaimed, and she and Ash and the other 3 quickly dispersed. But Deoxys' attack had already been launched, and everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the approaching energy ball. Ha tilde just as everyone was panicking. A creepy laugh suddenly rang out. Then a white Jengar suddenly appeared in front of them and used the skill Protect to block Deoxys' psycho boost. The white Jengar was floating in the air, stroking his chubby belly and confronting Deoxys. Jengar, Ash exclaimed, and they and everyone else looked at Xia Fan in shock, wondering how he had released the white Jengar from the Pokeball when the geomagnetic field was disrupted. But in this time of crisis, they had no time to ask. Jengar mean look Xia Fan stepped forward, looked directly at Deoxys and gave instructions, hey tilde. The white Jengar's eyes flashed with black light, and he stared at Deoxys with a look that seemed to be able to seduce someone. You shouldn't be able to run away this time. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. He gave Deoxys a mean look when they met. He didn't believe that Deoxys could run away. But the next second Xia Fan frowned. He felt something was wrong, because the Deoxys seemed to be in great pain as soon as it came out. And its whole body was trembling, but this is perfect. I will take advantage of your illness to kill you, as long as I can successfully subdue you. No matter what problems you have, I will solve them for you. Abandoning these trivial thoughts, Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth and reached for the Pokeball at his waist. But as soon as he took it out, Xia Fan was confused, because no matter how he pressed the Pokeball, it was in a reduced contest condition, which meant it could not be used. Although I don't know how you released Jengar from the Pokeball just now. The geomagnetic field is disturbed now, so the Pokeball should be unusable. And the same goes for capturing it. Miss Clark saw what Xia Fan was thinking from his actions and reminded him. When Xia Fan heard this, 1,000 CNMs suddenly ran through his heart. Such a good opportunity, but because of that damn geomagnetic field, the Pokeball could not be used. Then what should we do? Xia Fan asked, looking up at sky. Deoxys was already fighting with Jengar. That Deoxys seems to be in a chaotic contest condition. Help me, I'll use the capture styler to calm it down, Ms. Clark said. According to the information from the Conservator Alliance, Deoxys will change its appearance depending on the situation. There are 4 forms: normal, defense, attack, and speed. But if it is not in the normal form, it will be difficult to hunt successfully. So we can only attack it when it's in normal form, right? Ash interjected, if that's the case, then wouldn't it mean that Jengar will be beaten, which will lower Deoxys' guard and make him return to his normal form? After listening to their analysis, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and could only say sorry to Jengar in his heart. Under normal circumstances, when Deoxys fights Pokémon, he should attack, defend, and switch back and forth. Speed is only used to hurry or chase or escape. Normal form is the most common time. The most common time is when you are not as good as me, and there is no need for me to use the other 3 forms. Therefore, it is the best time to let Jengar take the beating. Jengar, don't fight it head-on, pretend you can't beat it. Then you'll have to endure the hardship and let it beat you up. Xia Fan communicated with it in the spiritual shared world. Why Jengar, who was in the middle of a fierce contest with Deoxys, was confused by Xia Fan's words. Why did he have to pretend that he couldn't win and let the B*****D in front of him beat him up just because it was an extremely rare and powerful Pokémon? Because you are the most handsome guy here, Xia Fan said without hesitation in the spiritual shared world, and at the same time temporarily turned off Mew and other Pokémon's communication rights to the spiritual shared world, leaving only himself and Jengar to communicate. Are you serious? After throwing a shadow ball, Jengar turned his head to look at Xia Fan and replied in the shared spiritual world. It's absolutely true from the first moment I saw you. I knew you were my future talent. The fact that you started as an ordinary Pokémon and gradually built up your strength to be comparable to that of a legendary Pokémon is beyond doubt. Xia Fan flattered others in the spiritual sharing world with a very sincere tone. Xia Fan looked up and his expression suddenly became strange. Meanwhile, Miss Clark had already begun her capture. Drawing quick circles then, it changed into its attack form and launched a psycho boost at everyone. So, could you please ask my most handsome guy here to play a fake match? After all, your rival Deoxys is having some mental problems now. If you bite it, it won't be a glorious thing. And I believe that you, a handsome guy who has become as powerful as the gods on your own, would not bother to bully a sick person, right? Before Xia Fan finished speaking, Ash exclaimed in her ear, Ms. Clark, it has returned to its normal form. Now we can perform the capture styler. Master, what is it doing? Has it seen too many tragic dramas performed by humans? Amused telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind, but just when everyone thought that they could successfully capture him. Having said that, it withdrew from the spiritual shared world, damn it. Deoxys actually changed back to normal form from attack form. Tilde is so awesome I can't beat you. It's worth it, it's very worth it. If not me, who else can be awesome? If not me, Jengar, who else can be awesome? No one can rise from a weak Pokémon to the power of a god step by step like me. Deoxys actually changed his form again, becoming a defensive form, and directly shattered the aperture. After falling to the ground, the white Jengar immediately showed his human form of surrender and shouted at the same time. Although everyone didn't understand, they couldn't help but look at the white Jengar who was so high-spirited just now, but now lay on the ground in less than 2 seconds with a look of mourning like a nagging woman. And they couldn't help but look strange, facing the gazes of the crowd and Mew. Xia Fan scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment, and could only shout in the shared mental world, brother, please act more like Drew. And can you not add so much drama to yourself? You are a Pokémon, not a human, and Deoxys is not a fool. How could it Pika Pika Tilde, it's too fake. That's right, if I had met you 100 or 200 years later, I might not have been able to conquer you even if I had Mew. Ho-Oh and Lugia all at once. It changed directly from attack form to speed form, running around in the cave at an extremely fast speed. Jengar could only be called by Xia Fan to go forward again to help them block it. Xia Fan apologized decisively, I'm sorry, Master. I'm short-sighted and forgot that aliens can't watch human tragedies. Jengar, do you think anyone else in the world can do this except you? No one. This means that you are 0 times more awesome than Mew Ho-Oh Lugic. Just based on this 10,000 times. Do you think you deserve the status of the most handsome guy in my heart? You have great potential in the future, this. There are more to come, upload the coded version first. Xiaosheng hesitated and said, why do I feel like it's acting? Ash agreed, me too, what do you think, Pikachu? The author has something to say, of course. I am a Jengar and I never take advantage of others, Master. If you tame it in the future, let it fight with me again and let it know that I lost on purpose today. The white Jengar said proudly. Xia Fan continued to flatter it, and only asked softly after it felt comfortable. In front of everyone, the white Jengar was hit by Deoxys' Zen headbutt and fell to the ground. Jengar's telepathic voice rang in my mind, Master. Xia Fan's flattery touched Jengar's heart, and for a moment he almost couldn't help but feel ecstatic. However, after this attack, Deoxys seemed to have mental problems and his expression was very painful. A halo then appeared around Deoxys' body. What's wrong with it? Ash asked in confusion. Clark, it seems a little bit strange. Miss Clark did not reply in a hurry. Instead, she took the capture styler, switched its function, and aimed it at Deoxys. Xia Fan leaned over. It seems that capture styler is analyzing Deoxys' contest condition. After a while, Miss Clark said, sure enough. It is in status condition, although the reason cannot be analyzed yet. It seems to be feeling something and is in pain. What did you feel? Xia Fan frowned and began to look around, while asking Mew to feel if there was anything different. While he was looking around, Miss Clark directed Miltank, who had been briefly captured with Capture Styler. To use Heal Bell, Miltank strode forward, took out his tail, and shook it to make a pleasant bell sound at the same time. Bursts of bluish-white light emanated from the bell on its tail and spread towards the cave. Deoxys' painful expression gradually eased. It changed back to normal form from speed form. But the geomagnetic disorder phenomenon still exists. Xia Fan glanced at the geomagnetic detection device in Xiaoging's hand, then took out her piquet ball and pressed it to confirm. But it still couldn't be used with a raised eyebrow. Xia Fan couldn't help but look towards the Tiankang, since the status condition has been resolved. But the geomagnetic disturbance still exists. Doesn't that mean there must be another reason? While Xia Fan was thinking, Miss Clark excitedly used Capture Styler on Deoxys again. But the result was still a failure. Deoxys once again used his defensive form to break free from Capture Styler's aperture. Then switch attack forms and use Psycho Boost. However, this time it did not attack everyone instead. It smashed Psycho Boost in front of Miss Clark, as if to warn her not to cause trouble. The Miltank that had completed its mission was scared away by the threat. Then Deoxys made a few growl sounds. As soon as the words fell, a green light shield suddenly emerged from Deoxys' body and spread outwards, quickly enveloping the entire meteorite at the same time. The little brat Xia Sheng suddenly climbed up the meteorite. Deoxys, what do you mean by your terribleness? Xia Fan looked up and shouted 3 seconds later. An invisible light wave spread from Deoxys' body, and an image emerged in everyone's mind. Xiaoyao stopped tackling after hearing this. Xia Fan is right, Miss Clark agreed. Ash and his group rushed forward in a panic and tried to tackle the light shield with all their strength. But they were unable to shake it at all. Master, do you want to take him away? Jengar asked telepathically, its safeguard. But after thinking about the current situation, he stopped himself because he was afraid that Xiaoyao would fight him to death if he told her. Xiaoyao saw this and shouted excitedly to let Xia Sheng go. Thinking of this, Xia Fan didn't care whether Deoxys could understand or not, and shouted to it, Deoxys, what do you want to express to us? Is there any other way to express it? Such as sharing the mind or something? Xia Sheng added, I'm so lonely, I'm alone, so lonely. 2 seconds later, the picture in everyone's mind changed again. When meteorite was about to arrive on Earth, it encountered Rayquaza at that time. Rayquaza was swallowing meteorite outside the Earth to replenish energy. But at that time, no one knew whether Rayquaza felt that the taste of the meteorite was wrong. So he swallowed it and spit it out after a while. After playing with it for a while, he directly slapped the meteorite into the planet with its tail. Lonely, Xia Fan couldn't help but want to reply. Do you want to say that being alone in the universe is empty? Lonely and cold after saying that. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Deoxys suddenly opened a space crack and brought Xia Sheng in. It was a picture of a meteorite drifting aimlessly in the universe. So scared, really very scared. Xia Sheng once again explained Deoxys' feelings at the time. This Deoxys was still inside the meteorite and couldn't get out. So it was swallowed by Rayquaza. That seems to be true, cold. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. What is it saying? Xia Fan asked Mew. Mew shook his head and telepathically said, Master. It comes from the universe, and I don't understand its cosmic language. Deoxys, what's wrong with you? I know you're in pain. He called out worriedly at this moment. Xia Sheng and the light shield suddenly seemed to be controlled. His eyes glowed green and he floated in the air. No, Deoxys shouldn't hurt it. Xia Fan replied using the mental shared world. If this brat insists on making trouble, then just satisfy him, however. As a member of the protagonist group, it is likely that the miraculous effect should be triggered at the critical moment. Xia Fan was stunned. And when this scene appeared in their minds, the controlled Xia Sheng said expressionlessly, "It's so cold. It's really cold, how terrible." Well, he said expressionlessly. His behavior directly scared Ash and Xiaoyao. "Are you willing to listen to me?" Xia Sheng said expressionlessly. Xia Fan and Miss Clark nodded. Wait, Deoxys shouldn't hurt Xia Sheng. He seems to be assisting Xia Sheng's body to transmit information. Xia Fan stepped forward to comfort him. If you continue to tackle so excitedly, Xia Sheng will be in danger. Everyone was confused. This not only caught Xia Fan off guard, but also confused the others. Xiaoyao, who lost her brother, cried bitterly. Everyone rushed to comfort him. Xia Fan also comforted him. Deoxys shouldn't hurt Xia Sheng. Judging from its mental sharing just now, it is more likely that it captured Xia Sheng to relieve its loneliness. That's right, Xia Fan is right, Miss Clark agreed. It's more likely that it took Xia Sheng away to relieve its loneliness. We can still rescue Xia Sheng, Xia Fan frowned and said. But the most important thing to do now is to figure out why there is a geomagnetic phenomenon. From what happened just now, it is obviously not related to Deoxys. Also, didn't I just let Jenger use mean look? Why did Deoxys still get away? Miss Clark nodded. What Xia Fan said basically matched her task. But you just mentioned mine look. I can give you an explanation. I think it is very likely that Deoxys was not affected by mean look at all under the chaotic contest conditions at that time. Miss Clark said. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, recalling the painful expression on Deoxys' face when he first came out. And then he thought of the situation where his Poké Ball could not be used due to the geomagnetic phenomenon. We have to figure out the geomagnetic phenomenon as soon as possible. Only after this is solved, everything will be easy. And I've also confessed that I want to subdue Deoxys. Xia Fan confessed to everyone. Only after subduing it can we better understand it, Ms. Clark and Ash's group looked at each other, but didn't blame anyone because they had already seen that Xia Fan had ideas about Deoxys. As long as capturing him didn't endanger the Pokémon world. After the conversation, the group left the cave and returned to the Pokémon Center to look for the real cause of the geomagnetic anomaly. They decided to find it out before returning to the cave. Everyone, I think I know the reasons. At the Pokémon Center, after everyone had looked through all the possible causes of geomagnetism, Miss Clark suddenly said, "What's the reason?" Xia Fan, who was still looking through the documents, asked in confusion. I was on my way back to the Pokémon Center, watching Soaring in the Sky, and suddenly an idea came to me. I thought of a possibility, so I tried to ask the conservation base first. Miss Clark did not rush to answer, but took everyone outside and asked a question. Do you know the solar wind? Xia Fan raised her eyebrows and was about to answer when the conservator, Miss Clark, continued, that is, the high-speed plasma flow blowing out from the surface of the sun will blow to our planet. That is the wind from the sun, referred to as the solar wind. According to the information from the conservationist base, now is the date when sunspots are getting bigger, Kuroko. Ash asked in confusion. There are sunspots on the surface of the sun. The area of sunspots will grow in a cycle of about 11 years. Minimize when the area of sunspots grows. The solar wind will become stronger, you see, Ms. Clark switched capture styler back to message mode and showed it to everyone. I asked the base to send me the solar wind data. This is the waveform. And this is the waveform when the geomagnetic field is disturbed nearby. As Ms. Clark spoke, the two magnetic field waveform comparison images on the capture styler gradually overlapped. Ash and the other two exclaimed, since the waveforms are consistent, does that mean that the geomagnetic disturbance nearby is affected by the solar wind? Xiao Gang asked doubtfully. Miss Clark shook her head. That's not right, no, Xia Fan frowned slightly. According to the information from the conservationist base, the center of the geomagnetic anomaly is here, Ms. Clark switched the interface of capture styler to map mode, on which a red light spot was blinking. Everyone came forward to watch. and their eyes gradually widened. Because the place where the light spots are flashing above is the meteorite crash site we visited not long ago. This means that the geomagnetic anomaly is related to both Deoxys and the Sun. Xia Fan suddenly felt a little dizzy. Why does it feel like solving a crime? After all the reasoning, I end up back at the starting point. However, Ms. Clark looked excited, so the key to solving the mystery must be there. An hour later, everyone packed up and came to the cave where the meteorite fell. Before entering the cave, the geomagnetic anomaly subsided again. When Ash and the others saw Xia Fan take the opportunity to release the white Jengar, they quickly released their own Pokémon as well. Swelloskeptal COMBUSKEN Chinese letter MRSHTOMP. A few people let these Pokémon follow the white Jengar into the cave to check if there are any other abnormalities. Mr. Xia Fan, if this incident can be safely concluded, can you fight me after the Pokémon entered? Ash and Xia Fan chatted as they moved forward. Do you want to fight me? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ash in surprise. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's because I know your white Jengar is very strong that I want to challenge you. Ash confirmed. Xia Fan didn't say anything. Just looked at him for a few seconds and nodded slowly. I just hope that after the battle Comrade Ash won't despair. Ash was very excited after getting Xia Fan's approval. But when he saw Xiaoyao's glance at him, he immediately suppressed his emotions. Remembering that Xia Sheng was still missing, Ms. Clark, what are you going to do if Deoxys comes out again? Ash asked Miss Clark, who was walking in front. I must hunt him this time. And then I want to let him use recover. Although I don't know the reasons, I still think that Deoxys has been affected and become abnormal. And the heal bell used by Miltank did not make it completely normal. If I can successfully let it recover, maybe it can be restored to its original state. At this point, Ms. Clark looked at Xia Fan. I hope you, Mr. Xia Fan, can help me figure out the truth and help me capture it temporarily with the capture cursor. As for Deoxys, after it is free, I will not stop you from taming it. As long as you don't use some illegal methods, of course. I will help you use the capture cursor successfully. As for capturing Deoxys, I will only capture it with a Pokeball after the battle. Xia Fan shrugged, looking confident. He could summon more than a dozen divine beasts with a wave of his hand. With this lineup, is he afraid that he can't defeat a Deoxys? However, just as Xia Fan was thinking this, the entire cave suddenly shook, and the geomagnetic waveform on the geomagnetic scanner, which had just calmed down, became chaotic again. And even more chaotic than before, Pikachu and Plusle, affected by the geomagnetic force, became listless. Master, come to meteorites. I saw the little brat who was looking for death before. He is now in another dimension at this time. In the spiritual shared world. Jengar conveyed a message to Xia Fan. Xia Fan hurriedly asked everyone to speed up. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the meteorite crash site in the cave. Deoxys was floating above the meteorite in pain, trembling all over, speaking in an incomprehensible alien language. Behind him was a torn space crack, and Xia Sheng was in it. At Deoxys' feet, the meteorite was like a static electricity explosion, emitting a powerful electric current bang. When the electromagnetic scanner in Xiaogeng's hand approached the meteor, it emitted black smoke and burned due to the strong geomagnetic force. Xia Fan glanced at Miss Clark, because she was looking at meteorite and then at capture styler. And her expression was very shocked. What's wrong? Xia Fan gently touched Miss Clark's arm. Miss Clark looked at him and said, I understand, in fact. It is the meteorite that is actually affected by the solar wind. When the solar wind becomes stronger, the meteorite reacts, which in turn causes the geomagnetic anomaly, however. Before he could finish his words, there was a sound of lightning explosion not far away. The meteorite not far away looked like it was about to explode. When everyone saw this, they quickly fled. Xia Fan walked to the end and stared at Deoxys' painful expression. He discovered that it seemed to be this meteorite that was influencing Deoxys. Master, why don't you run? It will explode soon. The white Jengar interrupted his thoughts. Xia Fan rolled his eyes at it. Do you think I need to be afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, meteorite exploded. Xia Fan touched the white Jengar and disappeared from the spot. When it appeared, it was already on a piece of gravel outside the cave, a few dozen meters away. Ash and his friends hid behind a huge rock. Looking frightened, where's Mr. Xia Fan? They looked around and found that only Xia Fan and his Jengar were missing. He won't, Xiao Gang said with a worried look on his face. But before he could finish his words, a pair of hands suddenly appeared behind him. Patted his shoulders and said, "Are you going to curse me?" No, I'm glad you're okay." Xiaogang waved his hands quickly with a naive look on his face. Xia Fan smiled and didn't care instead. He told Miss Clark his last-minute guess that Deoxys was under the influence of the meteorite. Miss Clark heard this and looked as if she had suddenly realized something. It turns out that the energy of the solar wind has been transmitted to Deoxys through the core of the meteorite. But Deoxys couldn't bear it for a while, which triggered the status condition. His emotions were out of control. So he fled back and forth to the other dimension to return to normal. But he was very lonely without friends. So he captured Xia Sheng Boom. The originally scorching weather was suddenly followed by thunder, and the sky gradually became covered with dark clouds. What happened? Ash asked in surprise. Ms. Clark looked at soaring in the sky and analyzed. This is because the geomagnetic field was seriously disturbed after the meteorite went out of control. So the air pressure was affected and dropped as well. As she spoke, Xia Fan sensed something and turned her head to look. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared on the stone wall not far away, and Deoxys in defensive form was in it. It was staring at them with a cold face, and behind it was Xiaoxing waving at them for help. Deoxys floated out from the crack without saying a word. He changed into attack form and threw a psycho boost at everyone. Jengar Xia Fan shouted quickly. Jengar stepped forward and blocked a protect. Then he started to wrestle with Deoxys, but this time, Deoxys' contest condition is even more abnormal than before. Like a madman's, he fought the white Jengar with desperate skills. As the saying goes, the most terrifying thing in a fight is a madman. The white Jengar suffered greatly from this. It is not afraid of fighting with people with normal brains, but it is afraid of fighting with people with abnormal brains. Even if you use a destiny bond, others will not be afraid of it. Well, Xiaoyao and Xiaogang commanded their Pokémon to join the battle, but they still couldn't change the situation. Deoxys went crazy using speed and attack forms, and they could only passively take the beating. If it weren't for the white Jengar protecting them, they would have been killed in 2 or 3 psycho boosts. At the same time while they were fighting, the meteorite in the cave became even more violent. In addition to causing Deoxys to become even more manic, the nearby mountains also began to shake and explosions occurred frequently. Now if we continue like this, not only will we not be able to capture Deoxys, but even the island will be destroyed, Ms. Clark said worriedly. It would be great if there were more powerful Pokémon to help us. More powerful? Xia Fan glanced at Mew, who had turned into Pikachu on his shoulder. Thought for 2 seconds and finally shook his head. It would be most correct to call that Pokémon for this battle. Xia Fan began to quietly withdraw from everyone's sight. About 30 seconds later, the vision of soaring in the sky suddenly disappeared. Then, a Pokémon suddenly appeared, which Miss Clark and Ash and his group were never expecting. And with lightning speed slammed Deoxys, who was fighting with the white Jengar, into the mountains with his tail. Then it announced its kingly arrival with a dragon roar. Bang! Then he asked everyone. This time Clark succeeded. After Rayquaza roared, he turned his gaze to the white Jengar, who had a look of surprise on his face, and communicated with him telepathically. I'm here, Jengar puffed his lips feeling slighted, and wanted to wrestle with Rayquaza. The Rayquaza on soaring in the Skywitch had not yet left. Suddenly rushed behind Deoxys and slapped it with its tail, knocking it into the ground in front of Xia Fan. Especially after Rayquaza Mega Evolution, He was completely suppressed and beaten. After a while, Xia Fan was seen sitting on a rock. Everything happened so decisively. Quickly and shockingly, how did you get here? The white Jenger asked in surprise. But the words were not finished. What do you think, little Jenger? Rayquaza looked at it playfully after recover. Deoxys returned to normal, able to suppress the manic energy in Meteorite on his own, and released Xia Sheng under Miss Clark's command. What did you say just now, Miss Clark? Xia Fan blinked and said harmlessly, well, where's Xia Fan? You can start your capture now. Miss Clark looked at Xia Fan, but I suggest you be careful. Deoxys is not so easy to catch. If it wasn't for Rayquaza helping us just now, I would never have been able to use. What no one understands is why this Pokémon did not appear from the clouds, but from the mountains after a while. Deoxys rushed out of the mountain and headed straight for Rayquaza. But then it thought it was better to give up. Rayquaza was not in Tay if it arm wrestled with it. Its wrist would probably be shattered on the spot. Deoxys is free again. The two battled each other in soaring in the sky. After Rayquaza intervened in the battle, Deoxys' crazy arrogance was immediately suppressed. There was a flash of red light and Deoxys went in. It was not until 20 minutes later, when Deoxys was hit by Rayquaza and had insufficient energy to maintain the transformation, that he finally changed back to his normal form. Miss Clark nodded. Ms. Clark, get ready to use the capture styler to capture Deoxys. I think that Rayquaza is here to help us. Xia Fan waved to Miss Clark. Little Jenger, you are not needed in this battle. You can just watch. It's like saying, if the master didn't think you are capable, why would he call me here? Seeing this, Xia Fan hurriedly urged Clark to perform the capture styler. After being hunted successfully, Deoxys entered a short cooling-off period due to the effect of the cursor, and performed the recovery under the order of Miss Clark. After doing all this, capture styler becomes ineffective. While the two of them were fighting, Ash suddenly realized that Xia Fan was missing. Xia Fan, who had just taken out a Pokeball from his waist, threw the ball directly over. A destructive death beam suddenly shot out from the mountain where Deoxys fell, interrupting the communication between White Jenger and Rayquaza.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.